Hey, you guys okay?
Yeah, I think we just got it live.
Okay. Remember to go live with your starting soon screen. We don't want to see like tech setup and all that kind of stuff, and just use studio mode to switch that over if that's cool with you guys.
Uh, yeah, Griff, can you mute desktop audio on this scene, please?
So when should I switch back to the gameplay since we're starting at like 10:07? Okay. I'll start up. I'll change it to like 10:12 or something. Program over here is on starting soon. Yeah. Yeah. I am. What's up, my freaking webcam? What's going on? It's not doing anything. I'm not standing there right now. No. Where'd it go? This is fucking ridiculous. Alright, stop screen sharing then. Okay, no, it's working now. Okay. Okay, gameplay is showing now. And the webcam's not working again! Either it will show gameplay or my face. It won't do both. Alright then. Let me go wash my hands and then I'll change it over to what we need to. Alright, I'm back. I'm going to unmute the desktop audio and switch over. Alright, hello. Can everyone hear me? Bit of technical difficulties for a bit, but we are now live.
Alright. Welcome to the Metroid Prime trilogy. Today we are playing some Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Griff, I haven't played this since the end of 2023. So yeah, we're revisiting this again about a year and a half later for myself. When's the last time you played Metroid Prime 3?
What about yesterday? But other than that,
yes.
Other than for the marathon, it's been like a while before I last played Prime 3, so let us go ahead and get started on normal.
Awesome. Just doing a casual little normal run today.
Nothing super special. Try to get... Luckily, quote-unquote, this can be quite easy even without being on normal, but you'd be surprised at how... Wait, is it that on normal mode, it's like you deal more damage, enemies deal less, or do you know the difference?
Not really. I know that there's a health multiplier on the enemies. I don't know if Samus does less damage. on the higher difficulties. I don't know the full specifics of like whatever the damage numbers are. I just know that enemies get more bullet spongy regardless the higher you go, and hyper mode becomes more necessary. Although personally, the way Corruption's set up, it definitely likes to encourage you to do hyper mode regardless. So you're gonna be seeing a lot of blue for sure.
If any of these games have a color theme, Prime 3 is definitely blue. I wonder if in Prime 4 we'll actually be able to be inside of our ship, or we just gotta look at it longingly.
Yeah. Matt Hobby is asking if there's any chance of... Oh no, Papa Rick says the audio is definitely boosted. Okay, so we got some conflicting reports. Matt Hobby is wondering if we can boost audio. Papa Rick says the audio is definitely boosted, so...
Alright, then what would I switch for off audio? Put up now.
Says he feels the game is louder than Doom though. Did you unmute desktop audio?
Yeah, I unmuted desktop audio.
Okay.
Unidentified vessel, please switch to a secure radio frequency and transmit your identity code.
No worries. I'll speak extra close to the microphone.
Alright, lower the game volume a bit. Does that sound any better?
I don't know, I sound pretty loud on my end.
Proceed to the command ship Olympus. You've been cleared for docking bay 5. Welcome back, Samus.
Yeah, that's right, Papa Rick. We got the me bobblehead action going. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the, I love all the little silly unlockables in this game. The me bobbleheads. Of course, you got the, I guess not the codec calls, this isn't Metal Gear, but you know, you got like the secret transmissions that you can input in the radio. You get some stuff from Kenji Yamamoto, Satoru Iwata, rest in peace, Shigeru Miyamoto, Yoshio Sakamoto, and then I think Kensuke Tanabe. I think those are all the secret transmissions that you can find, which are really awesome.
Do you have any other Nintendo game that does something like that?
There's got to be some, but I can't think of what they are at the top of my head at the moment.
I think Prime 3 to 2, the suit here definitely seems more shiny. Although Zero Suit definitely has a more, I guess, anime look to her face at the very least.
Yeah, I definitely. I like the Corruption face design. I definitely prefer the Prime 1, especially the Prime remastered version.
Yeah.
But yeah, Prime 3 is going for something different, and I think for what it attempts to do, it's pretty decent.
Yep. People say like,
all right, Samus, please calibrate your weapon by shooting a live firearm directly at us.
In our general direction. I hope the force field's working. Where's the... Looking for hint system here. It should be. Okay, there it is. Oh, it's already off. Okay.
Yeah, Lilith. The target practice is really fun. Getting that 20 for the that secret credit is always gives me a little bit of trouble. But yeah, I could spend like, you know, an hour on that thing. Papa Rick says, I think everything is mixing better now. The other person is louder than everyone, but Doom is good. Game audio is good. All right, I'm fine with that.
Now in this room, I think you overhear two engineers talking about something called the Horus Rebellion. There's a scan regarding it somewhere, but when I first listened to that eons ago, I'm like, is that a Warhammer 40k reference to this big event called the Horus Heresy? The only one found in the game, but it's like...
Yeah, all I know about the Horus Rebellion is that was some nasty business. Yeah, and Matt says sounds good now. Awesome.
Alright.
Doom GC, so close to Prime 4. That's nice to see some Prime 3 to get us all up to speed. Enjoy the stream, folks. Oh, absolutely. We're probably not gonna see the 100% cutscene because we're just doing a little casual run today. But you know, for those of you who know, you know, we've definitely been waiting to see the answers that Prime 3 left us on back in 2007, and you know, here we are 18 years later, and we're finally seeing the culmination of that.
Hopefully. Okay, so here's a question, I guess, on that level. When Prime 4 shows up, how much of it do you think they'll show to us?
Well, I think they have to. I think the next time we see Prime 4, we're gonna see some substantial stuff.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we've already seen a little bit of teaser gameplay. And I was talking about this when I was streaming Prime 2 yesterday, but like pretty much everything that Samus does in that, actually not even pretty much, literally everything Samus does in that trailer is stuff that she's been able to do since, you know, Metroid Prime 1. So like it's fairly basic mechanics just to kind of show everyone that like, hey guys, this is very much so a Metroid Prime game. I think the next time we see Metroid Prime 4, it's going to be a blowout. I think we're going to see a bunch of new stuff. We're going to see like what really differentiates this from the rest of the trilogy. And I think we'll get a little bit more story details. You know, all we really know right now is that Silex is involved. We have some teases that might hint on some time mechanics. I think we're going to have a much bigger understanding of what that's going to entail the next time we see it, whether that's in a Switch 1 Direct or on April 2nd.
Yeah, because I guess a related question, there's been rumors of a February Direct happening, but I'm assuming that's less some guy on Reddit said so, and more just there's traditionally been a Direct at this time of the year, and if they're going to continue supporting Switch 1 for things, you figure they'll at least show us something, especially since there is no noteworthy game release in February, as you said in a podcast episode. But hypothetical, if this Direct in February happens and Prime 4 is there, where do you think it'll be, and how much do you think they'll show? Because it's like, it seems obvious that if it's going to be, people have always going on around like, oh, it's totally cross-gen, or no, it couldn't be, or whatever. But so it wouldn't surprise me if an April Direct, the Switch 2 thing has Prime 4 there, regardless of February Direct. But so.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but I'm also on team, it's absolutely cross-gen. You're insane if you think it's not cross-gen. I know some people disagree with that, but like I think there's a substantial amount of evidence pointing towards that. But I mean, regardless, I absolutely think we're getting it in April. Whether or not we get it in February, I think wholly depends on whether or not we actually get a general February Direct. I mean, they could also do like a Twitter drop or something like that. I kind of don't think they're going to do that just because we already have pretty big events planned out since then. Obviously, April's when the Direct is. March, we have Xenoblade X, so I think that's going to be the focus of March. And that kind of just leaves February. And then February, I mean, who knows? We could get a general Direct. I could also very much see us getting a partner showcase. I think I'm kind of leaning towards that, or maybe a Direct Mini. But you know, it's hard to say considering, you know, how soon these things get announced prior to you know, when they start streaming. It's only like a couple days warning.
That seems inefficient.
Yeah, you say Twitter drop, but that'd be hilarious, and just in a way if they're like, oh yeah, Prime 4 releases tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to do like a shadow drop or anything like that. But they could do it. They could do a Twitter drop. I mean, Xenoblade X got revealed through a Twitter drop, even though we're, you know, out of the pandemic now. So they still, you know, occasionally they'll still do some games via Twitter drop if, you know, if they don't think they have enough material for a Direct showcase. So it's very much still possible, especially since they've already re-revealed Prime 4. I don't think they would Twitter drop it if they hadn't already done the re-reveal. But since they have done it, I don't think a Twitter drop is impossible, but I think it's unlikely at this point.
They're pirates.
Yeah.
How could they resist a prize like that?
Lilith says this chick loved Gandreda. Gandreda does got that sass, doesn't she?
The little point I was thought of when 242 talks to everybody, they're shocked, despite the fact that apparently Aurora units have been a thing for decades in the lore. And, you know, Samus has been around a giant talking brain herself, so why is she surprised?
But we're still vulnerable. Pirates decide to launch an
Yeah, that is. There's definitely a lot of things in corruption where you're not supposed to think about it too hard, but when you do, you kind of realize it doesn't make sense. But also that's kind of part of its charm, I think.
Yeah. Because I don't remember exactly what was in the King K video. I know that I mentioned it when you were going to do a Prime 3 definitive ranking, I think. I don't remember what your viewpoint on that video was, but it seemed to me, my takeaway from what I remember is where the point from King K made is kind of just like, everything Prime does new, everything Prime 3 does that's new is just shouldn't be done again because of blank, blank, blank. And High Representative, what I remember, it's like I can't necessarily disagree, technically. I can see where he's coming from, but I love what Prime 3 does new and tries to be different about, you know?
I think maybe prior to replaying it, I would have agreed with that, but after replaying it, I definitely don't agree. Definitely Prime 3 is my least favorite of the trilogy, but to me, that's like comparing a Ferrari to an Audi to a Lamborghini.
Like
going from I love all three of these games so much, and Prime 3, has its own unique flavors that make it stand out. Do all of them work for me? No, but the vast majority of them do, and I mean, we've already seen Prime 4, at least that opening sequence, heavily taking some inspirations from, the opening sequence we're doing right now on the Olympus, and then later on Norian.
Yeah. The quick detail is that the only downgrade the trilogy version of this game has is where Admiral Dane's swear word gets downgraded just no.
Yeah.
It is clearly like, that seems off. When he says it.
Yeah, they nerfed the Chadmiral. He was too powerful, so they had to give him just a slight nerf. I'm Onish is asking in chat, y'all think we might get new bounty hunters in Metroid Prime 4? Actually, before I answer that question, I just have to point out another little animation quirk. If you look at it very closely, you can actually see Dane reacting to that explosion, but just a few frames before it happens, and it's really funny once you notice that. But anyways,
Samus's morph ball is not small. She's at least half the size of these troopers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So back to I'm Onish. I don't think we're gonna get new bounty hunters at this point. I think it'll all depend on what happens in the next trailer. If we do, see another bounty hunter,
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back again. Yeah, I was buffering for a moment.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, we were buffering for a moment. I was wondering if we lost stream, but yeah, it looks like we're back now.
These guys have to get a rod up in their face to do anything, because...
Right. Well, yeah, and then we were also talking about Space Pirate battle themes yesterday. I love how, continuing on with Prime 4, all four of the Metroid Prime games have their own unique takes on the Space Pirate theme.
You just remember lore and the Space Pirate Militia. These groups are made of slaves and criminals, which is like, that's dark right off the bat. Surprisingly obedient to the upper class caste in the pirate military. Also, for those who don't even know about this, if you press this cube in the bottom right, you can actually view the model of whatever you scan in this game, which I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. I think in Prime 2 at the very least, it's like there's a button to clearly let you look at the scan models of whatever you look at or zoom in on them.
Yeah, Prime 2 has one as well. But yeah, in this one you press the cube and yeah, you get to really see like some of the animations in this game. Like these pirates are like heavily animated. You can definitely see that little extra bit of juice that the Wii is pumping out is making all the difference there.
Yep, they are jittering all over the place, but then again, considering phase-on stuff, it makes sense.
Yeah, and then we're actually getting getting introduced to one of the new mechanics in this game, the energy cells, which is a little tee up for the end game.
What I remember, if you just play the game, you'll have the 5 you need to get the pirate code, if you even know how to get there.
Reading all the lore is what hypes me the most for Prime 3. Prime 3 gave us such deep lore to the whole Phazon Leviathans. Yeah, Prime 3 has some really good lore. I really enjoy the my favorite of all the lore pieces is actually the space pirate lore, where you actually you actually watch the narrator getting I guess mind controlled in real time, and just watching how his perspective and all the other pirates' perspectives are all changing as they're slowly being succumbed to Dark Samus.
What I remember, it's like it's like one scan he's running for his life, and then the next scan he's a devout believer.
Yeah, he's fully in. Yeah, I love the pirate lore in this game so much. It's probably some of my favorite of the scan entries in the whole trilogy. I absolutely love the writing there.
I love the pirate lore and basically all
cameo there.
Yeah, I love all of them. I love the pirate lore.
Some ice.
Pirate lore in all of the Prime games is a highlight.
Oh, Doom GC meant to say hypes for Prime 4. That does make more sense, yes. But I'm still very curious to see. Obviously, the thing I'm most curious about is to see, why does Silex hate the Federation so much? Because it definitely seems like we're going to get some more answers on that front.
What I remember, his description from Hunter says he hates the Federation specifically, and Samus by association. Granted, if he didn't have a personal beef with Samus after Prime Hunters, before Prime Hunters, he certainly does after. But I'm wondering, obviously, where that hate comes from. Plenty of people, if it's kind of a tangent. Well, first of all, this cutscene of Samus flying through space is interesting, if nothing else. But
Well, technically, it's not flying. That's just zero gravity. Which, by the way, again, going back to one of our conversations yesterday, I would love to see a zero G gameplay in a Metroid game. I feel like that would be such a cool enhancement for Prime 4.
Samus spends almost no time in zero gravity, or in space, which is weird. At the opening of Prime 1. There's an area or two in Fusion. That's kind of it. And all the sections of Valhalla. I can count my one hand Samus has spent in space in a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and none of them are zero gravity either. Austin Cool Guy, my roommate, by the way, says, anyone know if there's any corruption in this game? I'm not a big fan of it, and I want to know ahead of time. I don't think you have too much to worry about, buddy. Yeah, it should be fine. This is an E for everyone game. It's a happy sing-along. Everyone holds hands, drinks tea. Doom GC says like that section in Dead Space. Exactly, yeah, like the zero G sections where you're kind of using your rocket boosters on your feet to navigate those areas. Something like that in Metroid, maybe a little bit faster because Dead Space is a bit more grounded in its pace. Whereas Metroid, it's a little bit more fast-paced, but yeah.
Alright, did I save this guy? Alright, he's fine. Okay, good. These guys. Okay, I saw a foolproof way to get past.
That was too close. Thanks, Samus. The hangar is just through those doors. I'm sure the troops on the ground could use all the help they can get. There's also a recharge station over there.
So bad at saving that marine. I think I've only done it one time in my playthrough.
Yeah, these enemies don't deal that much damage, and you have an energy tank in the tutorial of all things, so you can just face tank most stuff. Which, spoiler alert, is the key to the escort section later. You just get in front of the Marines and just face tank all the rounds, especially if you go into hyper mode where you're just immune to damage.
Yeah, that's basically the secret there. You go into hyper mode, you just you're the first in battle, you rush in line, and you just start spamming hyper mode.
Which is a strat for the whole game, but of course don't get too crazy. or else if you get a below 99 energy, you can't even activate hyper mode. Of all the things to bring back for the Berserker Lord, the Arachnus boss theme is definitely interesting, but I do like it here in this game.
Yeah, it's a good arrangement. I think I know Minako Hamano is listed as one of the composers in this soundtrack, so I wonder if this is one of her compositions, and she also worked on Fusion. And while it's not confirmed that because it was her and Akira Fujiwara that did the Fusion soundtrack, and then while we don't have any like official specific credits on who did what song, I believe Minako Hamano did Arachnus, and so that could just point why that theme returned.
Yeah. Like, the theme got remixed twice, from Arachnus to the Berserker Lord to Diggernaut, so of all the songs to bring back multiple times, kind of weird how this got the choice, and then like Criteria Surface from Super Metroid, as you've stated, has never come back.
Yeah, I find that such a bizarre, because like I don't know, I feel like a song like that would have had much bigger staying power, but yeah, clearly not.
Yeah.
Andy says this guy for Smash, hell yeah. You know, honestly, Berserker Lord, I don't think we'll ever see him as a boss, but like I think he could totally work as like a boss fight.
You think I don't know if this is a connection in any way, but you know the big space pirate bruisers from Federation Force, do you think they're connected to these Berserker Lords in any way? Like this is what the pirates look like after they get mutated or something?
I think so. There's definitely a lot of design similarities. I mean, it could be. I mean, it could also just be a coincidence. But
The bruisers in Fed Force are more like gorillas.
Yeah.
I do like this cutscene of the Berserker Lord getting, he just flies away and then just gets smacked by an aircraft.
And it kind of reminds me like of a Dick Van Dyke sketch where he's just like tripping over everything and just constantly like you know, stepping on rakes and whatnot. Like it's just this poor Berserker Lord just gets bodied and then he's just like crashing into everything, getting electrocuted, and then finally the ship just crashes into him. It's just like, dang.
I definitely like Samus's reaction afterwards, where she just sees that and she's just like, huh. Anyway.
Well, that just happened. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the beginning of Corruption. For one, I love Corruption's opening. I get why a lot of people don't like it, because it's definitely very un-Metroid-ish. It's definitely, it's no secret that Retro was very inspired by Halo when doing Prime 3, and this opening, you know, the opening section is basically the Pillar of Autumn from Halo 1.
Yeah, they were told not to put Halo when they're getting this game, but they kind of put Haloisms in this anyway.
Yeah, and so but they did anyways. I kind of love it though. I love how it kind of subverts the expectations of Metroid, and even then, like, you still do get your traditional Metroid experience later, but you also get something else, and I think it really works for this more cinematic take on Metroid.
A different kind of scenario that Metroid you wouldn't expect to be Metroid, and that by itself is welcome for me, especially since it's for the opening and isn't necessarily what's the standard for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, what little I've seen of the Prime 4 trailer, it seems like their opening, as you said, is similar in tone to this, but probably won't be nearly as long, capping off with some sort of fight against Silex at the end, kind of like Meta Ridley in Prime 3, but, of course...
To be fair, I could actually see it being fairly similar, because we do cut to Samus landing on the planet. I mean, it's possible. That's exactly where the game starts. Like, we just get a cold open right in the middle of a battle. But to me, it implies kind of similar to what we're doing now. Like, maybe where that research lab is kind of like Samus landing on Norian here, where that's like kind of part 2 of the tutorial sequence.
I mean, it could be some sort of, like, the portion they showed us is just, like, the halfway point of the tutorial section, but... I don't know, I guess we'll have to wait and see for that. I feel like it's, like, it starts with Samus. The game starts with Samus landing on the planet. Like, it starts in medias res.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool and unique if they did pull that. That's not really the impression I got, though, but I mean... Who's to say? I could very well be wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I guess here's a
Also,
I guess like it's one of several topics I have in my head. I guess start with what's on screen right now. Like one of my favorite parts about Prime 3 is that they get more use out of the grapple beam, which I feel like Samus Returns and Dread also took cues from, although not quite as, I guess, visceral or involved as Prime 3, where you can tether all sorts of stuff. But it's like the grapple beam ever since Super Metroid is like a power up where it could very easily just be a dead power up once you get something later on, like the space jump in Super Metroid, or the screw attack in Prime 2, where it's like you get this thing and you never use the grapple beam ever again, or at least you don't really feel the need to.
yeah, I absolutely love the grapple beam in Metroid Prime 3 and all of its waggly goodness. I know a lot of people not a fan of the motion controls in Prime 3. I personally never had an issue with them, but again, you know, different strokes fit different people. I know I find the 3DS uncomfortable to hold, which is one reason why I don't like playing Samus Returns quite as much. But I mean, I know other people that are like, "What are you talking about? It feels comfortable to me." So you know, different strokes for different people. So it happens. That being said, though, from a gameplay perspective, I love what the grapple beam adds. It adds so much variety to both the puzzle solving and the combat, and it's just a lot of fun to use. It adds more interactivity to the world, to the enemies, to the environments. And yeah, I kind of wish we saw some grapple beam stuff in the Prime 4 reveal in the combat. Again, really all they really showed again was stuff that the basic stuff Samus has been doing since Prime 1. So
what Samus starts with in Prime 4 seems like what I consider the bare essentials, which is charge beam, missiles, morph ball, bombs, and Variasuit. Or not necessarily Variasuit, but those abilities are like her bare essentials that the rest of the game is built upon. Because most abilities Samus gets build upon her base abilities or these bare essentials I've mentioned already. Like Speed Booster enhances running, Space Jump and Screw Attack enhances jumping, etc. Although I say that, but then I'm thinking like, there's nothing like that enhances the slide from Metroid Dread, which got me thinking, what could a slide enhancing power-up be?
Maybe it could be like those little boosters that are on Samus's helmet. Like maybe you slide, the boosters activate, and then you get like a longer slide. See, something like that maybe.
A longer slide, or something I just initially thought of would be, I guess, an equivalent or to the cross bombs or something, or just some kind of attack where or just something where you can slide and then things in your way get destroyed, and or a longer slide. So it could basically, like if you see a morph ball tunnel or something in the way, you don't have, or a morph ball, a long morph ball corridor, you can just slide, destroy the things in front of you, and just keep going. Because some sort of slide enhancing thing seems obvious, but it's like what I can't get too impressive with that. So what were you saying?
I was just gonna read another comment here. Austin Cool Guy says, "I thought it was so cool how your ship got stickers for having extra save data on your console. I also remember being upset that you could only give away friend tokens rather than using them yourself." Yes to both of those. The friend tokens thing was definitely a huge hassle back in the day, and something unfortunately you can't really do anymore now that the Wii servers are shut down. So if you do want to get 100% game save file, you kind of limited to just getting a save file online and then importing that into your Wii or your emulator of choice, really, which is really unfortunate. That being said, totally agree though. Like the stickers, again, kind of in line with the bobblehead, just a really cool, creative, and fun, silly little unlockable that you could do. It also gave you kind of the bright blue Mountain Dew lines on your ship, which I always thought was awesome.
And your ship's powered by Phazon.
Mm-hmm.
That's obviously something else. What would a hyper ship ability do?
I do love how the weak point for these pirate ships are right in the front. Like that is some top tier designing right there. And then here we go, our best boy, showing all the things that never would have happened if he was here.
Thanks, Vegeta.
Yeah, I actually got him to sign my my sealed Metroid Prime trilogy case along with Jennifer Hale.
Nice.
Make Samus's gunship the next Metroid character in Smash. I am not opposed. I mean, kind of is right now. It's part of both of Samus's final Smashes. So in a way, it kind of is, but I know what you mean. You're thinking of like, oh god, what's that? What's that Sega fighting game where they actually put the car? They actually put the car in as the fighting game character. Like that would actually be incredible.
You say car in a fighting game, for whatever reason, I first thought of like Lightning McQueen or something from Cars.
No, it's from the Daytona games, and it was a Sega fighting game. One of the guest characters was one of the Daytona cars, and it's incredible. And then right here, we're seeing the command visor in action. Another feature that I really hope returns in Prime 4. I love the command visor in Prime 3, and this is something where there is so much room to expand and improve upon it. And yeah, I would love to see that. Not necessarily expecting it right now in Prime 4, but I hope to be pleasantly surprised. Trotus says, I walked into a GameStop and picked up a copy of Corruption a couple weeks ago, like it was 2007 again. Wow.
How?
I don't think I've seen a Wii game being sold in GameStop in over a decade. Hey, welcome, Metroid guy. Yeah, we're just starting Corruption right now. See, and is this, yeah, so it looks like we're about to do, oh no, we're not at the Meta Ridley section yet, no.
No, that's a good distance away.
Yeah, we're still in like the first half of the Norian section still, yeah, we're not quite there. This GameStop must have been beside the last Blockbuster, true. Yeah, this is another interesting sequence right here, just kind of teaching you about the motion controls, and I guess one of the new features in Prime 3 is that you can, actually, free aim now instead of being while on the move rather than being limited to the tank controls, and so little sequence right there just to get you used to that.
I know people have complained about the Prime 3 aiming controls, but honestly to me it's one of the best FPS controls I've seen in any game. Obviously it does take the motion gimmicks to the extreme at times, but how they're utilized, it seems like the exception being this part in Brio where there's like 20 panels that you can rip off. You only really need to rip off like 2 of them, but still, the motion controls is like my preferred way of playing the Prime games because I love it.
Yeah, I would probably hate motion controls on like a really sweaty FPS, but for something like a Metroid game where I'm primarily playing single player, and, I'm not quite sweating it up as much. I really enjoy the motion controls, and definitely on the Wii, they're my preferred method of play. I don't quite like them as much in Prime Remastered just because the Joy-Cons, they don't have that IR sensor, and they're nowhere near as accurate as the Wii pointer controls. So I definitely prefer dual analog for Prime Remastered, but yeah, for Prime Trilogy, I love the Wii remote controls.
You're saying that, but like for just any version of a game like Resident Evil 4, like the Wii version is like that's the best version of that game. Period. Because of the aiming controls.
That's what I've heard. A lot of people love the Wii edition of RE4. I've never played RE4 yet, but I'll probably get around to it someday.
Definitely add that to your list. My second favorite game of all time.
Yeah, I tried playing RE1. That was a bit too much for me. RE4, it seems to be that perfect mix of like horror and camp that I think I'd really enjoy.
Okay, this thing is right here, real quick. The PED Trooper. These way pirates are missing. Like, what are you doing?
I know.
Come on.
Again, there are so many moments like this in Corruption where it's like, again, you're not supposed to think about it, but if you start thinking about it a little too long, you realize how ridiculous it is. And they're just, yeah. They make stormtroopers look like sharpshooters, man.
Also, if you're trying to scan stuff, these little things here, landing beacons, they are a scan for some reason.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, they actually had like 15 Wii games, and it did used to be next door to a Hollywood video rental store back when I was a kid, lol. So you nailed that one, Andy. Wow. Metroid guy says, hey, you remember the Hive Totem boss from Prime? Here it is again. I think he's referring to, what are those drones called? The one we were just talking about that teaches you how to aim. The Metroid again says, we RE4 is indeed goated.
Yeah, a section of Ridley flying by. The guy doesn't even know who that is, so it makes me wonder how famous is Ridley really. But another part of me is thinking, like, I know because of, like, I know that there's a wonder of when exactly does Prime 4 take place with the whole, it starts with 20x9 on the cosmic calendar, which I don't want to get into that rabbit hole of what that's about. But like, part of me wants to see Ridley come back in a Prime game just because, or just a game just for the fact that they are arch nemeses. But there's like no character dynamic between the two. They do, like, really just shows up, he's a monster to fight, and that's basically all there is to it, when there could be a lot more to that. But there just isn't. And I don't know if they want to use Ridley too much at this point.
You could definitely bring Ridley back. Absolutely. Because the way that I've always been saying, it's like, hey, you know what? Give Ridley one game to take some time off, you know. The boy, he's put in his work. Give him a vacation day, and they did. He didn't appear in Metroid Dread. They put in Kraid instead, and so it's like, okay, we gave him his time off. Now we can put him in the next game. Yeah,
Prime 4 has time travel anyway. That's an excuse to bring back anybody they want, which is a very dangerous rabbit hole to go down.
Well, regardless, I think it's pretty obvious that it takes place after Federation Force, before Metroid 2. I think the whole like 20x7 or whatever, I think that whole thing is a little bit silly, and I think a case of Metroid fans looking a bit too deep into something that isn't there. But either way, we don't know for sure yet. We'll find out.
The fact that the cosmic calendar is the first thing you see in the trailer makes me think there's some significance to it if it's the first thing we see. But we'll have to see, I guess.
I don't think so. I think it's just some sci-fi flavor text to just kind of show like, ooh, spacey sci-fi. I don't think it's really that deep. But I don't know. We'll find out, really, because right now we technically don't really know.
Yeah. Main reason I did that little trip with my ship is because A, you get a peek in the cockpit, which is just like, I love that. And also just a different walk past gore here when you burst through the door, because I'm sure most people didn't even think to try this, like me.
I was about to say, like, I've never seen that, that I didn't realize they did a unique cutscene entrance where Samus's back is facing that instead.
Yeah.
Austin says, have you guys ever talked about the possibility of co-op in a Metroid game? Do you think that would mess with the atmosphere? Actually, we've done a whole podcast episode on the possibility of a co-op Metroid game, and I actually think there's a ton of potential there, so I'll have to find that and post that into the chat for y'all to check out.
Yeah, like
Metroid guy says, "Whoa, what's that loading screen?" Yeah, so that happens whenever you fly to a different landing site, specifically on Norian. All the other loading screens, you know, it shows the ship in the air, but on Norian, because the areas are so small, you get a close up inside the cockpit whenever you transition to a different landing pad.
Yep.
Metroda says, by the way, did something happen to the end of the marathon stream last night? I was catching up on the AM2R stream and switched videos halfway through on accident. And now the stream ends during the smash? It should play the full thing. Yeah, because we played the full thing. Let me check on that real quick.
A handful of details and things in Prime 3 that I'm aware of that I will attempt to show off. Mainly two things. Mainly, like, two things. I'll let you know when we get there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is odd. It ends on Smash. I don't know why it's not ending on AM2R. Well, I do have some good news for you though, Metroida. So we're going to be reposting some of the content from the stream. And one of the things that we are going to be permanently uploading is that AM2R director's commentary. I believe that's going to be the first one we post next week, because we're gonna be taking a couple weeks off from the podcast after the stream is over, just to get some much needed R&R. But yeah, I believe the first, in place of a podcast episode, we're gonna be doing the AM2R director's commentary with Milton Guasti. So we will have a copy of that in full for anyone who missed out live. And then the following week, I believe we're going to have our trivia segment, which has not premiered yet. So we're gonna have permanent copies of those on our channel. Those will be uploaded the following 2 weeks after the marathon ends on Sunday. So yeah, you still will get a chance to see that for those who missed out.
Cool.
All right, Metroid Guy says, all right, I'm going to be prepping my own stream, but when I'm done, I'll try and send folks your way. Have a good stream. All right, thanks for stopping by, Metroid Guy. Again, like, really nice of you, to be providing support to our stream while you're doing your own. Yeah, and good luck. Hope you get some killer donations your way. For those who don't know, both us at Omega Metroid and Metroid Guy, we're all raising money for the Trevor Project. So definitely check out both of our streams and contribute a donation. It's all going to the same cause at the end of the day. Austin says, are you guys going to release the bog cut of Prime 2? Just the bog only Metroid Prime 2 run. Maybe if I have the energy, maybe I'll do it. Oh no, I've awakened the Boglins.
Space Pirate Gray is definitely.
Torvis is about to spring up in chat now, like bog.
You get this generator back online. Thanks, Sammy.
And there's our girl Gandroida, just casually slaughtering some pirates in a color that is not her style, according to her.
How well do you feel the hunters?
Thanks, Sammy.
How well do you think the hunters from Prime 3 were utilized in this game?
I think they're utilized enough for what they are. Like, could they have done some more with them? Sure, but like, I think they're pretty effective for the most part.
Yeah, at the very least, people seem attached to Rundus.
Yeah, like, I mean, Rundus, voiced by Chris Sabat, so hard to mess that up. And that's, I think the biggest part is that there isn't really a hunter that I dislike. You mention any of the hunters and it's like, yeah, I like them at worst, or love them at best. And I think they all get their moments, and they have just enough of a personal connection to Samus to where you do feel something when you do have to defeat them. So yeah, I think for what they are pretty effective.
That drone is trying.
Yeah, and I still don't know why. I don't like that it spawns this random drone when you're doing the morph ball sequence, and then once you get to the top, it'll just magically despawn and go away. I've never liked that. I just think, like I don't know. It's not a big deal, like in terms of like. But I feel like that's why I don't like it, because it's not a big deal. It doesn't really change the gameplay that much. But then it just magically goes away. I've never really liked that continuity.
It's gone. I don't know where he went. He's not chasing me anymore.
Yeah.
Oh.
He just goes,
Don't ask where these rocket jets are coming from. Now here's gonna be like one of the coolest boss fights in any Metroid game.
Yeah, this is. Before, I would have said Samus Returns was my favorite Ridley fight, but then after playing Prime 3, it's like, nah, this is still the GOAT. This one's still pretty incredible.
As far as spectacle goes, it's hard to beat this.
Yeah. And directly inspired by Lord of the Rings too. So I mean, that's just a double win if you ask me.
You know for sure. Do you remember for sure if one of the developers said that, or if it's just like, oh yeah, totally, it has to be. He's inspired by that.
That was on one of the Kiwi interviews. I want to say it was Mike Wicken. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, one of the Kiwi Talks interviews. I believe Mike Wicken, but definitely one of the retro developers specifically said that like the Meta Ridley fight here was directly inspired by the Balrog scene in Fellowship of the Ring. Hey, welcome, Gooey. Yeah, you're gonna be Gooey. You're gonna be playing the sequel to this game on Sunday. God, this fight is so good, man. Austin says, why didn't Nintendo call Dark Samus Whammus like Mario has Wario? I feel like that was a missed opportunity. True. Yeah. I actually, you know, Dark Samus is more of a blue-purple aura going on, so, you know, maybe it should have been Walla Samus, you know? You know, just go all in on that.
I think the uncharged shots got a buff in this game. I don't remember the exact damage numbers though.
Yeah, those quick charges are definitely buffed compared to some of the other Metroid games. Dark Samus is kind of silly, Stallnox. I mean, you know, she has that laugh. You know, I laugh when someone tells a funny joke, so obviously that makes Dark Samus a silly character.
That laugh should have absolutely been in Smash as one of her taunts or victory animations.
Don't get me wrong, I am eternally grateful that Dark Samus is in Smash, and I'm grateful for whatever form she takes in that game. She's been my most wanted character since before Brawl was even announced.
So am I.
That being said, my God, there were so many missed opportunities there.
Yeah.
Like, okay, even if she was a full-on Echo Fighter, okay, whatever. You don't have her laugh as a taunt. You don't have her battle theme as a music, but you include the Federation Force title theme. Like, what? Come on, what are we doing?
They also included the Versus Zeta Metroid song from Samus Returns, which is definitely a choice.
Yeah. Yeah, of all the Samus Returns tracks, we got that version of Magmore Caverns, which, fine, we didn't have any version of Magmore, and then we got the Zeta Metroid, which, honestly, pretty weak boss fight theme, if I'm being honest. And then the Mission Final theme, the Samus Record theme.
I definitely like that.
I also much prefer.
I definitely like
I much prefer the.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I just much prefer the Prime version of that personally.
I definitely like the credits theme to Samus Returns. Although that, like, why would that's not really a battle song. I don't get what these choices are.
Yeah. The Metroid music selection I thought was pretty weak in Ultimate, at least for like the recurring tracks. The original music for the most part I really like. The new Brinstar Depths is incredible. It was done by one of the Castlevania composers. And so you get kind of that hybridization of like electric guitars and violins that kind of like meshes the Metroidvania genre. And so I thought that was like a really cool interpretation of that. The Ridley theme by Yusuke Takahama, who also did the Ridley theme in Brawl, so that was like a cool like little return to form there. I didn't really like oh, I can't remember his name. He's the Dark Souls composer, but he did the Parasite Queen theme. I didn't really like that version in Ultimate though. I thought that one could have benefited from a different direction maybe.
It's all right, and they associated that with Dark Samus in one of the videos about her, which is, I don't get it.
Well, I mean, they didn't really have many other choices to go off of, so.
Unless she has a battle thing or anything.
Yeah.
So,
Cool guy.
So like she doesn't.
Austin
She
Cool
doesn't.
Guy says.
Yeah.
I was just gonna read a comment here. Austin Cool Guy says, Federation Force Game of the Year every year, baby.
I said this on a great extra Metroid area ranking episode, but Federation Force is definitely, it's all right. It's fine for a spin-off. Like the hate for that game is just on what it isn't over what it is, outside of the final boss. I don't remember if the Wii version.
Federation Force. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to poo-poo on this game too much because again, like we're trying to keep it positive like throughout the marathon. But I guess to talk about my thoughts on Federation Force. To me, at best, it's a fairly mediocre FPS that doesn't really do one thing particularly amazing. At worst, though, you have you have some pretty tedious sections, and they're not like rare tedious sections. They're pretty frequently placed throughout the game. But then on top of that, you got that truly atrocious final battle, and I mean, other M is kind of the laughingstock of Metroid, but my God, that final boss fight is actually like probably the worst thing I've ever seen in a Metroid game. It is genuinely hard to watch. So that's kind of my thoughts on Federation Force.
For what it is.
Actually, hang on. Looks like we got a donation. We got a donation from Rodrigo, who contributed a $10 donation. He says, "Keep up the awesome work. Wish I could donate more because it's a very worthy cause." Well, hey, thank you so much, Rodrigo. You know, any donation, even $1, is worth the world to us. And you know, even for those of you who haven't donated, you know, just for participating with us and watching the stream with us, you know, we really appreciate all of you joining us today. We have 15 viewers already. Which is pretty insane, at least for us in the West Coast. It's only 8 in the morning right now, so yeah, for all you West Coasters watching, you know, you are pulling up right now. And then I think the same Rodrigo who donated just posted in chat, "How I wish to play this game so badly, but I don't have a Wii. Please, Nintendo, let me play this." 100% agree. Yeah, we definitely need a port on Switch for Primes 2 and 3. Really hoping we get those, but it remains to be seen. Maybe we'll get that Shadow Drop this month. We still don't have any February releases at this point.
Well, first of all, when this laser goes to hit the Leviathan, it scrapes across an entire continent, and I guess all those people are dead or something. But if I'm hoping if Prime 2 and 3 get released on Switch in any form, I would prefer it be the remaster, obviously, but if these games are on Switch, a more accessible console, then that means whether it is, quote, just a port or not, it's still a win, because it's on a more accessible console. And even if it is, quote, just a port, if they can get it to where, bare minimum, they eliminate load times, that would by itself make the best versions of these games. Especially Prime 3, where some of the door loads can be ridiculous.
Yeah, that's definitely... I was actually just saying that yesterday. Like, of all the features I want in Prime 3 more than ever, it's just cut those load times on those doors, because, man, Prime 3's load times are absolutely brutal. As much as I love that game, just taking away those load times would just, not only make that a more enjoyable game, just a much more accessible game in general. Rodrigo says, 5 p.m. here in Belgium, perfect time to watch. Okay, well, there you go. So, yeah, you're already awake, you're energized and ready to go. And hey, Rod Lloyd is joining the chat. What's up, Rod? Representing from the West Coast. Hey, myself as well. So yeah, Rod, it looks like you're also a fellow Brighton up and early as well.
This led us to investigate if we could make effective use of this phase-on.
West Coast, best coast, baby!
You must have noticed some powerful troopers in new suits. They were wearing what we call phase-on enhancement devices, or PEDs.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, hey Samus, don't worry. While you were asleep for a month, you know, we just like totally messed with we just totally messed with your suit and weapon systems. Don't even worry about it, fam. What's the worst that could happen?
They probably just put that little thing in the center of our suit, and then the various who did the rest.
But in your case, think
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. That actually makes sense.
Yeah, like, Samus being out for a month is kind of still crazy, but then her suit apparently remained active the whole time, which is
Yeah. Again, one of those things. Don't think too hard about it. Just play the game.
Although another one of those, if when Samus looked up and saw the meteor, if you can see a meteor heading towards a planet, it's already over.
Okay.
So I've heard, because they're traveling so fast. If you have time, if you can see it, then it's like you have seconds till impact. Assuming then again it was on the internet. Who knows if that's true or not? But it wouldn't surprise me though with asteroids how fast they move.
During this test that hypermode possesses over the past month, we've learned the hard way just how powerful our enemies are.
Also, previous section, I'm heading up the elevator. All three of the hunters were there. If you're going for 100% scans, that's your only chance. You better be careful.
There are many pressing matters to discuss.
Andy is asking me, once you get to the next cutscene, could you turn my Discord audio to 200?
Oh, and one more thing.
That is bizarre. I am like, my mic is literally maxed out in clipping right now. Apparently, like, I'm super quiet though. I don't know what's going on.
PED suit acquired.
Yeah, acquired is certainly a word for that. Yeah, now we are engaging in our primary combat mechanic for this game. Hyper mode. Here's the thing. I don't like the way hyper mode is implemented into this game, but I think there's a really easy solution to turn it into like one of the dopest mechanics ever. And Griff, have you played a Tony Hawk game before?
I have not.
You haven't? Okay. Well, so basically in Tony Hawk games, there's a mechanic for when you're doing rail grinding in manuals, and basically it puts this meter on your screen, and you have to use the analog stick to balance the meter out. It'll constantly going from left to right. And at first, when you first do the grind or the manual, you know, it's fairly easy to balance out. But the longer you hold it, the more unhinged it gets, and it'll start rapidly going from left to right, and it feels unbalanced. And I feel like something like that with hyper mode would just make that such a better mechanic in general. Because right now it just kind of makes the game way too easy in my opinion. But at the same time, it's also kind of a necessity just because of how ridiculously spongy all of the enemies are, even on normal difficulty if you're not using it.
Yeah.
So I feel like adding that little extra twinge just would make it a much better risk versus reward mechanic.
Yeah, I definitely see what they were going for, but
Austin says, let Samus do a McTwist. 100%. A 900 Metroid Air. That is exactly what I want. Put Goldfinger in Metroid Prime 4.
I definitely see what they're going for with hyper mode, especially when you get the whole corrupted status going on. But the corrupted aspect just makes it even more abusable, because you can get way more energy and damage out of a single energy tank than you could have originally. Exactly.
Like, it's supposed to be like this thing you're supposed to be scared of, but it's like, no, that's exactly what you want. You want to abuse that that phase-on regenerative state, because it's like, hey, more ammo, and I'm basically invincible up to after the first energy tank is gone.
Yeah.
Like you, they were outfitted with PED devices in order to.
I don't know. Maybe someday in the future, someone. I don't know. If there's any, I'm guessing probably not. But if there's any Metroid modders, I wonder if maybe we could do that. If we could do like a PED hyper mode mod that implements an unbalanced mechanic to make hyper mode a better risk versus reward weapon.
If I have a
Because I think that would be dope as hell.
If I have a mod request, I thought of just putting Samus's like the Prime Mastered suits into more games, because everyone uses the Smash model when it's like there are others available.
Yeah, I think we're finally starting to get back. Metroid Dread really introduced, you know, the Dread suit, and now that like Prime Remastered's there, we're starting to see that more. I do hate seeing that Smash suit in like a lot of like the fan made works, and
Yeah.
one of the worst. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there's this there's a Metroid game tier list, and the most popular one for Metroid Prime, it has Metroid Prime 1 background art, but it shows the other M suit, and it bugs the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Seeing that. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, how can I not see it? Everyone uses it for some reason. Hopefully they credit the artist at the very least, but overall the other M design is okay. This it's like take the Super Metroid design, take out all the detail, and you get the other M suit. Like
I think I'd like it more if the arm cannon was better, but like the arm cannon on that suit is just so ugly looking, and I feel like it kind of detracts from the rest of the suit. I will say the Smash version, the little enhancements that the Smash version does, I think greatly improves it over to what it looks like in Other M.
Yeah, the other
just
design,
those subtle details. Yeah. I really like those mesh textures that are within like the linings that are all over the suit. I think that like really enhances it. So like I don't think it's a bad design by any means.
The other design, like I said, is okay to me, and the Smash version is like the best version of that design. But the fact that they use the other M design twice in a row for most the mainstream only really knows Samus from Smash Brothers, and that's like the look that she's gonna have for at least a decade, and I don't like it. Mm-hmm. Like they don't even know us where it's from. It's just that's how she looks like. Clearly, they wouldn't lie to me.
Yeah.
It seems like in some cameo appearances, at the very least, the other M design seems to be the one that they choose. But then again, that could just be, like I've said, where it's like the least detailed suit. So it's like, why not just go with that one? That might have something to do with it. Because I've heard some people where they're like, a handful of artists, they're just like, at first I was looking forward to drawing Samus's power suit. Now I never want to draw it again. Just how detailed it is.
I believe that. I'm terrible at drawing, so I've never really attempted it before, but I can definitely see that.
You know, first major planet of the game, Brio. Like, all the planets in Prime 3 are a major highlight. They all have great designs, like some really good, cool music, especially for, like, Elise. Like, Brio and Elysia are pretty close in terms of music at the very least. I'd say Elysia barely edges out, at least in the main, compared to the main Brio theme here. It's really good.
Yeah, I love Brio. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game.
I remember, actually, I think, Metroid Metal did a track of Brio's theme, and I think it's actually a remix of the main menu theme, or the main theme of the game, I think.
Yeah, it's a medley of the title theme and Brio, and it kind of intersplices between those two. It's really well done.
Yeah.
Definitely recommend y'all check that out if you have time.
That's just this is the general shout out. You haven't listened to Metroid Metal? Excellent tracks for like all of them. Like an example of just brilliance, where like the 30-second long the pirates appear from Super Metroid. He somehow turned that into a 5.5 minute long masterpiece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I actually interviewed Stemage last year. I want to say in May. That's another episode of the Omega Metroid podcast. Shameless plug. Well, I guess it's not really a plug if we are streaming on Omega Metroid right now. But that was one of the songs we talked about, and one of the things that stood out to me about that is like, you're listening to that and you can hear the pirate, the Space Pirates Appear theme. But then if you listen closely, and your music history, you're listening to those guitar riffs, and you're like, wait a minute. That's Foxy Lady by Jimi Hendrix. Wait a minute. and I asked Semage about that, and he was like, yep, that was 100% intentional. And so I thought that was just really awesome.
Yeah, I guess I'll put you on the spot. Like, I don't know. Like, what would be like your at least top 3 Metroid Metal tracks?
Oh, top 3 Metroid Metal. I think number 1 is going to be the Metroid Queen theme. The Metroid Queen theme is so awesome.
Yeah. Like, on some level, it's kind of a shame that it didn't get used again for Samus Returns, although I do like the theme that they picked or made up.
I definitely much prefer the original Metroid 2 version, but yeah, going back to Metroid Metal, number 1 is definitely that Metroid Queen theme. I'm looking at my Metroid Metal playlist right now because I have all of their songs.
If I was to pick one of my favorites, is definitely the Super Metroid intro, like prologue / credits theme. Like, on some level, it seems to me like the credits of Super Metroid is kind of like an extended version of the prologue because they're so similar. I'm not sure what you would call that, though. They at least share the same leitmotif, I guess it's called.
Yeah.
And so, at the very least, I consider the Super Metroid credits theme to be just an extended version of Samus's character theme, since the prologue theme is now her character theme. So, I guess, like, I know it was intended to be the Criteria Surface theme as her character theme, but it got changed to the Metroid Prologue theme over time. I think at some level, it's like what I remember hearing for, like, Sephiroth's theme. It was intended to be the Safer Sephiroth's boss theme, but now it's One Winged Angel forever.
Yeah, definitely.
So I guess it's something similar to that.
Speaking of which, I think Criteria is going to be my number 2 pick for Metroid Metal, because that's such an awesome rendition of my favorite track from Super Metroid. And then I think number 3 is going to be NES Ridley. That Ridley, Andy and I were talking about that yesterday. That's such a killer version of that theme. I have that on my gym playlist, in fact. So I think those are going to be my top 3. Number 1, Metroid Queen. Number 2, Super Metroid Criteria. And then number 3, NES Ridley. I think those are going to be my top 3 for Metroid Metal.
I think the 3 I would pick, I'm not sure what order they'd go in, is like the Super Metroid credits prologue theme that I told you about. I love his mix on Norfair. That sounds like a song, like it's just like in the thick of combat on some level to me. Depending on what you're thinking of, depending on your mood, I guess. But also it's like the Pirates of Pier thing, probably my top 3 off the top of my head. But there's just so many to choose from, and they're all great.
Although, Metroid Metal is fantastic.
One thing I'll shout out is the Turian remix he did. That was awesome.
Oh yeah, I love the Turian theme. Probably, or actually, technically different. I was thinking of Super Metroid Mother Brain. I was gonna shout out Glass's version of the theme, but again, that's Super Metroid Mother Brain, not NES Turian.
Yeah.
Metroda says Brio has maybe my favorite lore out of all the Prime Worlds races. Yeah, the Brio lore is really interesting. I still think my favorite has to be the pirate lore that you really get on the pirate homeworld in Prime 3. It's so disturbing. Again, just how you see like the mental state of that narrator change like throughout the lore. And so I think that storytelling is just really effective there. But the Brio lore is also really well done, and also the Skytown lore is just absolutely tragic when you realize that the Chozo there are the same ones that are eventually going to go to Talon 4. Lilith says, already I've got to run some errands, but I'll be back later. Good luck and have fun. Hey, thanks for tuning in, Lilith. Good luck on your errands, and yeah, we'll see you later. We definitely got a hefty run coming up, so I'm sure that you'll be able to stick around for some more later.
So I guess another topic to talk about. What are your thoughts on the PED suit?
I think it's a cool design. It's not my favorite, but I really like it. I think it's awesome how it evolves throughout the game, and obviously the final fully corrupted version looks absolutely insane. But even like the base version you start off of, I think it looks pretty cool.
Yeah. And nothing dragged you in. I really like the PED suit, especially when you get to the end when it looks all the blue, the hazard shield getting back some of that bulk. And like I guess it's different. I don't know if you'd call it adjacent in terms of a detail, but it's just the look on Samus's face and the scan visor as the game progresses and you get more corrupted.
Yeah, that's another really cool. Small detail that, like, again, most people wouldn't even notice. But like, I love that Retro Studios put that in there anyways.
And we're already getting another grapple upgrade. Grapple swing. And we're not gonna. But don't get too excited. We're not gonna get another grapple beam upgrade until like the end of the game.
Yeah, this is easily like the quickest Samus I think has acquired the grapple beam in any Metroid game, let alone the Metroid Prime games.
Yeah. You figure with a lasso you can grapple onto things. The grapple swing would be kind of. Oh, totally. She has both, right? Nah. Nope. Not this time.
Again, it's one of those gameplay over logic. Gameplay comes first over the logic. Yeah.
If you could think it like, I definitely like how involved like the lasso is, but like then you get swing. You sometimes use that, and then like the grapple voltage at the end is like at the very end of the game. It is just kind of it is definitely an okay power up. It doesn't get a whole lot of use.
Yeah, grapple voltage and hyper grapple. Hyper grapple in particular comes in especially in handy during the final sequence, in keeping track of your phase-on levels.
Yep, doesn't get a whole lot of use, but it's also kind of interesting where like you get it from Gandrita, who's electric themed, and I'm like, I figured like shouldn't that be like wave beam or something? Instead, nope, grapple.
Yeah, in a sense, you kind of get like the old school wave beam in the form of the Nova beam, since it can pass through those phasite surfaces. But
I figure that as a like pseudo plasma beam, since it's green, it can penetrate armor, which is what the plasma beam is known to do.
that is true too. Yeah.
Also, another side point, like thinking of Samus's like traditional Chozo-centric upgrades in the 2D games she normally gets in every 2D game. Not that I'm mad at that, just because Samus's kit that she's known to get is really good, and it's really crazy and cool, and I look forward to getting Plasma Beam, Gravity Suit, Screw Attack over and over again. But I'm thinking of what her abilities do on paper, and I'm like, if you gave these abilities and put them in most any other video game, it would break them in half. Because, like, infinite jumps is something you get out of a cheat code, but it's a traditional endgame upgrade. Especially you combine that with like Screw Attack. Wave Beam is a wall hacks. And then also, not sure if you knew this, you can actually kill those atomics. I didn't. For whatever reason, that's kind of assumption. Oh, you couldn't possibly kill those, but nope, they're immortal as anything else.
Yeah, I believe charge beams. Yeah. I just got to that section there. Yeah. So yeah, the charge beam. Yeah, the charge beam does kill them. Which, by the way, it's actually funny because the original. So those are based off the pulse bomb boosts from Metroid Prime 1, which are a completely unique enemy, and then they get repurposed again in Prime 2 as a Luminoth-centric weapon. But the original pulse bomb boos are based off of the atomics from Super Metroid, and so I think it's really cool that they just finally repurpose that model and be like, nope, these are atomics now in Prime 3. I think that's awesome.
Don't ask what I got here. Or you know what? Space Pirates I think used them in Zero Mission or something, so they brought them over or whatever.
Yeah, they're in Zero Mission as well. But yeah, they first appeared in Super Metroid.
Yep. Like the only other enemy that shows up in this game from older games, I would say, outside of the pirates, is the one zoomer, and it's like some like interstellar vermin going on. So it's just interesting.
That's right, and then they totally redesigned it too, compared to the more traditional looking zoomers that appear in Prime 1 and Hunters.
We are uploading the location.
Also coming out in this door when it decides to load. Look at the top left. It's our boy. He's watching.
He's snooping.
Yeah, I've heard some like idea that of all the 3 hunters, he's like the one that sort of has a grasp on his sanity, at the very least. Like I hear the trivia on the Wikitroid pages during the fight with Rundas. He apparently says things to you while he's fighting. He's forced to fight you, but he's actually able to speak. I think. I didn't hear it. What they're talking about, but that's what the Wikitroid says.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. I'll have to look into that.
At the very least, you were saying.
Oh no, I was just gonna read one of the YouTube comments. Did you want to continue with your thought, or?
Just like apparently, like when Rundus, after you beat him, he lands on the ground and it's as if he's offering his hand to you. So it seems he still retains some of his mental faculties. He isn't completely taken over. It looks like, But then,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
Dark
kind of,
but Dark
that's kinda
Samus.
how I interpreted it. Yeah.
Then once his lucidity comes to pass, Dark Samus is like, "No, you gotta go. Gotta get you gone."
Yeah. You go home now. Austin Cool Guy says you've played Mirror's Edge, right, Doom? Have you ever considered anything from that game in a Prime game? Mirror's Edge is one of my favorite games of all time. I adore Mirror's Edge so much. Like, that's like a top 5 game for me.
I have played
in
Mirror's
terms of,
Edge,
like,
but like
it is incredible, and it is almost always on sale for like $2 or $3. Anybody that is watching this should play Mirror's Edge ASAP. It is a phenomenal game. It's basically like weirdly enough, of all the games I'd compare it to, it would the one that sticks out to me most would be Super Mario 64 of all games, just because like it really does feel like a fundamental platformer in the form of a first-person game, and it works so well. Unless you easily get motion sick, in which case you probably are gonna have a bad time. But if you are able to play first-person games pretty efficiently without getting motion sick, oh my gosh, you've got to play Mirror's Edge. It is genuinely it is a gameplay experience like no other. In terms of stuff like that in a Metroid game, there's definitely like quality of life stuff like mantling, ledge grabs, and stuff like that. I think could work in Metroid. I don't think you necessarily need to have like a full-on first-person parkour experience in a Metroid game. I think there's potential there, sure, but I don't think that's something Metroid needs.
They at least need to add wall running at some point. Because Samus does seem like she could do some of that stuff.
Okay, so Andy hates the idea of wall running in Metroid. I actually low-key think that like there's so much potential for wall running in a Metroid game, especially if you combine that with like a speed booster. Like, I think that would be insanely cool. But again, that's not something I need in a Metroid game. And for something like Mirror's Edge, the focus of that game is that first-person parkour platforming, whereas that really isn't the focus of a Metroid game. And so I don't think you'd be able to implement all of those mechanics and dedicate that to a Metroid game, just because there's so much other stuff. I mean, you only have so many buttons on a controller. So I don't think you could fully like make, oh, this is Mirror's Edge Metroid, but like, yeah, sure, there's definitely some things I think could work in a Metroid game for sure, particularly a Metroid Prime game. And regardless, I mean, you know, if I want Mirror's Edge, I'm gonna play some Mirror's Edge.
Even if they don't add wall running, some sort of like you jump towards a wall and then wall jump off of it to get across a gap is like an obvious thing that she should be able to do.
Yeah, I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah. For Mirror's Edge, I played it many years ago, and I think I got partway through it, and then it is one of many games where I turn it off for the day, and then the desire to turn it back on to replay it is just it just doesn't return, and I couldn't tell you what it is. Plenty of games I've done that for. You know, although one with somewhat of an excuse, I guess, is Breath of the Wild, where I did basically every side quest I could care to do in the game. I'm like, okay, I'll go on the main quest now, and then I do like one of the Divine Beasts, and I pick the Gerudo one for whatever reason, and I loved it. That was awesome. And I'm like, what do you mean it's the best one? So I've heard, or something like that. So I'm just like, I think I'm done now. It's all downhill from here. Which is not necessarily a good mindset to have, because it's like, they're all good, I've heard, so do them all. Even if you start with the best one, they're all still good, even if they aren't as good.
Yeah, I think when I played Breath of the Wild, I think the order I did was the Zora, then I did... Man, I can't remember the order I did now. I want to say it was Zora, then the bird people. I cannot remember their species right now.
Gerudo.
And then it was either, yeah, and then I can't remember whether I did Gerudo next or the Goron. I want to say it was Gerudo next and then Goron. I want to say Goron was last.
Breath of the Wild, I did most everything, and then I just didn't complete the main quest for whatever reason. Tears of the Kingdom, I did plenty of stuff, but I just didn't get too very far. I guess, technically, story-wise, I did one of the main dungeons, which is definitely cool. I got the super secret 5th person, but other than that, I didn't I put tens of hours into that game, but I didn't complete it, or didn't put in as much time as I did with Breath of the Wild. Not that I'm one of the people that are just like, oh, it's just Breath of the Wild 2. I don't like this game. No, I'm more than that.
So I think Tears of the Kingdom is an objectively phenomenal game. It is an incredible technical achievement in game design. That being said, I do think, one, it's a little bit too derivative of Breath of the Wild. And having just gotten off Breath of the Wild, I completed that game not long before Tears of the Kingdom. That definitely hurt my enjoyment a little bit. And then at the same time, I just think that game was just overstuffed with way too much content to the point where it just felt a bit bloated for my tastes. And again, I don't think it's a bad game by any means. And I think objectively speaking, like, the technical achievement that Nintendo achieved there, that the development team achieved, is outstanding. Like, but just for my personal game taste, I did think it was a bit lacking.
Samus, we just received
Yeah, I can see that.
abnormal readings from your life support systems. As a precaution, we are downloading the diagnostic data from your system.
Okay, so now since I keep getting these text calls, what are your thoughts on the constant video calls and stuff, and how it may or may not impact immersion and isolation?
So, on the surface, I don't mind. I do think that they're a little bit too frequent in Prime 3, for my tastes, just because I'm someone who does prefer that more atmospheric isolation experience in a Metroid game. Again, I think for the intro, it works really well, and I love, like, all the dialogue and, you know, all the cinematics and stuff like that, the back and forth. I think it works really well there. I have absolutely no issues with any of the dialogue in the intro, but I think once you start, like, you know, the game past the tutorial segment, it's a little bit much for my taste, but at the same time, it's not like a deal breaker for me by any means. Again, I still absolutely love this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then these guys, the Warp Hounds, probably maybe the first example of, like, the your bullet sponge enemy that can be dispatched very easily with the hyper mode.
The hyper mode.
Yeah, the hyper mode.
Now I'm looking at it, I don't know if the charge beam is more energy efficient than the regular uncharged shots are. Looking at how fast the meter drained.
Remy Robichaud says, Metroid Prime 3 hype. Let's go. Yeah, you joined us just in time, Remy. We're on Brio right now, so we're still in the early hours of Prime 3, so we got a lot of corruption left to go still.
What would you say is your most egregious, is the most egregious motion control in this game?
I don't really have issues with any of the motion controls. I know some people really hate the ones where you have to, like, do the twisty ones when you're, like, unlocking a door. You did that one earlier during the DNA sequence. I personally don't really think there's any that I would find egregious personally.
Kidding me? That ragdoll got in the way. Ugh.
Like, there's like are there some that are unnecessary? Absolutely. But are there ones that I think are egregious? I don't know. I think they're fine.
I'd say I think my pick would be when you have to do this elevator thing in the Pirate Homeworld where you have to sync it up. I'm like, okay.
Oh, in the Pirate Homeworld, yeah. I guess, yeah, that one's probably fair. Yeah. Again, I don't mind it, but yeah, that one definitely, I can see that.
I'm saying that because I'm also thinking of, like, Proton John. He did a playthrough of all the Prime games, and he wasn't fond of the motion controls, so I knew when he was getting to that section, it'd just be like, especially since his PC setup was a bit wonky trying to motion control.
Gotcha. Yeah, again, like, I've never really had any of the issues with the motion controls, and I was wondering when I replayed the game back in 2023, I was wondering, like, okay, how are these motion controls going to hold up? Am I looking at this game with rose-tinted goggles? But I played it again, and I still didn't really have any issues with the motion controls, so...
Yeah.
But again, I can totally understand, you know, like I was saying earlier, like I don't like the controls for Samus Returns just because I find the 3DS uncomfortable, and most people are like, "What are you talking about? It feels fine."
I know that some people
different strokes for different folks.
I know IGN made a complaint in the review that their hands hurt after a while playing Samus Returns. Then I played it for a while, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe he was onto something.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Metroid Dread on a controller feels phenomenal. Literally no complaints.
They make sure you use every button.
Yeah, and it's basically like it's a faster Samus Returns basically. Obviously, there's more to it, but like it builds off the fundamentals of Samus Returns.
Yeah, like in terms of gameplay, definitely, though, and story as well on some level. I definitely kind of see where Dak's coming from, where I think he's the one who said where Dread feels more like a Samus Returns 2 than a Fusion sequel.
Yeah, I could definitely see that for sure. Remy says, "Nice. I'm at work, but I'll be watching when I can." Hey, nice. We love viewers regardless where you're watching from. Whether whether you're watching at home, whether you're at work. We appreciate everyone that's in here regardless. Let's see.
Some of these collectibles they're just handed out to you for free.
Yeah, there really are some freebies during these opening moments, or actually I guess we're past the opening moments now. Yeah, and this pretty much this whole first area, they really do just kind of.
Especially the E-tanks. By the time you get to Moganar, you get 5, but then Alicia you get like 3, and it's like
Yeah.
Then you start to really slow down.
I think for the tutorial it makes sense because you need the E-tanks for hyper mode, but yeah, even the missile expansions. But I mean, Metroid Prime 3 is designed to be a more introductory experience, and so I think it makes sense why they're handing a few of them out for the people, for those new folks who haven't quite finely tuned their Metroid senses yet, who, just to give them a bigger fighting chance. Which again, like we said in this game, you're gonna need that for some of those bullet spongy enemies if you're not used to activating hyper mode every 5 seconds.
Are you one of the people like me who scanned everything and can name basically every enemy on sight?
I don't want to say I can name every enemy on site, but I do really love scanning everything in my path for the most part. Like, I am not satisfied until the whole room is green.
Yeah. All right.
Although I will say during my Echoes playthrough, I was not scanning everything and only focusing on 100% log scans, and that might have messed me up because I wasn't able to get 100% like I was hoping for. I missed one Luminoth lore and I think at least one research entry. I got 100% of the creatures though. But yeah.
I was a point where I was doing 100% scan run of Prime 2, and I, for whatever reason, forgot like the pirate grenadier in the homeworld.
Yeah, well, I mean that's fair. There's a ton of pirate variants, so definitely fair to miss that.
Here's our boy. He's coming up. He's everything that's what to think.
Thanks, baby.
It's definitely a thing not what to think about. It takes like 2 uncharged shots to kill a space pirate trooper, and then here's this 1 uncharged shot is enough.
Yeah.
Well, then again in
don't
Prime,
think too hard about it.
Then in Prime 4, you see that Samus can kill a trooper in like 3-4 uncharged shots. I'm like, wow, these guys are weak sauce. What's going on here? Or it's just Samus just that strong. You gotta really scan on the guy. I jumped. Can you think of a character in a Metroid game that got a more brutal death than Rundas did?
Character? No. Enemy? Maybe maybe Experiment Z57. I mean, literally tortured before getting corrupted by the X, and then burning alive in a pit of fiery lava. That's a pretty painful way to go. Actually, you know what? Crocomire. That's my answer right there. Crocomire has the most brutal death. And the boy did not deserve it either. Justice for Croc.
And it's over! I only had a hyper like once, I think. But then again, I am on easiest difficulty. Even when you are not the easiest on normal difficulty, Rundus is far and away the easiest of the hunters for whatever reason. Or at least he has the smallest health pool.
Yeah.
He's like,
oof. Oh. Yeah, I just got to the Rundus death scene on my screen. Yeah, that's a poor guy. Never would have happened if I was there.
Each of the hunters give you like a missile upgrade, a beam upgrade, and a grapple upgrade, as if it's like the main 3 things you do when you're not in Morph Ball.
Yeah, right.
There's like 1 for each. I could go down there. I don't need to. My life feels like in Skedaddle. Hey, watch that pirate trooper down there at the bottom. Yeah, there he goes.
I do appreciate the shortcut that they put up here, that allows you to just go right back to the entrance. Considering this is considering the fire area is like more of a point A to point B rather than like a more circular design, like some of the other Metroid areas.
Yeah.
I know some people don't like that shortcut just because of how, I guess, un-Metroid it is, but I really appreciate it.
I think it's one way.
Yeah.
I made that one. Another type of shortcut here. Figure I just get this out of the way. Because it's not a one-way trip.
Yeah, that's a good one to activate, definitely. Love the very unnecessary gears at the bottom, just to kind of amplify the tension there. although I guess you could say it's maybe like a processing mechanism.
Don't ask where this fuel gel comes from. Can I scan that? Oh, I can scan it. Okay, I didn't think to do that. Gearworks are used to process raw fuel gel before it is sent to the piping network. I never thought to scan that down there.
Well, there you go. That answers my question.
So there is a reason why there's a spinning buzzsaw of death down there.
I mean, I should have known. It's Retro Studios. Like, they would put such an absurd amount of detail into their environmental storytelling. And I mean that in a complimentary way.
Yeah. Like, as far as a Prime 4 goes, like, the lore is what I'm most looking forward to. Like, what are they going to let me scan this time?
Everything.
Okay, I guess here's a quick question about Prime 4. What do you think are the chances that Samus will reacquire the shock coil, considering that Silex is in the game and he'll most likely have it?
Ooh, that's tough. I mean, that's tough. Maybe I could see Samus maybe acquiring it at like the very end.
I mean, granted, of the weapons in Prime Hunters, that is one of the best, but I don't know if that's necessarily some sort of end-game acquiring material for an upgrade. Unless you get some, like, you get it partway through the game, and then you get enhancements to it unassemblable over time.
I mean, it is well because I was thinking like Silex is probably not going to be defeated until the very end if he is defeated.
Yeah.
So that's why I was thinking like maybe it's an end game upgrade, but it is based off of Stolen Federation prototype, so maybe Samus gets access to like, you know, the non-prototype version, the full version of the shot coil at some point before then.
And supposedly it's like banned technology or something. So, but then again, the Olympics apparently just have it around.
Yeah. Austin asked, did they ever say what studio is working on Prime 4? Is it still Retro? Yeah. So Retro is working on the current build of Prime 4. Originally Retro was not working on Prime 4. Allegedly, according to rumors, it was under development by a section of Bandai Namco. But that build was scrapped, and when they rebooted in 2019, by the way, I gotta say, I love that little front flip that Samus does when exiting Morphball in midair. Like, that's such a cool detail they added in Prime 3. I hope that, I hope we see more of those killer Morphball animations in Prime 4. Anyways,
there's also one where she does like a double back, or if you're standing on the ground and you unmorph, she does a double backflip, which is totally necessary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Samus has always been extra when it comes to the flip, so honestly, that's just like super in character for her.
Yeah. Take every opportunity she can to style, even if no one's looking.
But yeah, going back to Austin's question, yeah, so that original build was being developed by Bandai Namco, then it was scrapped in 2019, and when they announced that they were rebooting it, they also announced that Retro Studios was doing it.
I know some people have stated that like as a definitive statement that it was Bandai working on the original build, and I'm just like, we don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know, but a lot of people that I trust have said so, and so I tend to believe it, but we don't truly know for sure, and we probably never will know for sure.
Yeah.
You know, who actually was working on that build.
Like, I know they made
it's also possible.
Yeah.
It's also possible that several studios were working on it, and it was a big collaborative project in general.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, you've seen this guy jump down, but have you seen this guy wall jump back up?
I have seen it, yes. That wall jumping animation is ridiculous, and I kind of love it.
He is moving. Holy goodness.
Yeah, my boy's schmovin'.
He gets up shaking his fist at somebody. He makes more rubble as he comes down, even that's the second time. I was gonna say something else, but I forgot.
Put that guy in Smash. Honestly, yeah, he could work in Smash. You thought you knew the meta. You have never faced the War Golem before. Hey, welcome Torvis. I feel tired from yesterday, so I don't know if I'll be able to provide commentary for Prime 3 later, but I do want to do some for Dread at least. Yeah, absolutely. Save your energy for Dread, Torvis, because that's where your expertise is going to come in the most. But yeah, happy to have you here as a viewer nonetheless. As you can see, we're just starting Prime 3. We're still on Bria, so we got a lot of corruption left to go. Oh, and there's that double backflip you were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Don't intend on getting every upgrade, but if there's something pretty close by, it's just right there. I'm gonna go get it.
Y'all are incredible for being able to do this. Thank you, Torvis. We really appreciate it. Yeah, you know, in a sense, it is literally the least we can do with everything going on. You know, we want to, you know, provide to a good cause and do so in a fun way that gets everyone together. You know. Yeah, slowly melting these fuel gel vines so that we can activate the golem and progress further.
Fuel gel vines.
Which I believe our next upgrade is the ship missiles.
Another highly underutilized ability, but then again, it is a screen nuke, so how well can you utilize those?
Yeah, I am glad that the ship grapple is utilized more, because that's definitely my favorite of the 2 upgrades. But I do wish we got some more use out of those missiles. They get very forgotten after Brio.
Yep. There are a total of 2 locations you can use your ship missiles on. I intend on showing them off.
Yeah, I remember one of them. It's that that one section of the Thorn Jungle where the whatchamacallit, the Berserkers come out. I know there's that. I don't know where the other one's at though. I'm curious to see that.
Would you like me to just tell you?
No, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Okay. We are sorry.
we made a whoopsie. Our bad.
Which is like, I mean, this right here is parts plot-wise the danger with hyper mode, at least that we're going for, where it's like you need hyper mode to stop Phazon because it's only weak to itself, like a dragon type in Pokemon. But you also risk getting corrupted by doing it, and it's like you have to. There's no real way around it. Even the PED troopers that have the backpacks, they are at risk at somewhat to the Phazon madness thing, because the little lone Wii Shop, like Prime 3 channel on the Wii back in the day, had a preview video about it, and one guy's hand started to bug out.
Yeah, that's definitely that I think could warrant a conversation, because I definitely have a lot of thoughts about the Prime 3 preview. Yeah, Taurus Bowl, that's literally what we were talking about earlier. I love how they bioengineered Samus without knowing how Phazon works, without her consent. Yeah, it's like... It's like, honestly, the Federation was showing some shady signs well before Fusion and Other M.
If there was ever gonna go into Silex's hoopla, I wonder, like, I guess side tangent here, where it's like a lot of people are expecting or wanting him to be human. I'm hoping he's an alien of some kind, just because it's some other angle of the Federation, why one might hate them, among other things, and it's just like another human is important. Okay, how about something new, please? That, and he makes like monster noises when you hurt him in Prime Hunters, so it's like I don't think a human can do that. And if that's a feature of his suit, that'd be a very weird thing to put on speaker.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I fully expect him to be at least humanoid.
Well, yeah, he is humanoid, but
I don't know. I fully expect him to have a speaking role in Prime 4.
that'd be neat.
Doom GC says the helmet HUD in Prime 3 is still incredible. That is so much in my sci-fi alley. Yeah, I love all the Metroid Prime HUDs. And the new one in 4 also looks so slick as well. So I'm very excited to see what they do with that. Torvis Bolt also really likes this room. Yeah, this is a really cool room. It's a really dynamic room too. I really like this puzzle setup here. Even though it's like fairly simple, at the end of the day, it's just a basic platforming puzzle. I kind of like the steps that, you know, of getting like all the platforms set up. And I like how the actual the missile bay itself is also part of the platforms you have to traverse. I think that's a cool detail.
For energy cell number 1.
Yeah, that's another thing that I think most people agree that Prime 3's take on like the endgame fetch quest is easily the best, and I tend to agree with that. I definitely like it better where you can just kind of naturally collect at least a few of these along the way.
Yep.
Even though I always go for 100% in these games, so the fetch quests don't really impact how I play regardless. I do think just for I think for it just opens up more options for the audience as well. If you don't want to go for a 100% run, then you know you're not required to retraverse the world to at least to the same degree as you were in Primes 1 and 2. I think it's a lot more reasonable in this game.
Yeah.
But it's still there if you do really enjoy that kind of victory lap at the end of the game.
Of course, that's if you know where to go, because if you don't know the path in the Valhalla, you're gonna have to go back.
That is also true, yes. and another thing is that like you can also just with the Chozo satellites, you can also just pinpoint the exact location of all the items, including the energy cells.
He doesn't tell you
And
where all
unlike, I was just gonna say, unlike Prime 2 or 3, where the Sky Temple keys and artifacts do not count towards your item completion, I believe the energy cells do in this game. which is
Okay.
also really nice.
I'm pretty sure that the artifacts in Prime 1 at the very least count for item percentage.
They do? Oh, okay. Maybe I'm incorrect in that regard.
So I usually save the last artifact in that artifact in the artifact temple that you're like probably a game assumes you get it pretty early on, but I save that as the last thing I get, and I get 100% item collection. I don't remember if the Sky Temple, like the temple keys, do count for item collection, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so I'm confused. Our donation bar just updated to $728 raised, but I'm checking our Tiltify page, and it still says that our last donation was by Rodrigo. So I don't know if I'm missing a new donation or not, but that is definitely a lot higher than it was just a bit ago. Because we're almost at our goal now. We are $22 away from our goal actually, and we are only on day 2. I think we're gonna reach that today.
I'm pretty sure we're a pretty safe bet. Looking like it.
Oh, it just updated now. An anonymous user just donated $100. Thank
Wow.
you, anonymous user. Wow. Wow. And they didn't leave a comment either. I'm surprised. Wow. That's easily our highest donation yet. I think before that we were getting 50s. But yeah, thank you so much, whoever you are. Torvis says, difficult question to answer, but did the Elysia Observatory or somewhere close for it have a scan for SR388?
They did not.
Oh, I can't remember. I remember SR388 was in Metroid Prime. I know it was in that observatory. But
there is no
but yeah,
scan for SR388 in Prime 3. It's Talon 4 and Ether, and for the Prime 1 observatory, it's a Zebus in Talon 4. SR388 is a whole other solar system.
that's right. Yeah. So there's no SR. You know what? I remember now. The SR388 is mentioned in the whatchamacallit, in the Pirate Homeworld, in that Metroid dissection lab. It mentions one of the specimens came from SR388. That's where that meant. That's the only SR388 mention, I believe.
I know there's like a Talon Metroid scan. It mentions that they're the apex predator of SR388, but I think that's only a handful of mentions for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, I think it makes sense because, like, you know, at this point, you know, Metroids are only known from being discovered on SR388. But otherwise, SR388 doesn't really become important to the plot until Samus returns.
Yep.
Samus flying by with the $100 bomb. Yeah, again, thank you so much, anonymous donor. By all means, please, if you're comfortable with telling us who you are in chat, please do. Like, we would love to give you a shout out. Thanks. I had a feeling SR388 was mentioned somewhere in the Prime series. Yeah, it's definitely mentioned, not frequently by any means, but it's definitely mentioned at some very rare points in the lore.
Kind of weird how, to me anyway, where it's like the like Brio's main theme is awesome, and then you get like all the other themes, and they're okay, they fit the mood, but it's not like I'm not gonna re-listen to these on my own time.
Yeah, I think some of the more kind of orchestral neoclassical segments in Prime 3, I don't think they all quite hit the mark, and I definitely think those alternate Brio themes, for the most part. Brio Ice is phenomenal. I love Brio Ice and those little Fendrana motifs that are hidden in there. But yeah, Thorn Jungle and Brio Fire, I agree. You know, they're fine, but they're nowhere near as impactful as the main Brio theme.
And now that I'm doing ship messes for the first time, when the Berserker Lord comes out, you're gonna notice he's gonna try and use someone to hit another person.
Yeah, I do love how he literally Well, I can't say the full phrase because we're not swearing on stream, but beats one person with another person.
Yeah.
If you know that that saying.
And the guy just exploded when he hit the ground.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. That's one of the coolest things that they added in this game, honestly.
Ugh. You nice for long, did you there, bud? Actually, coming up here is a boss. What I saw in like the there's a randomizer I play for those. Usually, I see like Prime randomizers by Bash Prime over on YouTube and Twitch. Those you know about him? Like he did a
yeah, I love Bash Prime. He's awesome.
Yeah, like he did a Prime 3 randomizer not too long ago when he got here fighting the Korak Beast when he had Nova Beam and X-Ray Visor, and apparently the Korak Beast has the whole one-shot weakness that other enemies have, despite it being an early game enemy. So like,
Torvis says, "I'm Bash Prime."
Lock on. Thank you.
Doom GC says, so all the Metroids we see in Prime 3, they all come from SR388 or the ones from Zebes? So all the ones in the Prime trilogy came from Zebes originally. So basically the way it works is that Space Pirate steals, Federation discovers a Metroid, a single Metroid on SR388. They capture it. Space Pirates raid their ship, steal it on Zebes. They start cloning them on Zebes with beta rays. Those are the Metroids we face in Metroid 1. And then all of those cloned Metroids on Zebes are the remaining batch are what are continuously cloned throughout the Prime trilogy and experimented on with Phazon. Yeah, I think the Korak Beast is an underrated boss. I agree, Torvis. Metroid rides horses now.
As I was saying before, apparently, like, you see the Phasite armor on the Korak Beast, and apparently it does have the X-Ray Visor Nova Beam one-shot weakness that other enemies later in the game have, which could indicate that the Korak was planned for encountering later on in the game, but you only fight it here.
Yeah, that's a really interesting thing, and as you were saying, definitely something that comes in handy if you are lucky enough to get the Nova Beam earlier in your randomizer. Well, I guess a Nova Beam and the X-Ray Visor, because you would need both to do that one hit. I also love how the ship missiles hybridize the design of the ship along with a traditional missile expansion. Like, it actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah. If I remember, ship missile expansions don't look that much different from just missile ammo.
That's what I meant to say. Sorry, I just saw the pickup on your screen. But yeah, I really like the design of those.
What are you doing back there? I don't remember if the trilogy or the Wii version of this game has this lower load times, or if they're about the same. This law in particular is important because there's a missile expansion behind here. Not sure why I got stuck behind the wall. Kind of weird.
I mean, you'd be surprised how easily I can lose fairly big items. So, you know, maybe I could absolutely see someone just misplacing this.
Not sure why you have to do this cutscene to get to progress, but it's also kind of just like, maybe the ship should stop attacking. But no, it keeps doing drive-bys.
Samus, there are 2 anti-aircraft turrets protecting the generator.
Yeah, again, gameplay and cinematics first. Don't think too hard about it.
While those guns are
He's trying.
I'm still reflecting on me not realizing that universal ammo are basically mini Octolus after you pointed that out, Duminal Crossing. When did I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure what you're referring to right now. I'm still reflecting on me not realizing that UA are basically mini octoliths after you pointed that out in Animal Crossing. Do you mean like the the artifacts that you use to create those the portals that leads to the octolith? Because I assume you're talking about hunters right now, Spire fan. When we did the MPH guide photo shoot. Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right. The pickups. Sorry, I was thinking of the ammo expansions. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they do look like mini octolith crystals. That is right. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, I'm reminded of something where, like, a really weird moment when I played Prime 1 at some point where, like, isn't it Vendrana Labs, one of the big 2 rooms? I forget which one. I think it was the first of the 2 you normally go into. And, like, I killed a space pirate on the ground. He did his death animation, but then he went straight up. I heard him bonk off the ceiling, and then he fell back to the ground and ragdolled. And I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I do love some of the Prime 1 ragdolls. We had some good ones during the Prime 2 stream yesterday. The Space Pirate ragdoll is an art form. I always when I'm fighting these turrets, I always like to wait for those fuel gel canisters to go by and just obliterate them. Yeah, there we go, like that.
Maybe I'm just not noticing. Is ragdoll physics in games kind of being a lost art, or are they just not as noticeable for whatever reason?
I think it depends on the game. Like I know GTA has great ragdoll, and I assume that GTA 6 is going to continue that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like because ragdoll like isn't considered quote unquote realistic, and so a lot of games, they don't emphasize the ragdoll as much, even though a lot of that was like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like kind of a change in, games are going to change on what they focus on over time, and ragdoll is just kind of one of the things that hasn't quite been as focused on as we've moved on. But like it's still there in some games if you look for it. And again, like I would be stunned if GTA 6 didn't have some good ragdoll.
Okay.
Because that's like one of the best parts about a GTA game.
You notice those 2 guys? They just stepped into the danger zone. They just got annihilated.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw that. Damn. Rip and pepperoni. TF2 is still a top 15 game on Steam, so that's keeping ragdoll death physics popular. That is also true. I feel like in general, Gary's mod and Steam Workshop like alone probably contribute to like a ton of ragdoll today.
You lock on, please. Thank you. This section isn't that bad. The next one is very annoying. Or it can be. No need to worry about.
This is usually where I just abuse hyper mode.
He's got to go down pretty quickly. So. Okay. Okay, usually the tracking on missiles in the Prime 2 is actually pretty good for the most part. Secret missiles can be wonky though. Figure leaves a time or two where I lock onto a missile to someone, and then if it misses, it just goes in a circle until it hits them.
Yeah, secret missiles definitely have a mind of their own sometimes. We were definitely having some issues with that in Prime 2 with a few of the rooms. Like if you don't aim it just right, they'll get hitched up on something, and so you usually have to like aim away from the target so that they something doesn't get blocked in their path.
Usually, like the only thing I can say to that is just stand farther back and let them time to get on course, I guess, because especially in Prime 3, where all the missiles decide to zigzag in between each other for some reason.
Ooh, new Kit and Krista episode dropped today. I'm probably not going to have time to watch it until after we finish the marathon on Sunday, but yeah, definitely looking forward to another Kit and Krista.
I'm not familiar with their stuff. I've watched a handful of clips at the very least. So what would you say is their hottest takes or best topics they've covered?
So basically, they're former Nintendo employees. They used to do a show called Nintendo Minute. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah, I know of it.
Okay, yeah. Well, so basically, their new podcast, ever since they left Nintendo, it's kind of like an extension of that, but they just kind of talk about their tenure and time at Nintendo, and they just kind of give, you know, perspectives on the gaming landscape from people that used to work, like, you know, in the industry. They kind of give some more insight on like what Nintendo's thought processes are kind of leading into the Switch 2 in particular, since there's a lot of questions from people outside, and they're like, hey, we used to work here. We have a fairly knowledgeable understanding of how they work. This is how we think that they're approaching this. And so I really like hearing their insight on that. And then they're just also just really cool people in general.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely a big fan of Kit and Chris. I actually just subbed to their Patreon a couple weeks ago. They one of their Patreon exclusives is they do spoiler casts, and their most recent one was on Metroid Prime Remastered, and they announced that next month they're doing Super Metroid. They're kind of doing Metroid month lead up into Prime 4, so I felt like this was the time to jump on.
This section in particular can be annoying.
It's actually fun. So I just got to the where you were scanning the health orbs on my screen. I think it's really interesting how Prime 1 is still the only game where the health orbs are a mandatory scan for the logbook. But 2 and 3, they are no longer mandatory.
Yeah. Rare sight of aerial troopers walking.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's a thing they can do in this game.
They do have working feet. Yeah, there is a special friend code where you have to do all these without a pirate pulling them back. And of course...
Yeah, I got that one time, and I will probably never do that again.
The issue here is that if they decide to go for one of the levers and they start to pull it, you got a cutscene, you can't stop it.
Yeah, again, this is what... Yeah, I was about to say, like, this is why I absolutely abuse hyper mode here. I don't have that kind of patience.
And the first try, there we go.
Let's go. I got some catching up on chat to do, so let's see here. Torvis says, I don't know how to say this without sounding weird, but what I like about ragdolls is that it intuitively depicts a lack of consciousness or energy. I think I get what you're saying. I think for me, it just looks really silly, but I definitely think there's an element to that as well. Yes, Pirate Fan says, haha, I get you. Like, wow. Like, oh, wow, you really messed them up. Yeah, there it is right there, yeah. It's like a comedic pull right there. A dark comedic pull. So I definitely think you're onto something there, Torvis.
Like, you say Ragdoll, the first thing I think of, I'm not sure if you played this, like, 2000s PS2 Transformers game based off of the Transformers Armada TV show. And one of the first boss fights in the game is have, like, this guy, Cyclonus. You're at the top of this pyramid, he grabs you, he swings you around like a dragon throw from Dragon Ball, he just throws you off the pyramid. You just go flying, and you can't do nothing. You're ragdolling the whole way down.
I cannot believe I know what you're talking about right now. So I used to play that game all the time. I never owned it, but like at the gym they'd have like a PS2 console. They'd have a PS2 console, and oh, I just heard the follower notification go up. So I think we just got a new subscriber to our YouTube channel. Torvis Bolt, thank you so much for joining the hunt. Yeah, welcome to the Omega Metroid YouTube channel officially, I guess now. But yeah, I used to play that game all the time. They had a PS2 at our gym. And that would be like one of my favorite. That and the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. Those would be like Tony Hawk 4, the Transformers game, and Jak 2. Those would be like my go-to games whenever I played there.
And Jak 2 is surprisingly hard.
Yeah, Jak 2 is brutal, honestly.
The Jak 3 is definitely, it's just alright. I love Jak 3.
I haven't played any of them except for Jak 2. I need to get on that trilogy someday. But
An interesting
but
choice.
yeah, I am very familiar with that first level of Transformers and that ragdoll. So I'm surprisingly know what you're talking about there.
Yep.
Spirefan said earlier those shield grabs you're doing reminds me how much Nintendo and Wii ads pushed for that aspect in marketing with an end check. Yeah, absolutely. I mean that was pretty much the whole marketing campaign. You know, you weren't just showing the gameplay. You were also really heavily focusing on the audience and the interactivity of all that. And that was a huge part of why the Wii was such a success out of the gate, was because of that marketing campaign and showing that interactivity. Even if it didn't quite pan out how the marketing was intending you to believe it, I mean, like, it played a substantial role in that for sure.
Coming up, you're going to see someone who's an unfortunate victim.
Spire says Transformers Armada hype favorite series in that franchise. I loved Armada growing up. I'm definitely due for a rewatch there.
I remember
Armada says I thought I was a subscriber before. Sorry, it's all good, man. No worries.
Well, I remember of Armada that the animation was quite lacking at times, but it did like there's a point where like when Unicron showed up, it's like, okay, it's getting good now.
Oh yeah, I never owned the Unicron toy. My friend did though. I owned the Optimus one. But he had Megatron and Unicron, and so we would always do little play fights with all those growing up. We always had so much fun with that.
Like, I will say this about Armada though, like the final battle between Megatron and Optimus is probably one of my favorites, despite the whole animation weirdness, lack thereof, quote unquote. Because nothing else, they are using the environment well in their battle, and they are literally ripping each other apart.
Let's see.
First generator down, onto the second one, and Moganar shouldn't be too far away. Which is probably the biggest difficulty spike in the game.
Sorry, Andy just tagged me in something on Discord. I'll probably have to get back to that later.
I just realized that the ship ammo and or missile expansions look like the ship. Like it's the same silhouette as it was flying away.
Griff, can you solo commentate this for a few minutes? I gotta respond to Andy about something real quick.
If I must.
All right, I'll be right back. Just give me a few minutes.
All right. So, chat, how's the weather? I won't be able to look at anyone anyone was saying, unfortunately, because of how I'm set up. I'm looking at my screen. And if I was able to look to my right or on my phone or whatever, I'd have to squint to see anything. Handful of differences going back here. Won't turn in enough for me. Trying to be slick, and the door takes 5 years to open. Alright, so just the right setup to be annoying. I I just barely made that. My pinky toe landed on the platform, so I'm good. Also, quick update. Sorry about the fact that you can't see my beautiful face. For whatever reason, webcam was not cooperating, so this is what we're gonna have to deal with. Or it was like, I either have my webcam showing or my gameplay showing, and one is more important than the other. Come on. Fine. Alright, and there she goes. Trying to build turret number 3, but they were too late. How much ship missiles do I have? I got enough. I got plenty. Not that ship missile ammo has ever been a real concern. What this thing's called? Scorch bug. I don't want to stand on some ice cube and fight you. Alright, last generator is down. Moganar is soon. One of the first major difficulty spikes of the game. Although I have a bit of an idea as to how to make that more tangible. Okay, those giant machines on the shield making it stay put. Apparently they're in the apparently someone made them with the design philosophy of if it runs out of power, make it blow up. Human part scan? No, okay. That device is not required, apparently.
The destruction of the generators has disabled the Leviathan shield. The seed is now in. You must fly there and find a way to destroy it.
What up? I usually see these guys.
All right, I'm back.
What I'd love to do now for Brio is...
Sorry about
What?
I was gonna say sorry about that. Like, I needed my full concentration when typing that because I get distracted very easily.
Yeah.
So I just needed some silence while I was figuring something out. Basically, Andy and I were just trying to figure out some back end stuff with the stream right now. Because I can't remember who. I think it was Metroid that brought up the AM2R segment that was cut off, and so we were just trying to figure out what was going on there. And it seems like YouTube only saves up to 12 hours of the stream when it saves the VOD. And so we were just trying to figure out how we wanted to go about that. So I think what we're going to do is I think we're going to do 2 broadcasts a day to space things out.
All right.
And so that way the rest of the segments will be saved. Luckily, in the case of AM2R, that was something we were planning on uploading later as its own standalone thing for people who missed out on the stream. Because I mean, that's a meaty piece of content that we just wanted to have archived on our channel regardless. But yeah, we want to archive the rest of the stream as well as a live segment. And so I think what we're gonna do there is just do 2 separate broadcasts. So we'll probably start. We'll probably start the second one right after you finish Corruption. And so yeah, for everyone in chat, we'll migrate you over to a new stream for that. And that way, for anyone who is who wasn't able to make the stream, if you're so inclined, you can still revisit these archives and check out all of these runs. Let's see.
Last of the show generators.
Catching up.
Last of the show generators are down. All that's left for Brio right now is Mogadar, the biggest difficulty spike in the game.
Really difficulty spike, but definitely like the spongiest of the bosses in my opinion. Definitely my least favorite fight in this game.
Definitely up there. Although at least when he puts on his baby booties and starts to ramp, like he got a morph ball bomb his feet, I have a way to make that a non-issue.
Oh my gosh. Torvis Bolt coming in with a $120 donation. We have a new champion in the house, folks. And with that, we have not only reached our goal, we have far surpassed our goal, and we aren't even halfway through day 2 yet. Oh my goodness, that is what an incredible power play by Torvis there. She says, thanks a lot for doing this. You all are a positive force for the Metroid community, and I'm really glad to see the early success for this marathon. P.S. Sorry, Andy. Well, Torvis, thank you so much, and thank you again to everyone who has contributed a donation so far. We really appreciate all of the interactivity and the donations. All of this, as we've mentioned several times before, is going to the Trevor Project, one of the leading organizations that is trying to help with counseling and suicide prevention services for young LGBTQ plus youth. And especially right now in America, this is something that they are in need of more than ever. And so we are doing our little part in trying to make a difference. Even if it's a small difference, even if it's only a difference on a single person's life, we want to contribute to that because, folks, trans rights are human rights. Yeah, Torvis says this effort means a lot to me, and it's for an amazing cause. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much to everybody who's contributed. Like, I really cannot state like how incredibly grateful I am for the turnout in all of this. Because we really didn't know what we were going to expect from this, and this has like massively outperformed our expectations. Yeah, because we set this thing to 750 for like the entire 5-day event, and we are already at $848, not even halfway through. And technically, we had a $1,000 stretch goal too. I don't know. I think we're gonna be able to hit $1,000 by the end of today. Hell yeah, trans rights are human rights, 100%. 100%. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
For those who just missed it, when he puts on those baby booties of his, we got a morph ball and just turn on hyper mode. You will be unharmed.
I don't know, I like to think of them more as like morning slippers, you know what I mean? or like the rain boots. Alright, I'm gonna catch up to the chat a little bit since I had to walk out there for a few minutes. Let's see what we missed out on. Mega Blade says, I need to play all three, but what's the reason for Samus's ship change? There isn't really a lore reason. They just kind of do change. But yeah, in Prime 1 in Hunters, she uses a ship design. Prime 2, she uses the kind of the Samus Returns and Super Metroid ship design, and then Prime 3, Federation Force, and now Prime 4, she has this new kind of this almost kind of fighter jet looking ship design. So yeah, there isn't really a lore reason that we know of at the moment. The only official lore reason for Samus ever changing a chip that we know of is in Fusion. Her Super Metroid ship gets destroyed, and she ends up using that new purple one in that game, as well as continues to use it in Dread. That's the only really official lore reason for a ship change we have at the moment. And I guess Zero Mission too, because she did have that one original ship design there that got destroyed in that new sequence they added there.
I keep laughing, jerk. And there's a thing where he shoots a laser beam at you, and if you hit him with an ice missile, it'll actually freeze his head temporarily.
Oh, I didn't know that. Because again, I usually just abuse hyper mode for this fight, so.
Running theme, I see.
Yes. Yeah, Sam Spiteri chimes in, wow, what an amazing community. Absolutely. I am so, again, I'm absolutely speechless right now, even though I'm continuing to talk. And also, hi Sam, how are you doing? What day is your, what day are you and Andy playing Metroid Blast again? Because I completely forgot, and I don't have the schedule up on me right now. I like all of the Metroid ships. Really glad to see the Prime 3 one reused. The Prime 3 one is my favorite ship. I love the Prime 3 ship, and I'm so happy that it's coming back and looking better than ever in Prime 4.
I'd say the Prime... I have a sauce off of the Prime 1 ship, as well as the classic ship. They're both pretty close together for me.
Yeah, I love both of those designs as well. They're awesome.
And Mogadar is down.
All right. Good riddance. I hate this boss
Yeah,
so
good
much.
riddance, dude. There's a point, like, after I destroyed 2 of his little sockets, he just smacked the ground and just walked around for a bit and wasted time. There's one part where he did that move like 3 times in a row, and it's annoying. And here we've got we've got an interesting scene here now that Samus has got a bit more corrupted out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was about to say, Samus is about to be looking like I did on my 30th birthday. Metroid Blast, Saturday, first thing in the morning. All right.
Definitely an interesting scene.
Yeah, there's me responding to all that Bacardi I drank that night.
Getting another interesting upgrade, the Hyper Ball.
A cool upgrade, another very underutilized one though. Weirdly enough, up until you get to phase at the very end of the game, and then all of a sudden, like, it gets pre-utilized actually out of nowhere.
Yeah, I feel like outside of that end game sequence when you have to, like, the Hyper Ball seems to drain way too much energy way too fast, so I don't really ever want to use it.
Torvis says the official, unofficial name for the Prime ship name is so awesome. Remind me what it is again, because I remember that was also revealed in like one of the Kiwi interviews.
The guy said I think it was the Thrush Eterna or something like that.
That sounds right to me. I remember the word Eterna being used in there.
The Thrush, like after a name for a bird. That fact in particular.
That is a pretty dope name.
That fact in particular does stick out to me. I remember that one.
Now, whenever I hear Eterna, I think of Lux Eterna from the last Metallica album. Yeah, Torvis confirmed it is the Thrush Eterna. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but like that little organic pod that the Leviathan seed comes out of, there's a similar looking structure in Dark Ether, in the not the first room you enter in Aegon Waste, but the oh, I can't remember what it's called. It's the one that's in the after you face Dark Samus, you get the Dark Beam. That portal that you enter there, it's where there's a Dark Aegon key there, and I swear there's a structure on the ceiling that looks almost exactly like that, and I wonder if the similarities there is purely coincidental, or if that was like, you know, purposeful and like, hey, this is a little homage to Dark Ether, and maybe like that, you know, that room you're in is like where that version's Leviathan seed is.
Yeah, well, it seems like the Ing was their development was influenced by Phazon. If nothing else, you find phased Ings in Prime 3.
Yeah, they're definitely linked to Phazon, but that structure, I could definitely see that structure in particular being coincidental. Maybe like just kind of a reused asset linkage at most, but not intentionally like linking the two, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I could see something like that maybe, but like I'd have to compare them side by side, but they look very similar.
Where GF Aurora Unit 217 is stationed. Unit 217 has been infected.
All right, there we go, folks. We are one planet down, 2 to go. It's time to move on. I think our next planet, Skytown, is most people's favorite area in Metroid Prime 3. I'm definitely a little bit more partial to Brio, but Skytown is an incredible area in and of itself.
Yeah, like I see Lucy as like my favorite place in Prime 3, the music, overall atmosphere, and stuff like that. Also, steampunk the planet.
Mm-hmm. And it also does have some wonderful sequences that we'll talk about later. Most notably, for me at least, the Xeno research sequence, which I think you could argue might be like a top 10 Metroid moment.
Yeah, I love that sequence too. If you don't mind, when I land on Alicia, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute stretch to go to the bathroom.
Hey, no worries. Yeah, we can put ourselves on a little short break, take a bathroom break, get yourself recharged, re-energized. I think we earned that after our Brio victory there. Yeah, Chozo Lord, the bobbleheads are awesome. I will be very disappointed if we do get that port on Switch and they remove the bobbleheads. I will be very disappointed. Way more so than them removing the fusion suit in the Prime Remaster.
At some point, there are like some dioramas that are in Prime Trilogy specifically. I don't know. I think they're in Prime 3 as well, but I can show those off at some point.
Yeah, the dioramas are carried over in both.
I'm gonna save real quick, like.
Hey, welcome to the chat, Dak. Yeah, we hit the goal, y'all. Far exceeded the goal actually, and we're still just in the early hours of day 2. We got a whole lot of Metroid left to go. Metroidus says, so I was a bit confused by 217 at the end. Its tank was being corrupted, but it's not actually the final boss, question mark. I believe... No. So are you talking about the Skytown Aurora unit? So basically what's happening there is that it's being corrupted, but it's mostly just being used to deactivate the network, whereas 313 on phase is actively being used to control the planet by Dark Samus. And so once Samus is able to upload the vaccine to 217 in time, which is why we're able to save it and why we ultimately don't fight it. Yeah, Prime 3 is so good. I was saying this earlier in the stream, but like I'm so happy that I replayed this when I did, because like I've always liked Prime 3 a lot, but like I definitely had a lot of criticisms of it compared to 1 and 2, but yeah, when I replayed it at the end of 2023, yeah, I feel like a lot of those criticisms for the most part I still had, but I forgot about how much good stuff this game really had, and I ended up just having such a blast playing through it, and like I think it definitively put like the Prime trilogy as my all-time favorite gaming trilogy, just replaying it, because it is still a quality entry in its own right.
Alrighty, I'm gonna take a quick stretch bathroom break, and we shall return to more Metroid Prime 3 in a little bit.
All right, sounds good. We'll see y'all in a bit. We'll be back in just a few minutes, y'all.
Alright, and I'm back.
All right, welcome back. Let's liberate Skytown, y'all.
So what are your opinion on these roller coaster segments?
So, I really like the concept of them. What I don't like is all of the random stuff they like try to put in front of you. It starts to borderline on annoying rather than fun. But like, because I think I kind of just prefer the whatchamacallit, those little crane segments in Metroid Zero Mission and Kraid's Lair. I think if they operated kind of similar to that, I would have really loved them. Because I like the concept of them, I like the visual of them, but yeah, I think they put a bit too much stuff in front of you to where it becomes less fun and just more tedious.
Yeah, also FYI, if you ever play this game on hyper mode, know that the things that normally get destroyed or knocked out of the way with one shot, they take two. So, you probably want to go into hyper mode when you're going on the hyper mode difficulty when you're going on these sections here.
Yeah, like most things in Prime 3, you will want to abuse hyper mode. There's a little tease of a mini-boss we'll be facing later. Although you guys are probably hearing this well after you saw the tease, since I'm watching the footage on YouTube about 20 seconds before.
The topic of sorts. Like, super missiles and power bombs are a very iconic ability Samus has, but they're not in this game, even though hyper missiles are basically super missiles. But there's no power bomb equivalent.
Yeah, power bombs are weirdly absent. I feel like super missiles, because the missiles in this game basically stack on each other, I feel like you could have done the same with super missiles. I mean, at this point, Fusion already did that as well. And then Dread kind of brought that back.
If all of your missiles in this game, like, stacked, if you could fire, like, if you got 255 ice super missiles in this game, considering how strong super missiles are in the Prime series, that would be ridiculous.
I mean, is it though? You already got hyper mode. You already have pretty ridiculous firepower it is in this game.
Yeah, well, that firepower comes with a totally dangerous risk involved. Talk about hyper missiles. I think that when I do end up fighting Helios, I think I have a way to make him seem like a chump. But I'll have to wait and see. Although, spoiler alert, it does involve using hyper mode.
Does or does not? I couldn't hear you there.
Does.
Okay. Well, again, like most things in Metroid Prime 3, when in doubt, bust out hyper mode. Watching you use Spring Ball also makes me so jealous. I was playing a GameCube build of Echoes yesterday, so I was doing everything with Morph Ball bombs only, including Spider Guardian. Which, not gonna lie, I had a phenomenal Spider Guardian run last night. Like, my Spider Guardian was kind of on point. I'm pretty sure it was a PB for myself at least, not like you know, worldwide, obviously. I love the Steam bots. They're so weird. I'm gonna catch up to some of the old chats as well while you were away. Devin Bolster says, "Why is Samus so okay with the Galactic Federation making their own mother brains? Seriously, I feel like she should be mad about that, and the Federation just won't stop trying to make more of them." Well, technically, so according to the lore in Prime 3, the Aurora units have been in service for 2 decades at this point, which is well before the events of Metroid 1.
Yeah.
There is hints in the Metroid Prime 3 preview, which maybe this is a good segue to finally talk about that. There are some hints in the Prime 3 preview where it hints that they're based off of Mother Brain.
Their chamber that they're shown looks identical to Turian.
Yeah, including like the little Rinka turrets and everything.
Which are not in the game though, but
But it's hard to tell if that's like actually canon though, since none of that is actually in the final game.
Yeah. It's nice they made a channel like that for Metroid Prime 3 at all, because how often have they done something like that for a game?
Yeah, I'm gonna read the rest of these comments, and then I think we can talk about the Prime 3 preview, because I definitely have a lot of, I think we both have a lot of thoughts on that for sure. Metroid says, I swear at the end during my energy cell run, the 217 tank was actually covered in Phazon. Nothing story-wise happens, and then you just go to phase and fight 313, but I could be wrong. So there's Phazon on the outside of the tank, even after you cure 217 itself. There's some like stray Phazon on the outside of the tank, but you actually like vaccinate 217 and cure it of its Phazon corruption.
The vaccine can cure corruption. Why don't I have that?
Don't think about it. We are sorry. Torvis says, if we have selectable beams in Beyond, I hope we get something like Imperialist and Hyper Beam, because they would both be powerful but require either good aim or good tracking to utilize the power. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree. I definitely prefer the switchable beams to the stackable beams in the 3D games. I think stackable works better for 2D. Well, I don't want to say works better for 2D. It's all we've gotten so far in 2D. I guess aside from like Metroid 1 and 2, but like that's a little bit different. But yeah, that's definitely my hope, and I definitely also do agree. I hope we do get some of those more traditional weapons in our swappables too. I like how, you know, you mentioned the Imperialist. I think the shot coil is also another good example. You know, kind of a beam that doesn't really have a charge function, but also operates a bit different than like how your standard beams fare. So I definitely hope we get more of those as well, that kind of go outside of what we consider a traditional Metroid beam, if that makes sense.
I'm hoping there's
Batrogue.
Like if Prime 4 takes a like Prime Hunter's approach on Symbol, considering Silex is here in the game, I hope we get more exotic collectibles than Hunters did, because it's like the 6 affinity weapons and that's all you get. Like, not throwing shade at the affinity weapons, but it's a little bit underwhelming on some level.
I think that's just more an example of 1, time constraints, and 2, just multiplayer being the bigger focus of that game,
among other
campaign.
System limitations.
I don't think we're gonna see like asset reuse to that degree.
I mean, credit to Hunters developers though, they made a bunch of maps for Hunters, and they made it work pretty well, seamlessly connecting one area to the next and make it a believable world, or worlds.
Batrogue says, just got back from work. So great to see you've already beaten your goal. Great work, everyone. Yeah, again, I know I've been ad repeated in this the whole stream. I cannot thank you all enough. Like, you know, I'm so happy to have this many people in the Metroid community supporting a wonderful cause, and you know, we're just happy to have you all here and to have fun with all you guys. You know. Locke says, I wonder if the Aurora units will play a part in Prime 4. I don't think so. I think that was just kind of a one and done for Prime 3.
Probably.
Honestly, I'd be shocked if the only way I could see them ever getting referenced is if like there's a logbook entry referencing the events of Prime 3. Otherwise, I don't think we hear a peep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a one and done thing, even though I'd like to see them come back in some capacity. Instead of it just being...
I agree. I think they're a great world-building element. I especially would... If they do, in fact, bring back that mother-brain connection, I would really like to see that built upon. But, again, I'm not expecting that. Forrest Hoku says, just tuning in. We in Skytown. That is correct. We are in... Yeah, we just started off Skytown. I was about to say we haven't fought any bosses yet. That's not true. We did fight the Steam Lord as a mini-boss, so that we're approaching... our first real boss in just a little bit.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're
another difficult part of the game, or another difficult boss depending for whatever reason.
Yeah, this is definitely This is definitely one where you really do have to start getting good with the lock-on free aim.
Also, fun fact, another thing I learned from a Bash Prime randomizer is that the screw attack just annihilates the defense drone. It just one-shots that thing almost.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that definitely sounds preferable to the actual fight. Although I will say it's a tedious fight, but I think it's also a really good fight. Unlike Mogadar, where I just think that fight is tedious and boring. So, Defense Drone, I'm definitely a little bit more lenient on. Corvus Bolt says Shockcoil would definitely be a tracking weapon. Honestly, yeah, they did a fantastic job on Hunters considering the limitations. There is genuinely like so much cool stuff in Hunters. I replayed that in 2022, I want to say, and there is so much detail put into some of those environments. There's this one room in Vesper Defense Outpost where you collect the battle hammer. There's this morph ball tunnel that you go around where it literally goes into the it stretches into the outside of the station. You can see like all of the ice and the debris circling around it, and then in the center you see this gooey organic looking brain structure in this busted jar that's like spinning around, and it's like it looks so awesome. And all of that is happening on like the little Nintendo DS console.
Little DS that could.
Like, yeah, God, Hunters has such a cool art direction. Honestly, that's another reason why I'm a little peeved about Federation Force. It's like, Mike, you're on the 3DS. Compared to the DS, that's a substantial upgrade, and yet, man, that art direction just has zero sauce. And then you look at Hunters and everything that they did with that, and it's such a night and day difference.
Like, the highs of Hunters are just like, that's the kind of quality and the stuff that I expect from a Metroid Prime game. But then there's things like you fight the same two bosses 4 times each, and not that many power-ups, among other things.
Yeah, and then that's where those time constraints show, unfortunately.
Yeah, like people talk about like a Super Metroid Fusion remake or whatever. I'm saying of all the Metroid games, I think Hunters like deserves a remake of some kind. Because there's some cool stuff in there that we'll never see again.
I think at the very least I'd be down for like a remaster of Hunters, and then maybe like I don't know if I'd want to see a sequel down the line. I think you could incorporate a lot of that into like a mainline Metroid Prime game. But oh, rip Samus.
Yeah, I know. Like the Orpheon over on YouTube has also made a video about Prime Hunt, like that exact same topic, and it's just like, considering the resources for making a remake, just make a sequel or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because like if to properly remake Hunters, they just have to like improve and just expand on so much stuff, because a proper make it like upgrade it from, not only remake it but upgrade it quote unquote from spin-off to like full game status. Like majorly expand the areas, a lot more new upgrades and associated environmental stuff to go with it, among a whole bunch of other things. I'll just make a whole new game.
And I think at that point, if you're adding that much more of the traditional Metroid elements in, I think at that point you may as well just make that another mainline Metroid Prime game.
Yeah.
Torvis says, Locke says the Vesper brain threw me for a loop as a kid. Yeah, definitely. It just kind of comes out of nowhere, but it's such a cool world building element. And then Torvis says, I love the Alanos theme. I think it's so refreshing to have a magma world have a somber tone. I agree. I really love the Alanos theme. I think my favorite tracks of that game though come from Celestial Archives though. Those all the Celestial music is my favorite. The beginning, which kind of has some leitmotifs referencing the landing site from Prime 2. Then you have the secondary theme, which just has this beautiful melodic structure. I think it's a criminally underrated track in the Metroid series. And then, we're about to fight the Defense Drone right now. Or you probably already are by the time my voice will come through, since I'm seeing this late.
Yeah.
And then the final section, when you do your second trip, when you're on the outside and you're jumping through space. I kind of love the more environmental ambient structure. You can hear like all the little creaks throughout the space station as it's breaking apart. Love all that. Forrest Hoku says, I would love to see Speed Booster make an appearance in Beyond. 100% agree. Perhaps not where you get faster, but enemies and weapons get slower. That's where I disagree. Could be a limited time thing that you can upgrade, lengthen. I definitely so Samus Returns kind of had something like that with the phase shift ability, where rather it was kind of a replacement for the speed booster, where instead of you going faster, everything else around you slowed down. And I much prefer the speed booster because I think what makes the speed booster work for me so well, it's not just that you're going fast, it's all of the momentum-based mechanics that are attached to it. And there's something so satisfying. It's why I love racing games so much. There's something
Are you kidding
incredibly
me?
satisfying. Huh? Oh.
Look at his health.
The boss.
Look at his health.
Oh.
There,
Oh, man, you were
literally one shot
yeah,
away.
Yeah, now I just got to it. But I was just gonna say the thing that makes the speed booster like work so well for me and racing games in general, I love. It's not just about going fast; it's about going fast while also keeping your momentum in a handful of tough pressure situations. That's what makes the speed booster so satisfying to use for me, and what makes it so fun to see in action. Torvis is in chat right now. You should check out some of her gameplay clips. Like, she has an absolutely insane speed booster game in Metroid Dread, and so many incredible routes taken. And watching those routes and knowing how precise some of those inputs have to be is like what makes both playing and just watching it in action work so well for me. So I definitely would not want. If the speed booster did come back in Prime 4, I definitely wouldn't want it to just be everything else around you slows down, because for me, at least, that kind of defeats the whole point of the speed booster.
Okay, that reminds me of a fun fact from another one of the Kiwi Talk Retro Studios interviews, where apparently they did attempt to put the speed booster in Metroid Prime 1, but due to time constraints and also just they couldn't figure out the fact that it gave plenty of people in Japan, at the very least, motion sickness, which in general, Prime does have a motion sickness issue that at least a friend of mine said that he dealt with when I let him borrow the trilogy. As well as Maximilian Dude over on Twitch and YouTube, he also had motion sickness stuff going on. But so mainly for that,
especially with the thermal visor, I remember that playthrough.
Mainly for that reason, the speed booster was not implemented. However, as a result of the speed booster not being able to work, they made the boost balls a sort of in between.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Forrest brings that up. I'm just worried that first person might not gel with it and make people throw up. So that's the thing. I think you could do a first-person speed booster personally. I think Destiny 2 actually.
I was about to say
something relatively similar, and I think that works pretty well in first person. At the same time, though, with our modern camera systems, I think that's an example where you could actually pull the camera out to third person. Which I think would also be a lot easier, not just to reduce the motion sickness, but also just provide a much wider POV, which might make navigating with the speed booster a bit easier, depending on how fast it goes. So I definitely think there's ways to do it, but that's my preferred way to implement the speed booster. I also don't need the speed booster in Prime 4, and I'm trying not to go in with that expectation, because we have had 3 incredible Metroid games that have no speed booster in sight, and so we can have another one that also doesn't have a speed booster.
Just of all the classic power-ups that have not been in a Prime game, the speed booster is definitely one that I would like to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's my all-time favorite upgrade in the Metroid series, so
yeah.
I mean...
Like, I just Flash have to be a close second.
Better. Yeah, and Other M is really the only kind of only 3D speed booster we've gotten, which I think is, a decent first step. But, like I was saying earlier, I really like being able to, to chain my momentum together with the speed booster. That's what really makes it work for me, and you can't really do that in Other M. It kind of functions more like how it did in Super, where it's kind of, you got one path to do, but you can't really chain it on surfaces and jumps and stuff like that. You really only get one shot to kind of put your boost into another place.
Even then, Super Metroid, there are plenty of instances where you can shine spark and do all sorts of creative stuff with it if you know what you're doing. As well as Other M, where it's like for other than like 2 instances, you have to use speed boost and shine spark when the game wants you and how it wants you to use it.
Yeah. And again, I think for that game it works really well, and especially as a very first attempt at a 3D speed booster, I think it knocks it out of the park. I also just really like the sound design of the speed booster in Other M. I like that. I love the kind of the train chugging noises that Samus's feet make when she's running.
Yeah.
It sounds so awesome.
You know, I talked about this stuff though. The speed booster implementation in Other M is pretty cool, but at some level it's kind of like one of my issues, quote unquote, where it's like this. The term I'm going to use for this is kind of crude, but most quality-wise, on some level, you can expect from Other M outside of aesthetical things that are kind of subjective is like half-assed is the best you can expect, because it's like combat is like they try to make a character action-like, but there's no combos or anything like that. In the speed booster, space jump, screw attack, it's like those are the two power-ups I would most want to see in the 3D space. See how they would work. It's like considering how ridiculous speed booster puzzles at the very least can be in 2D, with a Z-axis to work with, what could they do? Well, not much, because it's kind of like it's in 3D space, but on some level it's like the same kind of 2D usage of the speed booster, despite the Z-axis being available to you. So, and then of course there's the space jump, where it's just a super double jump instead of what we'd expect from the 2D games. So it's just like you had an opportunity and they just didn't bother. Or it's like they figure you might sequence break if you could do that kind of thing, and they didn't want to risk that, I guess, but that's just my conjecture. It's cool to be sure, and I would like another attempt, but who knows what will happen.
Absolutely. Locke says that first thing when you land on Arcterra is hauntingly beautiful. The environmental sound effects, like Samus's footsteps in the snow, complement it perfectly. I agree. Hunters has some really good ambient tracks in general. Well, we're getting our first look at Corrupted Gore here, who actually just gets absolutely bodied in this opening cutscene, not gonna lie.
I guess I can do that a tangent right now. Like, do you have any sort of quote-unquote one fear of Metroid Prime 4 outside of some sort of like, oh, I hope the game's good, I hope it sells enough, because that's kind of obvious stuff, because on some level my quote-unquote one fear, I don't know if they'll do this or not, but it's like, I've made this point before, at least off-stream, Samus has beaten Silex before with like various suit power beam and missiles, low end of her arsenal, and Silex even called in his gunship halfway through, and Samus still beat him. And he seems like a major antagonistic force, but one where Samus can beat him, even with what she starts out with in Prime 4, seemingly. So, how will he be a threat? I don't know. But I'm hoping they don't do some sort of like Worf effect on Samus to make her seem incompetent out of nowhere just to prop up Silex as a believable villain. But I don't think they'll do that, considering how cool and capable she is.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I don't think they're gonna make Samus look incompetent. I think they're gonna buff up Silex quite a bit in this game. So I'm definitely not worried about that at all. I guess my two quote unquote fears of this game is, I guess one related to Silex. I hope they don't mess up Silex's backstory. And in particular, I've talked about this. I hope he doesn't take the mask off. I hope the entire game he keeps that mask on. He can talk as much as he wants, and I think he will talk, but I don't want an unmasking scene. I don't want like, oh, I've been this important character in your life all along. I don't want any of that. I want Samus to be a cool, unique, original character that's able to stand on his own.
If Silex is some sort of evil version of Samus involved in the future, I'm gonna cringe so hard. Like, please don't do some sort of maximum clone-ish hoopla from Spider-Man or not something. Because if it is gonna be about time travel, that can be a dangerous road to go down. Even though it's kind of only a matter of time for me with Metroid, because it's like sci-fi series, time travel is a pretty staple of that genre. Multiple Nintendo franchises have done it. I mean, the phase drift has time manipulation in it, so it's not like it's unprecedented. But granted,
that's a bit different though. That's not really time manipulation in a lore sense. This is probably going to be the first time though, yeah, where we see like time manipulation play a huge role in the story.
Potentially. Like, if there is any way for Silex to be a threat, I'm assuming it's going to be like they're looking for some MacGuffin or alien artifact in the station. And like, if there's some boss fight with Silex at the end of the tutorial, at some point during the fight, it'll be interrupted with the pirates getting the artifact they're looking for and using it, and then Samus just can't deal with it. Or something will go horribly wrong, and no one will know what's going on, and they'll all be maybe flung into the past, or who knows.
But yeah, that's my first one. And my second one is actually a bit less of a worry now as I've gotten used to it, but I've been burned by some of the more recent Metroid games, so I still have to point it out, man. I need Prime 4 to have a stellar soundtrack. It has been so long since we've gotten a true. I did not realize until Metroid Dread how much I took for granted incredible Metroid music, and I did, because like it used to be just commonplace, and then Dread kind of made me realize, no, actually, like, yeah, obviously, like it, this stuff takes a lot of work. It's not easy to make, and I'm sure Prime 4's is going to be better than Dread's from what we've heard so far, but I can't just have a good soundtrack. I need Prime 4's music is the one exception where it's like, no, I need this soundtrack to be like a 9 out of 10 at minimum. I don't think I'll be able to accept anything lower than that, if I'm being honest. I would also preferably like to see them lean more into Metroid's roots, started by Hirokazu Tanaka, where the music is an extension of the environment. We haven't really seen that yet, but also like that opening sequence is very much emulating the Prime 3 opening, which doesn't seem like it's going to be like that the whole game. And so I think that more neoclassical cinematic experience makes sense for that little opening segment of the game that we saw. And the Silex guitar riff also sounds cool as hell, regardless of what my preferred Metroid sound is. Like, that just sounds awesome. So no complaints there from me. And I also am starting to dig the that new take on the Space Pirate theme that we saw in that demo as well. But
of course, who knows if that's actually going to be the actual combat theme, but we'll see.
I think I do wonder if there's going to be multiple Space Pirate themes, because Federation Force has like 3 or 4 different variations of the Space Pirate battle theme throughout the game.
Doesn't Fed Force have like 200 something songs in there?
It has over 200. It has a ridiculous amount. It has too much music, honestly.
It is definitely one of
that soundtrack is.
It is definitely one of the soundtracks of all time.
Yeah, that is correct.
I've listened to. I tried to skim through some of the soundtracks on YouTube, and I'm just like, the main theme sticks out to me. There's this one combat theme for, I think it plays in several stages that I remember vaguely, but that's basically it.
But yeah, from what we've heard so far in Prime 4, I like what I'm hearing. But my thing is, I need to hear something gooey, gross, and organic. If I hear that Invaders synth patch, that's when I'll know, like, okay, Prime 4, we're in good hands now. Which, for those who don't know what the Invaders patch is, that's that squishy, organic sound that plays like at the beginning of the Prime 1 title theme, and it's reused in a lot of the music throughout the trilogy. You'll also hear it in the Xeno Research Lab sequence that will not next, because we're about to fight Gore next, but just a bit later on, once on our return trip to Elysia, you'll be able to hear that synth patch when that music comes in.
I don't remember if this is the same here, but I think to get the ship alert, if you wait too long, I think Gore's ship blows up your ship and you lose. I think that's what happens.
Oh, I never knew that.
I think so. I don't remember, because at the very least, it was like, in the tutorial segment that you can hear Aurora Unit 217, like 242 counting down. It's just like meteor impact in 3 minutes. That is not fake. That is an actual timer you can't see going on. If you wait too long, you just die.
That I know about. I have seen that happen before, which I think is really interesting. I never knew Gore could actually destroy your ship, though.
I think that's what I heard. I think so. I never let it happen. I wouldn't let that happen to me, though.
Yeah. A lot of the timers in this game are pretty forgiving.
You saw I just got like 2 ship alerts in a row, so I got here pretty quick, quote unquote. And there he is. He's beating it up.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually have had a lot of action going on in the chat while we were talking there, so I got a bit of chats to catch up on.
Right, the boss fight's gonna start.
Yeah, just pounding it.
I mean, considering Samus can like throw the Vorash around another round, I'm thinking when Gore throws his ship, can Samus just stop it and throw it back?
Okay, let's see. Torvis says, I don't know if I have the runs in public at the moment, but I'm low-key good with Dread Speed Booster. Yeah, you are, Torvis. You're kind of nuts with the Speed Booster. Definitely, I would recommend checking out Torvis, if you don't have those clips posted publicly yet, please do, because my God, chat, you got to check out some of her stuff. It's incredible. Like your jaw will actually drop seeing some of those speed boost lines. And then yeah, I don't need the speed booster in Beyond either, but if they make it work, I'm down. That's pretty much where I'm at too.
Hey, dude, did you know you can freeze the just fuel gel here?
I did not know that actually.
Yeah, when this guy rushes at you, he'll slip on it.
Oh, that's a really cool detail. I've never tried that before.
There he goes. There he goes.
I still have a few seconds to catch up. Oh wow! Okay, yeah. I had no idea you could do that.
You know,
Really cool.
there's a point where I'm like, this has to be here for a reason. So what's it for? And then he gets rid of it after this phase, so you can't use this anymore. Like, it has to be here for a reason. What's it for? And I just didn't bother to think to freeze it.
Yeah, I just assumed it was like a stage hazard for that that first portion.
Yeah, but
that's a really cool little detail there.
You say it's a stage hazard, but it's like, then why would he get rid of it?
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, shoot your
that
hype
just
man
never
at me.
occurred to me. Let's see. Locke says, "I'm a proud member of the Phase Drift gang. That in Prime would be mint." I mean, hey, I'm glad you like it. I mean, I don't think it's a bad upgrade by any means, but just in general, like, it doesn't scratch that speed booster itch for me. But I think it's its own unique item. It's fine. Torvis says, "Speed booster in Metroid, in my opinion, goes like Dread number 1, Super number 2, Fusion number 3, Zero Mission number 4, and then Other End and last." For me, I think the way I'd rank it, I think Dread and Zero Mission are pretty tied for me in the speed booster department. Followed by Fusion, then Super, and then Other End.
Dread, to me, is like far and away the best speed booster usage, just because you can jump, you can like the fact that you can just maintain it after you jump is massive. And on top of that, you can slide, you can wall jump, you can morph ball, you can ball spark. It's like the best, hands down, in Puzzles Reflect, being able to do all this new stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So I totally agree, and that's why I love the Dread speed booster so much. And hi there, Andy. Welcome to the chat.
Hello. How are you guys?
Fine so
Pretty
far.
good. We just defeated Gore, got our plasma beam now, and so
Nice.
I believe our next item is going to be the screw attack on Brio, unless I'm misremembering.
Yeah, that is next.
All right. I love Ice Brio. Such a cool little concealed area. I wish we got a little bit more of it, but for what we do get, it's a really nice area. But yeah.
Man,
Oh,
great
sorry, I
run
didn't
that you're
cut
putting
you
on
off.
here, Griff. I was just gonna say you're kicking butt here, buddy. Doing a great job. And man, I had some things I was doing this morning, but I come back and we've crushed our donation goal. I mean, wow, that's what an unbelievable morning already.
Yeah, starting the morning off right, if you ask me.
Yeah, totally. Cool stuff.
But yeah, going back to the speed booster for a bit though. Yeah, pretty much everything you said there, I agree, is why I love the Dread speed booster so much. Like, you have so many opportunities to chain your momentum together in ways that just feel like they make sense. I especially love that you can chain it together after a jump, and that you can go in and out of morph ball. You can slide into it. Like, there's just so much cool stuff that you can do that. Zero Mission, though, the reason why I love that one so much is actually weirdly because of its limitations. And like, I know the Fusion, all the other ones everything has a limitation compared to the Dread speed booster as well, but like, I feel like Zero Mission, at least to me, it has that perfect mix of like limitation and practicality for that momentum chaining. And at least for me, like, some of the stuff you can do with Zero Mission speed booster with its limitations just feels incredibly satisfying. Especially some of the unintended shortcuts or ways to get items faster. I just have a lot of fun using the speed booster and Zero Mission, even with those limitations.
This Shriek Bat it just moves up and down. Doesn't really, the model itself doesn't really move a whole lot, like, not animation wise. It just kind of tilts up and down.
I mean, for what it is, it's pretty effective. I mean, you really can't tell unless you're zooming in on it like that.
Yeah.
The life of a shriek bat, up and down, up and down.
Kind of a miserable
Nah,
existence.
he's
You're
just
either
vibing.
hanging on a ceiling or you're dive bombing, and you're not gonna live.
Yeah, I want to go through. I want to go through some more of these chats since we're a little bit behind, since we had a lot of action going in there during our discussion. So I want to catch up, and I want to make sure that we get to everyone's responses here. Torvis says Silex should remain masked until potential Prime 5 at least. I think I agree with that. I think I'd prefer him to be permanently masked, but I'd be fine if we at least got Prime 4 with him being permanently masked.
I kind of think that Silex should be, like, you could unmask him, but don't make him anybody that we know. You know, just have him like an alien race or something.
Yeah, please.
I think that'd be cool.
I agree.
I think if he's like an alien, I think I'd be fine with that. I don't want to see like a human face behind that. Like,
Yeah,
he can be humanoid.
totally.
He can be humanoid, but I don't want like an actual human behind the mask.
I mean, if he's
I
an
want to
alien-
be Samus's brother in a different way,
Yeah,
rather than through
Absolutely.
Silex.
That would be like worst case
I mean,
scenario.
if Silex is an alien species of some kind and he reveals why he hates the Federation, it can give us a different glimpse at the galaxy overall and the Federation that we didn't know about before, as opposed if he was human and he's just some disgruntled employee.
Yeah, there you go.
Mhm. Yeah, and then Locke says, my only fear is the ship being written out, even if it's one planet. I'd love to fly to different continents that expand into their own interconnected Talon ether biomes. And again, like, if I was doing Metroid Prime 4, I would absolutely expand the ship functionality in that game, because that's one of my favorite things about Prime 3, and that's something that, you know, I would love, you know, I want to see more of, because I think Prime 3 is barely scratching the surface on the potential there. That being said, though, I'm not going in with those expectations. I've played 2 phenomenal Metroid Prime games with limited ship functionality. One of them, which is my favorite game of all time. And so if Prime 4 doesn't, have that, hey, you know what? I'm sure it's still going to be a phenomenal game at the end of the day.
I agree. Like, I think that there's something cool about hopping from planet to planet, but there is kind of something about just being immersed in like one kind of dangerous, deadly planet and going deeper and deeper and deeper into that planet. I think as well. So it's kind of like there's pros and cons to both, but I do hope that you can use the ship more in Prime 4. I'd love to see that expanded, because it was almost like a proof of concept in Prime 3. Like, you really didn't use a ton of it.
Yeah, you primarily use it for the landing zones. You use it a little bit for the missiles at the beginning, and then there's some really interesting ship grapple puzzles. Particularly when you're doing the 100% sweep. You don't get really a lot of them in the main game, with exception to the Theronium bomb. So I would definitely love to see more upgrades of that nature that are just kind of naturally integrated in the game, as well as the really cool, you know, kind of victory lap puzzles that you get. Let's see. Forrest agrees, would love to see active ship piloting. Oh, actually, that's a bit differently. That's active ship piloting, not like ship upgrades. That's something I don't need to see, but I actually think that would be cool to see in a Metroid game in the future. That's not necessarily I'm expecting or need in Prime 4, but I agree. I think there's potential there in the future, at least.
Oh, you can't have Samus fly her ship. That's what Star Fox is for.
You know, I was gonna say, like, that reminds me of Star Fox Assault, actually, which is a really cool concept for a game. It kind of had its warts on the GameCube, but I thought that it was like a really intriguing, you know, concept, and I think that you could do worse. And I don't know if a Prime game is the right spot to do that. And to be honest, I don't know if a 2D game is the right spot to do that either. Like, that would have fit perfectly in Other M, you know, where you could just have like ship battles with people.
Like,
Yeah, maybe like on the outside of the bottle ship.
Yeah, I don't know, something like that, or the type of game that Other M was, where it's like kind of, it's not 2D, it's not Prime, somewhere in the middle.
Also have a lot more action focus, so I think like having like direct ship combat would maybe integrate more into that.
Yeah.
Like, also side tangent. I love Star Fox Assault, and I've heard some people are like, "Oh, I don't know where it came from, but like a remaster HD for Switch or something like that." I'm just like, go for it. The soundtrack alone is worth it. It's incredible.
Oh yeah, the Assault soundtrack is phenomenal.
I think it's a really great game for what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like Assault. They're really up until honestly, I think the only Star Fox game I actively dislike is Zero, and even then, that's mostly due to like the wild control scheme that they did for that game.
What
I think the game itself, it's uninspired, but it's fun. It's fine to play.
What I played as Zero, I like the controls, and it's just not necessarily a fan of the fact that it's Star Fox 64 again.
Yeah. That's kind of the thing with Star Fox. They've been chasing the 64 Dragon since 1997, you know? I mean, like, really, they have, like, and they're trying to overthink everything, and it's like, just make a cool new game with a bunch of new levels, basically like Star Fox 64, but, you know, with different, I don't know, different quality of life, multiplayer, stuff like that. It shouldn't be that hard to make, but just haven't quite got it yet. And Zero is the only Star Fox game I've actually never played, because it didn't look, maybe up to the caliber of some of the other games.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's fine. It's certainly, I don't think it's a bad game. Like, I think it's overhated in that regard, but like, it's very uninspired in that regard. And the controls are, at least for me, are a bit wonky, but I mean, you're also talking to the guy that somehow knows how to play Metroid Prime Hunters on an original DS, so take that for what you will.
Indeed. No, I'm with you. I was practicing Metroid Blast with Sam, and she had never held a gamepad or a Wiimote before, and she was like, what the heck is this? Like, what do we do? So I can only imagine what Star Fox Zero was like.
Yeah, definitely not a beginner-friendly game in that regard.
No.
Like, Star Fox as a franchise is apparently like Star Fox 64, Zelda Light. What would you consider Star Fox Assault?
It's kind of like an action game, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was kind of inspired by both Assault and Smash Brothers, because you actually have a playable fox in that game, and so I think they kind of wanted to combine, like, the vehicle combat of the traditional Star Fox games with like more on foot combat. Yeah. I think for the most part it works. Like, it's definitely, like, it shows its age. It's not perfect, but like, I think it's a great game, great package. I would absolutely recommend it to most people, especially like if you're a fan of that GameCube era. Like, I think this is like one of the must-play titles.
For what I remember, I think that what was it? Star Fox 64 actually, its multiplayer had you actually are able to get out of your ship and run around on foot, or that was like a mode specifically for that. And Assault is just, you can do both at whenever you want.
Played 64 multiplayer, so yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I haven't heard of
I don't remember that, to be honest. But
I just remember seeing gameplay of it, so I think I say that now.
I love your me, by the way.
Yeah.
We're all me bobblehead enjoyers here.
Just 10 out of 10.
I'm talking about the Star Fox 64 thing. For whatever reason, I'm thinking, like, the pop in my head is maybe I saw beta footage, but I doubt it. And then for whatever reason, I remembered that there was some beta footage or image of like DK 64, where apparently DK at first didn't have a coconut gun. He just had a double-barrel shotgun.
I do remember that, yes.
And Nintendo was told them, you get that out of there. You change that right now.
I mean, I'd rather have a coconut gun, to be fair, as well.
I mean, it fires in spurts, and if he shoots you, it's gonna hurt.
Let's keep these comments going here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. Mega Blade. I hope Samus doesn't lose as many abilities at the start of the game. You know what? I'm okay with her losing abilities, to be honest. I feel like it's fine. Like, maybe not the double jump and the missiles, but like the rest of the stuff, like, okay. I think Prime 3 is a good template for that, actually.
Yeah. Well, in Prime 3, she doesn't really lose her items. She just kind of starts off with, like, both your basic kit and then a couple of bonuses. Like, you keep your space jump, you keep your charge beam. You weirdly still have to collect missiles, which feels kind of unnecessary, but otherwise you still got the basics of your kit for the most part.
Yeah.
And
Prime 3 and Hunters are the two games where you start with abilities and don't lose anything, unless you count Metroid 2, where you start with missiles and Morph Ball.
Yeah, I do wonder if that Silex scene that we see kind of near the end of that 4 trailer, I do wonder if that's the point where we lose our abilities. But then again, like, Samus gets bodied by Dark Samus in the intro, and she doesn't lose any of her abilities there, so who knows?
I mean, Samus doesn't have a whole lot of things to lose, and if that end part, which is in the forest, is right after the tutorial, she still has Various Suit on. So what's she have to lose?
I was about to say she can't lose her parents again, so. Locke says, I suppose what I look forward to the most is the setting. BSL changed over the course of Fusion. I'd like to see something like that on a larger scale. Locke, I 100% agree. That's actually probably my favorite aspect of Fusion is, you know, those continuously evolving environments and how they constantly change throughout the course of the story. Dread also does it a little bit as well, but I think Fusion is like the best example of that. Even like the main deck, the hub area, you know, has my favorite sequence of the game just because of like how it forces you to literally cut through like, you know, the internals of the ship because of all the vine overgrowth. Like that's like, it's such a cool sequence, and I totally agree. I would love to see stuff like that on the scale of a 3D Metroid game, and I don't think that's impossible. We kind of see that in Prime 3 as well to a degree.
Yeah.
We see different enemy placement. We don't really see the rooms themselves change that much, but we see like enemy placements and new equipment setup that wasn't there before that creates new fight sequences and forces us to use different abilities. So Prime 4, you know, we're looking at, you know, a nearly 20-year difference here. I actually think that's fairly reasonable.
I have a caveat for that though, because this drives me nuts about Metroid Fusion. The map has to be updated to show you that the route is no longer accessible. Because Metroid Fusion does not do that.
That's so right, yes.
You can do it, but golly, please update that map. And here we go, we have got... Oh, look at that. Oh! Got the screw attack. Beautiful.
I love, like, people have issues with the screw attack in the Prime series, but I love the screw attack in these games.
Yeah, I think Prime 3's screw attack in particular adds just enough quality of life overs twos where I really enjoy. In spite of, like, obviously I much prefer the 2D screw attack and its more offensive capabilities, but I don't know, I still think it's fun doing the third-person wall jumps, and I like that you can still chain another screw attack after finishing the wall jump, which you were not able to do in 2. So yeah, let's continue reading some of these comments as well. Spire fan asks, how can Silex be a big threat? Tune in Sunday. Hey, that's right, Spire. That's very right. You're gonna see myself, Spire. Yeah, you're gonna see us, Spire, that Metroid guy, and our very own Dakota Latsky duking it out in Metroid Prime Hunters. We were doing a test run of that game a few days ago, and we were just having so much fun revisiting that. So yeah, I'm so excited for that on Sunday. I hope you guys have fun watching us as well.
You know, I was there for the test run, and as someone that was never like that big into Hunter's multiplayer, like seeing some of those levels, it was the first time I'd seen them since like 2006, and it was almost like I forgot that they were basically there, you know? Like, it was really, really cool and just different to see. So I'm actually, like, really stoked about that as well. Just especially with Spire to see, you know, what you can teach us about some of the tricks and whatnot.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some stuff behind the scenes, so I know he's gonna pull up for sure. And, he's gonna teach us a thing or two. Let's see. Torvis says Dread soundtrack
that's a spicy take.
Dread soundtrack is better when you listen to it outside of the game, in my opinion, but Prime sounds so good inside the game as well. I definitely don't agree with it, but I'm happy that there are others that do feel that way and do get that kind of enjoyment out of Dread's soundtrack regardless.
I actually kind of go the opposite way. I think it sounds good, like, while you're in game, like, not overpowering or I guess memorable for lack of a better term, but like it doesn't sound bad. But listening to it on its own, I don't know if it's got that same, I don't know, like captiveness that some of the other tracks have. And to be fair, like that sometimes that just takes time, but yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I've already talked in length about my thoughts of the Dread soundtracks in the podcast, so I'm not going to go into it here. I want to keep this stream positive. And also, I want to get some more of these comments as well. So,
if you want to hear
my,
is he certified?
So if you want to hear my,
Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
I'll let you go, Griff. Sorry.
As a certified Metroid Dread OST enjoyer, I definitely understand why people didn't like it or didn't feel it was what they wanted in a Metroid soundtrack, so I understand that. I'd say it's good overall, at the very least. But if people don't like it, I understand that. However...
I think I agree with that.
However, at the very least, the fact that every single person who's ever made a video on Metroid Dread has said that the soundtrack is, like, terrible or whatever, I'm just like... Huh? Like... It seems a bit overhated on to me.
I think I would agree with that. I think it's about as good as Samus Returns soundtrack.
I mean,
I guess for
it's
me-
definitely not a Nothing Burger soundtrack like Federation Force had.
Yeah, to me, I don't know. Like, to me, Samus Returns has the same lows that Dread does, but it also has some pretty exceptional highs. So I definitely would rate Samus Returns significantly higher. I mean, you know, Metroid Dread doesn't have a Chozo laboratory. You know, it doesn't have that incredible Torian theme, which I swear every time I listen to that, I swear I put it up one higher on my definitive Metroid song ranking every time I listen to that. You know, it doesn't have a, you know, it doesn't have a surface theme. It doesn't have. I think an area theme. I understand if maybe it's forgettable to most people. I really like the main Area 3 theme a lot. I like how it recontextualizes some of those chiptune elements from Metroid 2, but then starts reincorporating these really interesting original melodies into it. But I also totally understand why Area 3 might not be everyone's cup of tea.
It's Area 3 is like the worst area in the game.
I mean, like as a area in general, I'd probably agree. I'll be honest with you, I can't remember the Area 3 soundtrack, which I mean, like, it's funny since I've played a lot of Samus Returns lately, and in fact I'm playing it tomorrow. So I guess we'll see.
I was about to say you'll find out very soon.
Yeah.
At the very least, Samus Returns does have arguably like the best version of the Lord Brinstar theme.
I still think Super Metroid is my favorite.
Yeah, I'm a Super Metroid purist.
Yeah, the Samus Returns version is very good though.
Okay, then where would you rank them all?
All right,
Like the 4 times it's appeared.
It just auto scrolled for me. Let me go back so that I can read some of those comments. Okay, here we go. Torvis asks Spirefan, who are you playing as on Sunday? He says Captain Falcon.
Show me your moves.
Let's see. Forrest says, just take some of the excess tracks from Federation Force and put it in Beyond. Please don't do that. Actually, that I am not in favor of that.
Whoa! Hold up. The main Federation Force theme is actually kind of good. I will say that. I think it's a good theme. The rest of them,
I don't hate it. And again, I think there's a few gems in the Federation Force soundtrack that I do really enjoy, but like we're talking like 3 or 4 out of 200 plus pieces of music.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So Federation Force's soundtrack is like 0.5% good.
I mean, it's better than 0% good. You know, let's at least give it that.
Yeah, I will say the composers who worked on that game, I generally like their work. I think Federation Force is just kind of, you know, the exception, not the rule. Because that trio, what is it? Chad York. I remember Chad York. I can't remember. There's Darren Ratke, and I can't remember the third person's name. But yeah, they've been doing next level soundtracks since like, you know, the original Mario Strikers era, and I generally love their music. You know, as much as I don't like Battle League, the soundtrack they did for that game is wonderful. The Luigi's Mansion soundtracks they did are great. The Punch Out soundtrack is I think the Punch Out soundtrack might be my favorites they did for the Wii. Like that's such a good score that they all did together for that. But yeah, Federation Force, you know, just kind of a fluke. You can't win them all.
Wasn't Kenji Yamamoto involved in some way, or was he just a special thanks?
I think he was just a special thanks because they used they did a couple of covers of the Space Pirate music, so I think he was just a special thanks, just as a compositional credit.
The theme on Excelsior is also pretty darn close to the Phendrana theme. It's not quite the same, but it uses. Maybe Doom, you can correct me, but I think he uses a lot of the same like instrumentations, just in a different way. So it's not quite a remix, but it doesn't sound too far off either.
All the Prime areas are apparently just Phendrana adjacent.
Yeah.
Let's see. Forrest says, but yeah, need that organic sense to return. I'm honestly kind of split on the more choral direction they went. I think it's too early to say at the moment, because we've really only heard like that kind of operatic sounding choral in the in kind of the spawn theme when Samus comes out of the ship. Like we do hear some more choirs during that that Silex guitar riff, but I mean choirs is just kind of a staple of Metroid at this point. That isn't really a new thing. I wasn't sure how to feel about it at first, and it actually has kind of grown on me since then. That being said, yes, I do hope we do get some more squishy, gross, and organic sounds in that Prime 4 soundtrack. But I like what I'm hearing so far.
Yeah, talk about chorus stuff. Since we both, I believe, have listened to plenty of Halo music, would you say that they at least use chorus the same in some situations, or?
I think Halo uses choral a bit differently because it's very inspired by Gregorian monk chants, especially in like the main Halo theme. Which by the way, Andy, you want to talk about iconic video game music? There's an example of an iconic video game theme right there. But I digress. But yeah, I would say Halo and Metroid use choirs a bit differently for the most part. Because I don't really know what you would, because most of the Metroid choirs, you know, they're very alien sounding. You know, a lot of those choir parts are played on digitized instruments, and they're played in very similar frequencies to the surrounding instruments. And so what you get as a result is you get a choir that, rather than sounding fake and electronic, it ends up sounding otherworldly and alien, which I think is really cool and unique to Metroid. Whereas Halo isn't really going for that in their choirs. You know, it's very Gregorian. It's kind of giving off this feeling of like, you know, ancient in the past, which makes sense for like the Forerunners, which is kind of that sci-fi extinct ancient race. And so that's kind of what I think what the choirs are going for in the Halo soundtrack, which is great in its own right.
But how the chorus kind of acts for the Chozo stuff too, considering they're pretty ancient, advanced alien race too.
Yeah, absolutely. But even in the Chozo themes, a lot of those digitized choirs are still trying to sound very alien. So I think they're going for a couple of different things. I think they work very well for each of the series.
Been a minute since I played Halo, but I do remember seeing it at Video Game Lives and thinking that, or Video Game Live rather, and thinking that it was really cool.
Yeah, I love most of the Halo soundtracks.
The similarities are to the songs.
I think some of the stuff from the newer games is kind of underrated. Infinite soundtrack I think is a little bit weak, but I actually really like some of the new stuff they tried with 4 and 5.
Yeah, that was definitely a franchise. When I'm out of the game, the soundtrack is always good.
Yeah.
Kind of like Sonic, I guess. Plenty of stinkers. I was about to say,
Sonic is a great example.
Plenty of stinkers, but the soundtracks are always good. Somehow.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Not to take us on a tangent here, but I feel like Halo is kind of like, you know, not dissimilar from Metroid Prime 3 in particular. Anytime we talk about Halo, guys, I'm always just like, man, what happened to this franchise? Like, I feel like Halo should be one of the biggest franchises in the world, like it was back in the early 2000s, and it just isn't. Like, I feel like Halo should be Call of Duty, and it's not even close right now, and kind of going actively the opposite direction.
I mean, Microsoft. I know that Microsoft is like, Halo 3 sold like 14-something million copies, which is ridiculous back then. But then 2 weeks later, Modern Warfare 4, Call of Duty 4 came out, and that sold 18 million copies. Despite being multi-platform, the suits didn't really care, and they're just like, oh, I want big number, do the Call of Duty thing, and then they started to chase trends and make them, among other things.
It's too bad.
Sure, but even then, like Halo Infinite, I think tried to go back to basics, but even then, I think that game missed the mark by quite a wide margin, at least in the single-player department, and then multiplayer, it tried to chase the free-to-play trend, and it just kind of messed with a lot of, like, core systems, and I didn't really like that as someone who loves the customization in Halo games. It's like, oh, even though I own the single-player game for $60, I still have to pay a ton of microtransactions just to do the stuff that I've already been able to do in like all these past Halo games. And so I thought, and so that was a pretty big turnoff for me. The actual gameplay of the multiplayer I actually really enjoyed. but I mean, that customization aspect is pretty core for me. And then also just at launch, it was missing a bunch of like Forge, which was, you know, that's been a day one thing since Halo 3. That, you know, it took like a year for us to get Forge. Co-op wasn't even available at launch. That's like been a staple since literally Halo 1 on the OG Xbox. And I don't even think they have couch co-op. I think it's online only.
Yep, I mean,
So,
couch
yeah,
co-op
there's
is possible, but you can't access it through normal means.
So yeah, Halo. It sounds like 3-4 because they rebranded to Halo Studios and they're switching to Unreal Engine rather than their proprietary engine they were using for Infinite. So it looks like they're really trying to evaluate things, and I hope it works well because, man, Halo needs a W, man. It's been way too long.
I have
It
zero
does, but like
I have zero expectations
you know,
for Halo
it's
Studios,
too late
but
at this point. Like they missed their chance. I feel like to be like a mega franchise. You know, like they were a mega franchise, but I don't know if they get back there. Maybe they do. I hope they do, but we'll see.
I think they can, especially if Halo does end up going multi-plat, which it seems like Microsoft is on the path of like slowly porting more and more of their library and prepping people to go third party. I mean, they just announced Forza is coming to PS5. There's been rumors that Forza, like that's been there since the end of the OG Xbox era. And there's been rumors that Master Chief Collection is coming to PS5 and Switch 2, and that in today's age, you know, you go back a couple of years ago, that would have been nutty. Today, that's like, yeah, I believe that. That sounds exactly like something they'd do.
I hope it does too. I would gladly play it again on Switch. It's been a minute since I've played Master Chief Collection.
Yeah, that would be an awesome get on Switch. I might even double dip on that on Switch.
Throw Reach on there too.
Yeah, even though I already own it on both Xbox and PC, so I guess I'd technically be triple dipping on that point. But yeah,
nothing is going to beat the GTA franchise. You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right at this point.
GTA 6 is going to be absolutely massive. I still, at the very least, Andy, I know you're not the biggest GTA guy. I still really think you should at least play San Andreas. I think you would absolutely love San Andreas.
You know what? It's not that I'm not a GTA. Like I just have never played it. Like and for no particular reason. Just never kind of got around to it. So I actually have it on my wish list right now on Switch to buy.
That's what I meant to say. I'm glad that you're not really experienced and you haven't really had the motivation to jump in yet, I guess is what I meant to say.
Yeah, I think Vice City looks cool. That seems like my kind of game.
I think you'd like Vice City. I think you'd love San Andreas though, because I think I told you, but like, so all of these subtitled GTA entries take place in the past. All the number entries take place in the present day of whatever year they were released. San Andreas takes place in the 90s in LA, and it's very focused around like, you know, LA hip hop culture and all that. It's like very integral to like the setting and whatnot. And I think you would just absolutely adore that.
Yeah, I you described it, and it sounds like pretty sweet to play. So I am going to play them. I will say that I will try them out, and yeah, I think I'll probably get the new GTA game, like, because that also is in Vice City, right? So I mean, that looks pretty kind of like my cup of tea. So yeah, I mean, what better time to jump in than now?
Yeah. The new one takes place in Vice City, which is basically GTA's version of Florida. San Andreas is GTA's version of California, and then Liberty City is New York in that series. All right, I'm gonna read some more of these comments because we got a lot to catch up on, and I don't want to leave the comments hanging. I want to give everyone the attention they deserve here. Locke says, Xeno Research soundtrack has the effect on me that I think the Frigate Orpheon one does for most people. Yeah, dude, Xeno Research, we were talking about that earlier. I love the Xeno Research. The whole sequence is amazing, and the music is a huge part of that. Again, it uses
you guys already do that, by the way?
No.
No, we haven't yet. No, we just entered the pirate facility, so we're actually just about to get to that, I think.
Heck yeah.
So you got here just in time, Andy. But yeah, the music that Kenji Yamamoto did here, again, it uses the Invaders synth patch, which is my favorite synth patch used throughout the entire trilogy. It's used in the Metroid Prime title theme, the Emperor Ing boss themes, and a ton of other soundtracks as well. But yeah, every time I hear that, it lights up my brain cells, man. absolutely love that synth patch.
What do we got? We got 4 hours left of game time. That'll be close. I think we could do it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say we
Oh,
go
I love this part, by the way. I my stream's a little bit delayed, but just like when the ship is just like firing and everything's crashing over that one ravine, just is such a cool part.
Oh yeah, where it's breaking apart the
Yeah,
the gears
yeah.
that are housing that other missile. Yeah.
So you're about halfway through the game time. We're a little over halfway through Elysia, so.
Devin Bolsters, here's a comment that was definitely from a while ago. Just in time. Such an iconic line. Agreed. Gore has some great lines in this game too. A lot of people focus on Rundus, but I love the just in time catch. Yeah, Gore has some great one-liners in this game for sure. So that's a little taste of like how far we are from the comments, from where that fight was and where we are now. Locke says you don't attack a bounty hunter's ship. Talk about a low blow.
I mean, that's the truth.
Spire fan says that's a cool fight tactic. I think that's when you were showing us, Griff, about how you could freeze the fuel gel, which I did not know about until you showed me that. So I definitely agree. That is an awesome thing. I'm glad you taught me about that.
Yep.
Locke says when I die, reincarnate me as a shriek bat. Forrest says Silex secretly Admiral Dane. Let's see, Locke, I don't know what Roman numeral, is that 8 or 9? Locke, insert Roman numeral here, says hello and happy day 2 stream. Thank you so much, Locke, Roman numeral. I'm just gonna call you that from now on.
You know what? I had to confirm actually, but that is indeed my sister-in-law. Her name is, well, I won't say her name actually because I don't know if she wants me to or not, but Lock7, which is a 7, by the way. Thank you, Final Fantasy, for that. Yeah, Lock7 commented, and I was just like, is that you? And she was like, yeah, that's me. So really cool to see her here supporting us.
Andy's sister-in-law, yeah, day 2 has been going great. We literally outraised our goal already, and we're not even halfway through the day, and we still have 3 more. We still have 3 more days left to go after this, so we got a whole lot of Metroid to go around.
Which is really funny because like the big donation incentive games, one's coming up after this, Metroid Dread, Metroid Samus Returns, and Metroid Prime are kind of the ones where the donations are part of the gameplay. So like, I mean, this is just nuts. This is just nuts.
I think you're going to be playing a certain Metroidvania, Andy.
I think I might be. And you know what? I'll gladly do it in the name of trans and queer youth. I will gladly do that for them.
Absolutely. Going back to our Star Fox talk from earlier, Spire fans said Star Fox Assault is a great game that needed 5 more campaign levels. Nintendo hates Fox, Falco, Samus, and Falcon being good in Melee, so they take it out on neglecting their sci-fi IPs. I mean, I don't know. At this rate, I don't think they're neglecting Metroid. I think Metroid's back, baby.
I hope so.
You know what? You can't say to, like, I know this is probably going to sound outrageous, but, like, you can't say that Nintendo hasn't tried with Star Fox, you know? Like, yes, there could be more games that come out, but, like, at some point, you gotta have a banger, and at some point, there's gotta be, like, a game that just, like, impresses you, or it's, like the new best-selling game of the franchise, you know? Like, you can't say that they haven't tried with Star Fox. Maybe they could try harder, but at least they're trying a little bit.
Yeah. And I think another thing going back, because we were talking about like how Nintendo is chasing the Star Fox 64 high, and I think a big reason for that is because Star Fox 64 is one of the best-selling games on the N64, and by far the most successful Star Fox title, and nothing has really achieved that same level since. Which is funny because I feel like them trying to chase that Star Fox high, that's the Star Fox 64 high. I feel like that's what's holding the franchise back. You know, I think it's different. I think it's different for each franchise. Like I remember, like I know for F-Zero, you and I, Andy, are in the same camp where, you know, Nintendo's like, oh, we can't think of a good gimmick for that, and both of us are like, just make an F-Zero game, stupid. Like, just make an F-Zero game. That's what we want. Like, whereas I feel like it's the dead opposite for Star Fox 64, where it's like, okay, stop, enough with the Star Fox 64. We need something brand new that we haven't seen before.
I'm a little delayed on stream here, but what's going on with this tree?
I don't know.
Did
I
this
just thought
tree wrong you?
I'm sitting here thinking like this is a save room. I'm actually kind of fond of. It's some big giant bioengineered chozo tree here. There's actually
Okay.
this diagram over here of some sort of solar system we don't know of. No real match in the databank at all.
Interesting.
Not sure. If
I can't
that's-
say that I ever noticed that. That's really cool.
Yeah. Like, I'm like my favorite save rooms, and I'm like, oh boy, that's a tier list. It's ranking all the save rooms.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Well, we got 4 hours left, so we better hustle here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's read some more comments here. Torvis says, I took the time to make a speed booster mix using videos I had on my computer. May I post the link here? Absolutely, Torvis. Yeah, paste your awesome speed booster clips here. I think that is something we would all love to see.
Yeah,
I
are you
would love to
kidding
see
me? Also, Irene, you've donated you've donated like a crazy, but you can do whatever you want. You know, commentary. I mean, come on, you're a VIP.
Yeah, you're the top donator in here. I think you've earned a little promo, you know? I prefer to make it unlisted so that people don't think I'll start making content again on this channel. Yeah, that's fine. No worries. Spire asked Torvis, who do you main in Metroid Prime Hunters? Torvis says Trace so that I can get Imperialist ASAP. Fair game. And then, I lost my comments for a moment, and we are back. My roommate Austin, who's at work right now, says keep the stream positive by only talking about how good Metroid Prime Hunters is. Heck yeah. Austin says Punch Out mentioned hype. That is true. I did mention Punch Out. I really do love that soundtrack. I am due for a replay of Punch Out. That is I understand why we're never getting another Punch Out game, so I am glad that we got it when we did, because next level they knocked it out of the park with that.
This arena is not suited for Berserker Lord combat.
Yeah, you do. It does take a little bit longer because you can't he can't fire as much of those blue orbs as you can in some of these other arenas. Let's see, Allison asks, "How's day 2 going?" Pretty good, Allison. We hit our goal. We're working on our stretch goal now so that we can make Andy suffer, and I'm feeling pretty confident we're going to do that by the end of the day. So yeah, day 2 is about as successful as you can get. Spire says, I for sure was putting satire in the Melee comment. Metroid is doing well, but I do think that a GX remaster is easy to do on Switch 2. Hopefully we get a new Star Fox soon too. Yeah, there was rumors, I want to say a couple years ago about a GX remaster. I don't know how true that's nowadays. I agree though, that's something I absolutely would love to see. GX is one of my favorite racing games of all time, and it's got an absolutely banger soundtrack. Honestly, the soundtrack might be one of my all-time favorites too. That GX soundtrack is on another level. Hidenori Shoji absolutely cooked on that thing. Let's see. And then Lock 7 is congratulating us on the donation goal already. Thank you very much. And I think we are about almost caught up on these comments. Torvis says, I'm smelling an area rank for... Oh, yeah, we already read that. Faithful Fairy says, oh my god, you already beat your goal. How fantastic. We did, yeah. And it's all thanks to you guys. All of you guys who helped donate to our wonderful cause. As well as... And what's pretty incredible as well is that not only us, but Metroid Guy is also streaming as well, raising money for the Trevor Project too. So there's actually even more money being contributed on their stream as well. So we're raising quite a bit of money right now, and we're incredibly grateful for all of you who've helped us in doing so. Allison says, I'm all about making Andy suffer. I mean, who isn't? That's my favorite American pastime, personally. Faithful Fairy agrees, making Andy suffer is a worthy cause. Griffin Andy, are you still there? I'm not hearing any of your voices.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Just
gotcha.
observing the ship picking up this massive object.
Gotcha. Yes, we're assembling the Theronian bomb at the moment. And it looks like Andy's muted himself on Discord, so he's probably attending something right now.
Okay.
But yeah, it looks like we're finally all caught up on chat now. Let's see. You know what? We've been meaning to talk about the Metroid Prime 3 preview. We've been teasing that since we first entered Skytown. Why don't we get into that discussion now that we don't have any more comments left to go?
Sure.
Yeah. So the Prime 3 preview is really interesting in that it's kind of... I think the Prime 3 preview contributed for a long time of why... I don't want to say I was down on corruption until recently, but like why I held it in a noticeably lower regard than I did Primes 1 and 2. Whereas like nowadays I still consider it the weakest entry, but like I still consider it in that same tier of game where it's like I think Prime 3 is a 9 out of 10. Whereas before I'd say it's like, a 7 or maybe an 8 out of 10.
My order of preferred Prime games is in order of release 1, 2, 3, although comparing them to each other is like comparing a 99 out of 100 to a 98 to a 97.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty much the exact same way. Like, pretty much the exact same way, both my rankings and, the kind of the categories that I'd list those in. Oh, rip Samus. Yeah, I feel like the Prime 3 preview kind of contributed to that just because it almost felt like borderline false advertising to a lot of the story beats that it was setting up. Do you know what I mean?
Sort of, yeah.
Because so for those who weren't around during the Wii days, the Prime 3 preview channel was this channel that was released to promote Metroid Prime 3. Oh, and we're just outside the Xeno Research Lab. We're about to do one of the best sequences in the game. Andy, if you're watching, if you're listening right now, I hope you're watching. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Oh my god. I just saw you get blocked by the ship there. But yeah, the Prime 3 preview channel was this limited time download on the Wii. And it was released, I want to say, about a month before Metroid Prime 3, and every week it would drop this new piece of content. It was in the form of a trailer pretty much all the time, and then there was also like these little puzzles you could do to reveal like some Samus render art. But primarily every week it was like a new trailer that would drop. The first time you got like this kind of main overview trailer, and then the subsequent trailers would be like on specific aspects of the game. So you'd get like the PED suit trailer, you get the Aurora unit trailer. Rest in peace to these space pirates. You get the space pirate trailer, you get the Dark Samus trailer, etc.
Some of these scans are pretty gruesome. Like spinal column was severed, subject paralyzed and unable to defend while being attacked. Yikes.
Yeah, always love a good out-of-pocket Metroid scan. That is thoroughly detailing a space pirate demise. Never gets old.
Now this one here is probably the most dark. It's like target's cause of death identified to be multiple self-inflicted assault rifle shots.
Dang.
Yeah. Oh.
Right? I mean, like a coconut gun is definitely better. Okay, we can all agree.
Right. I was gonna say that's me after facing the final battle in Federation Force. All right, that's my last negative Federation Force comment. No more of that.
Yeah, come on. That's somebody's favorite game, maybe.
Yeah, we actually do
probably
New Supreme. Well, New Supreme Man, that's in our Discord. That actually is their favorite game, and you know what? I respect the hell out of that.
Somebody told me in the Zelda Dungeon Discord that they like Triforce Heroes more than Ocarina of Time, and like it made me want to die. But I was like, I really respect that,
They got other guns,
right. Like, but yeah, going back to the Prime 3 preview, so you had all these different trailers on various aspects of the game. And they would hint at story elements that seemed really interesting. We were talking earlier about how, the Aurora unit trailer, it shows the Aurora unit in a stasis tank that looks pretty much identical to the Turian chamber in Super Metroid. Griff, you mentioned, the PED trailer, it showed, as the Aurora unit is saying no known side effects have been traced, as it's showing like a PED unit malfunctioning and a Federation trooper like looking at his hand while he's like trembling, and it hints that like, oh, are we gonna get like corrupted G-Fed Marines that are gonna like betray us? Like, oh, that seems really interesting. And then just absolutely none of that happens in the game at all whatsoever. And so I feel like that Prime 3 preview almost like set me up for disappointment in a sense, because I had expectations going in of what I was going to experience.
Not expectations.
Yeah, but now, nearly 20 years later, being able to separate myself from that and just being able, kind of like what I'm trying to do with Prime 4 right now, just kind of appreciate Prime 3 in its own terms. And granted, I've always enjoyed Prime 3. But like, especially, being able to detach myself from that, I've really been able to appreciate Prime 3 on an even greater level now than I even did when it first came out.
Yeah, I remember that Mother Brain Torian Chamber sequence in particular just being like really, really captivating, and I had some pretty high expectations that we were finally going to get a little bit of crossover between the 2D and the 3D series. And I mean, that didn't quite pan out, but I can't sit here and say I was ever disappointed playing Metroid Prime 3 from like the get-go either. I've always considered it my second favorite of the Prime games, actually.
And it's my third favorite, but I think it's totally valid to put it as your second, because like, again, after replaying it, like this game has so much sauce. Like,
I mean, and so does Echoes, to be fair. It's just like, would you rather steak? Would you rather burger and fries, or would you rather, pizza? And I like all of them. So, it's
Exactly.
win-win-win.
Yeah, and again, after replaying, Prime 3 for our definitive ranking last year, like that was the moment where like definitively like, okay, the Metroid Prime trilogy is my favorite trilogy of all time in gaming, like for sure. Like obviously Prime 1's always been my favorite game, but like really replaying those games, it's like, yeah, this is my all-time favorite trilogy, hands down.
That's a great podcast episode, ranking not a Metroid podcast, but like ranking the best trilogies like in video games.
Okay, I was gonna say, are we thinking like trilogies in general, like including movies? I think that's a fantastic movie, but I know what yours is going to be.
That's not even fair. Doing movies,
which is definitely up there, to be fair. Yeah, favorite video game trilogies. I would imagine the original Bungie Halo trilogy. Speaking of Halo, is probably going to be up there for a lot of people.
I feel like Mass Effect comes to mind for me right away.
Oh yeah, I love Mass Effect. Like I know people have issues with the ending, but it is still a trilogy worth experiencing.
Yeah.
And Mass Effect 3 in general is also a great game that you ought to go for, because the highs outweigh the lows.
Here's what I would say about Halo and like a franchise like Metal Gear Solid, which like the first 3 games are like absolutely phenomenal. But I feel like those are like franchises, like, so I this is my own headcanon rating where it's just like they don't qualify almost. And I guess by that logic, like Mass Effect shouldn't either, because there was Andromeda, but I feel like Andromeda was so different,
I mean, I guess maybe in the case of Metal Gear Solid, just because 4 came out so close after 3, maybe I could see it for there. I don't think I agree. I guess technically Halo 4 came out relatively close to Halo 3, but that's
so did Reach, didn't it?
Reach is a prequel to Halo 1.
I guess in my headcanon, I would count those as like a series, almost like Zelda titles, like there's a new Zelda. I don't know, it would be different for everybody, and nailing down the actual definition, I'm sure, is probably the stickiest part. But I think that'd be a cool, maybe like a bonus episode one day to do.
I think that's a great, like a Spiteri cast episode, definitely ranking my favorite video game trilogies. We'll definitely have to get sorted on what counts as a trilogy or not, though. Because I feel like at least Halo I would count. I could maybe see the argument for Metal Gear. I think I'd still count that as a trilogy of games. But I also get where you're coming from there.
What? Before we move on, one that deserves mention is Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Just an awesome trilogy.
I still need to play those games. I was actually while we were talking about Mass Effect, I wanted to say that's another trilogy like I've been dying to play. It's on my backlog, and I own it on PC, so I don't even have an excuse anymore. But so I don't know, maybe I'll get around to it after we finish this marathon. Although I do still need to finish Paper Mario 1000 Year Door, though, because I was actually really enjoying that back when I was playing it, and I want to see that through to the end.
Another trilogy I mentioned is the Gears of War trilogy. Those games are great if you're into that stuff and don't mind all the gore.
I do really enjoy the Gears. To me, I feel like I do like the whole trilogy, but I feel like, to me at least, 1 stands pretty tall over the rest. At least for me personally, just in terms of like that dark atmosphere. 2 and 3 are still great games. I think they're a little colorful, which is funny because that was actually like a huge complaint back then. Is like, oh, all these brown and gray shooters look the same, and the first Gears was kind of bundled into that. But I actually really kind of like that more dreary tone the first one kind of went through, whereas that brighter color palette in the second and third games, I think, kind of took away from it, for me personally at least.
People said that about Samus Returns as well, which is funny. So we just exited, by the way, the Metroid containment center, the Xeno Research Lab, which is just like a exceptional part of this game. You skipped past the energy tank, by the way, Griff. That was very bold of you. I like it.
I did.
Yeah, but so that's probably one of my favorite parts of this game is what we just saw right there.
Oops.
Yeah, I think you could even argue this is the best part of the game. Like, the Xeno Research sequence is like, I would argue that's like a top 10 Metroid series sequence in general, not just a Prime 3 sequence.
You know, this game has some really strong sequences, but I can't disagree with you. Like, I think Phase is really exceptional. I think the Pirate Homeworld, like the Siege in particular, is really cool towards the end. There's a lot of contenders.
I even like the entrance to Pirate Homeworld, where you're still like using, I don't know, there's something about using stealth in Metroid games that I really like. I especially love the Metroid Prime trope of like sneaking underneath the see-through floors of pirates, and they're none the wiser while you're in
that's good. Yeah,
I always get a kick out of that.
Yeah.
See, and we actually got some new comments perk up while we were doing our discussions. So yeah, let's check out what the folks have been saying in chat. Torvis Bolt says, "I like Federation Force a lot, to be honest, but only when playing with friends." That's honestly fair. It is a very different experience playing solo, and friends is the way to go, which is what we are going to be doing on Sunday.
That's right. I never played it multiplayer before, actually, and I have to say, like, I had a blast with Federation Force.
Yeah, Friends is definitely the way to go with that game. Yeah, Andy, Gooey,
Joey, and Elias.
Yeah, Elias, and then Joey Ferris, my man Joey. All 4 of those guys are going to be playing Federation Force. I'll be moderating the whole thing, so you'll see me in chat as well, but I will not be playing. I'll just be commenting on everyone's escapades, probably going off topic a lot. I'm very good at doing that. But yeah, it's I'm actually I was saying this before when we were talking about the podcast. I'm actually really excited for the Federation Force stream, more than I thought I was going to be.
If you're like not excited for like, this is going to be one of the most fun streams that we do, I think. I really honestly believe that. Like, it's going to be a blast, and we had a blast doing some of the levels that we were doing. So yes, that's going to be and it'll be my first time like experiencing most of the game, you know, with friends, because I've never played. I'm a sicko, and I've played Federation Force like 3 separate times now, and you know, it's fine, but it's definitely going to be a different and much better experience with pals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it going to be enough of a different experience to change any of the area rankings in the Great Area Metroid area ranking, or are they basically?
Well,
probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, unfortunately. And you know what? I think it was you and me, Doom, we were talking about it, and it's like, we want to give a little bit of leeway to these areas, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, we're ranking areas, so it's like, these areas just aren't as good as some of the others, you know?
Yeah. Let's see. Doom GC says this lab section is peak Metroid for me. Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think I would probably put this in the top 10 Metroid sequences. The Xeno Research Lab. Definitely, like, when I think of, like, you know, Metroid moments, pure Metroid moments, like Xeno Research Lab is like one of those that comes to mind, hands down. I'm Honest says there was a scan in Metroid Prime about space pirates trying to reenact Samus's Morphball and failed horribly. Classic. Always love. Which, by the way, well, I don't want to give too much away. You might hear that scan referenced in our trivia episode that's coming up soon. But yeah, I won't delve too much more into that. But you might find something in relation to that there. But yes, always love the space pirate shenanigans scans. Always some good material there, and the morph ball is probably one of the best ones in that department. Torvis says my favorite trilogy is Metroid 2, Metroid 4, and Dread. The X trilogy. Okay, you know what? I like that. That makes sense. That Metroid guy says hello there. Hello there indeed, Metroid guy. Welcome back. Lazara also says hello there back. My roommate Austin Cool Guy says Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door mention hype. Paper Mario is hype. It's been a few months since I've played it. I've just been really busy making content for Echo's 20th anniversary and then also practicing for this marathon. But I do want to jump back into Paper Mario because I was having so much fun when I was playing that. Let's see. Mortal Khan says, hear from that Metroid guy. Well, hello there, Mortal Khan. Welcome to our stream, and thank you for joining us today. Fateful Fairy says, I think multiplayer games definitely are all about who you are playing with. They tend to be weaker as a solo experience. Definitely agree. And Federation Force, like, at its core, is something that is meant to be played co-op. It's a multiplayer experience. It's how the game was balanced, literally. And so I definitely would advise against playing it solo.
I have a tangent to go on. So Fateful Fairy is my colleague from Zelda Dungeon, Alexandria Weber, who is in the process of becoming a Canadian citizen, by the way. And I will say, and I've said this to you guys before, but I'm going to say it again. There are certain games where that is true, like multiplayer games definitely are all about who you're playing with. But then there are certain multiplayer games, or there are certain games that just are no good, no matter what. And you know, I often hear people compare Federation Force to Triforce Heroes, which always like kind of offends me because I think Federation Force is like so significantly better than Triforce Heroes. So I agree with you, but not for Triforce Heroes, Alex. I'm sorry. Four Swords Adventure, though, that's a sweet game.
Mortal Khan just posted, I replayed Metroid Prime 3 2 weeks ago, and I was hit with so much back pain when I read Metroid Dread is almost finished. I will say, I pitched this idea back during our definitive ranking episode. If Prime 3 does get ported to Switch, I think one of the coolest little Easter eggs you could do for that game is to edit that scan and make it say Project Dread has reached the final stage of completion. That would be such a 5-star tier reference there. I would actually like scream. Like,
and it'd be easy to do too. Like I actually don't think that that's out of the realm of possibility, like at all.
Well, I remember
that actually would be like, that would be like maybe the coolest Easter egg ever if they did that one little adjustment. So hey,
yeah.
If any trans rights supporting Retro Studios employees happen to be on stream watching us right now, and you happen to be working on that Prime 3 port, there's your idea. You don't have to credit me at all. I will be happy if that appears regardless.
From what I remember, I think the scan next to the Dread scan said that it didn't work out or something like that. But I can confirm for you later.
All right. I mean, we are about to hit the pirate homeworld. We are just about done with Skytown, so.
We just gotta do a literal tower defense and then beat Helios.
Mm-hmm.
I love this section. The Theronian bomb section is just so cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool combat gauntlet for sure.
Yeah. Even just like the concept of dropping that bomb, I think is like so un-Metroid-like that it feels, and it's probably the coolest use of your ship, I think, in the game as well.
I agree. Yeah, especially like the whole thing, whether not just the combat gauntlet, but the actual assembly of the bomb too. Like it really feels like you and the ship are working together in tandem throughout the whole process. I think that's why I love Prime 3's unique flavor so much, is because it has so much stuff on the surface you wouldn't consider un-Metroid-like, but I think that's what I love so much about it, is because it recontextualizes things that aren't supposed to be in Metroid games, and it makes it work so well in the context of a Metroid game. And I think that's why I love it so much. Anyways, Mortal Khan said that would be a core memory, not even exaggerating. I believe you. Literally the Metroid Dread reveal, I've said this many times in the podcast, that is straight up a core memory for me. It is still, I mean, granted, it's been over 3 years now since Metroid Dread came out, and it still feels wild to say that Metroid Dread is a real game that I'm going to be playing in just a few hours, actually.
We will move the Skytown facility as close as possible to the Leviathan shield.
Metroid Guy says, oh, and we managed to raise about $120 on my latest stream. Let's go! So yeah, right there, that's almost $1,000 already in support of the Trevor Project. And I'm sure once Dread starts, and I'm sure usually once we reach the end of Corruption, we'll probably start to get some more donos as well. But yeah, like I said earlier, I think we're gonna be hitting that $1,000 stretch goal, and yeah, very excited for that, and very appreciative of you guys. You know, I've said that throughout the streams, but you know, I can't say it enough. You know how much I appreciate you guys in the Omega Metroid community for turning up to this and, you know, supporting a wonderful cause.
Truly, I mean, just mind-boggling. Like I said this yesterday when we were kind of closing off day one. I didn't know what to expect, but I didn't expect this. I didn't expect us to crush our goal like a day and a half into the marathon. I didn't expect our chat to be popping off the way that it has been. I don't know. I was worried maybe we'd be streaming for nobody. This has just been like nobody, as in like nobody's watching. This has just been like such a cool, great like humbling, you know, outpouring of support from people, and for a great cause. I mean, like Trevor Project, as we all know, does some really great work, and Metroid Guy, that's so cool that you're, you know, able to raise even more on top of that. That's some hero stuff there, man.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we actually got 31 viewers right now. So yeah, shout out to all 31 of you, regardless whether or not you're participating in chat or not. You are seen, you are loved, and yeah, we're hoping you're all having a blast like we are.
They want to see that Theronian bomb. That's what everyone wants to see right now. They want to see that bomb get dropped.
Yeah, yesterday it was all about the bug. Today it's all about the bomb.
If the spire is destroyed before reaching
Look at that suit. I love the PED suit as it gets more and more corrupted. Underrated suit.
We were just talking about earlier. I agree. I think the PED suit is very underrated. I like both the base version and obviously, you know, the fully corrupted version is like the version you think of when you're doing a suit ranking. But even that base one you start off with, it's very unorthodox, but I really like it.
You must defend the Spire at all costs.
Like I said,
I can't not think of Spire fan reading that.
I was thinking the same. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, like.
Is there some sort of like friend voucher thing to make sure that this does not get damaged ever?
I don't think it's not damaged at all. I think it's like half damage or like 75% damage. But I don't think it's like 0 hits at all whatsoever. I could be wrong though. Actually, I'm not playing right now. I could just look that up right now. I have I'm literally sitting in front of a computer right now. Doom GC says, if done right, I would love for an AI to return inside Samus's helmet. If done right, though.
I think that would be easy to do, and I think that would be great. And I think that you could do it with Adam. Like, you know, instead of Cortana, you just have Adam, and I think that that's fine. You know, one of the biggest things about Metroid Fusion is like the momentum in that game pauses sometimes just because you have to read so much text from Adam, and if you could just have that in your ear, you know, instead, and you're freely able to move around, like I think that would be so awesome. And like you even see it a little bit in this game as well. Like you have some cutscenes with Admiral Dane or like some other people, you know, talking to you, and you could still freely move. So I think that would be like I think that should be essential for games going forward. If you wanted to do Adam, and if you didn't, I think that you don't lose anything by not having that either. Really quick, I'm gonna read a question. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good.
I was just gonna say I want to answer. Rodrigo asked us if we managed to fix the site indexation on Google search. And Rodrigo was so awesome. He offered to help me out with that. If anyone remembers, I was having I was having a heck of a time with that. Yes, we got it fixed. And if you search Omega Metroid on Google, you now see the spiffy icon there. So it was fixed. I don't know exactly what we did, and I can't say that I fixed it. I met a wonderful Metroid fan named Lorenzo from Italy, and Lorenzo is an IT student, and was just like, dude, I'll take a look at the site, see if we can help you out. And I don't know what they did, but it worked, and it was awesome. So it's been working ever since. Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
So I'm looking at the friend voucher challenges right now, and I'm actually not seeing anything for the Spire Pod. So I don't think there's anything associated with that unless this Wikitroid article is out of date.
The Spires just jumped their deaths. He just jumped off.
But yeah, going back to Doom GC's question about the suit AI, yeah, totally. I think if done right, it could work well. Actually, one of my favorite things about Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal as well is Vega, which is the Doomslayer's AI used throughout the game, and he very understated, but the understated personality of Vega I think really contrasts well with the big gun go boom personality of the Doomslayer. I think those like really like work well together. And so I think something like that with Samus would also be pretty cool if done right, like Doom said. In a way, we kind of already have a suit AI. Like we have, you know, the suit AI saying like, you know, like record it to logbook and stuff like that.
Whatever.
Yeah. But obviously it's like a very generic statements that happen during stuff. It doesn't like play any like, you know, story role or provide like contextual dialogue to anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you should see on the stream here in a moment, there is a timer for here. You can hear it on the announcer say it every so often, but there is a physical timer up top. So it's like about 5 minutes.
Torvis said, regarding AI inside the helmet, it would be cool if the actual game music was music that the helmet made based off Samus's mood. Kind of yes and kind of no. I think that'd be kind of cool. The only problem that I might have with that is like if it's too triumphant, then you don't have that kind of ambiance or atmosphere. And actually that reminds me of one of my favorite games ever, of Skies of Arcadia, which the theme does change in a battle, and it turns into, if you're getting your butt whooped, it's kind of playing this this desperate theme, and if you're not, then it plays this really triumphant kind of theme as well, which I like for that, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'd have to see it and how it works for you know, for Metroid, but like how do you gauge if you're like, I guess like how do you gauge the mood is my question.
Yeah. I think also I want to respond to another Torvis comment as well that they just posted. They said, I don't think they should actually do that in Prime 4 because of how generative AI has negatively impacted ours as we see it, but the idea would be neat in isolation. I think that we're talking about something completely different here. We're not talking about like, as I'll refer to it as AI slop of today. We're talking more of like AI characters in sci-fi. So like, you know, a HAL, or you know,
or Cortana or something like that.
Cortana.
Who's the guy that was in Tony Stark's Iron Man suit? That was Vision, right?
Jarvis.
Jarvis. Okay.
Yeah. We're talking about like fictional artificial intelligence, you know, characters, not like generative AI slop. So
yeah, that can be the boss that you fight and defeat in Prime 4, you know, like.
Yeah, MortalCon says, imagine in the entire time we've just been listening to Samus's playlist.
If this game
I want that playlist, so.
If this game gets remastered, I wonder how much more spectacular they make the Thronian bomb going off look.
That's a great point, Griff. Like, we talk about remastering Sanctuary Fortress a lot, as we should, because that would look fantastic, but I mean, there are some areas in this game that are breathtaking. Like, I mean, Skytown is breathtaking. I would love to see the Pirate Homeworld. I think that would look phenomenal. There's a lot of areas that, and you know what else too? Like, and Doom, I think you agree with this. Is like, in playing Metroid Prime Remastered, like what the area, in my opinion, that got the biggest glow up is actually the Phazon Mines. So you could take an area that maybe, you know, doesn't stick out as much, maybe like a Brio or something like that, or a Norion, and like. I would love to see what that would look like remastered. I think that would look really exceptional.
I mean, I love Brio. I don't know if I agree that it doesn't stick out as much.
Yeah, maybe Brio wasn't the best. Maybe Norion, like the GFS Olympus, might be more fair.
Yeah. But yeah, totally, I agree. I mean, again, I would love to see all these areas remastered. I mean, my God, if we got Sanctuary Fortress remastered, I would, man, I would be so happy.
This is a safe for work stream, Doom.
Yeah. All I said is I would be very happy.
Yeah.
But probably not going to happen. So I'm not setting those expectations up. Again, I will be happy even if we just get some basic bare bones HD ports with dual analog controls.
Yep. Yep, I would too.
Austin says Samus versus Grok. Exactly. That's exactly what.
Is Grok the Twitter AI? That's a villain right there. That's like what MB is on the bottle ship.
Exactly, yeah.
Jeez.
Stalnox says, I'd be more curious as to how the friend tokens get replaced in a remake. I would imagine they'd probably just find alternate ways to unlock those, like maybe different challenges. I don't think there'd be like a friend sharing thing. It's also possible
Oh, so I think we're about to say the same thing. I think the answer is like they just don't do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because like Prime Remastered didn't include the fusion suit, which even though I don't like that Metroid Prime take on the fusion suit, I think they should have still included that, but they didn't include it there. It's possible they just don't include any of those bonus unlockables in 3, which would be a real shame, because I actually do really like the Prime 3 unlockables, like the bobbleheads, the ship bumper stickers and stuff like that. So I would really like to see that stuff return, but it's possible that it just doesn't.
Well, let me clarify too. When I say they don't do it, I mean like they don't do it as in like friend vouchers or whatever. Like you just unlock them through another way, like by item completion or whatever, something like that.
Well, I agree with you. I don't think there would be a friend voucher thing in a Prime 3 port. I think those would not be replaced. I think they would just kind of be naturally unlockable, like kind of how the concept art and the music in Prime Remastered is unlocked. You get more stuff for completing the game, you get more stuff for 100% scans, 100% items, and then you have some hard mode exclusive stuff.
Orvis Bog Remastered.
There's an FYI.
The Bog.
There's an FYI. Helios might be camping up there, but you actually look up there before the fight starts. He is not there. He just appears.
Yeah, Metroid Prime 2 Bog Edition.
That's some tactical stealth action from Helios, Griff.
Yep.
I think. Bog. That's the new glug. Anyone not lucky enough to know what that reference is, tune into Metroid Other M, the movie, on Saturday night.
I mean, there's probably going to be a lot of glug going on.
Well, yeah, you know what, that too. A different kind of glug, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great, underrated boss Helios, challenging, and I like this design actually. I think it's a cool boss fight, and I feel like it kind of gets slept on a little bit in the game because I think people think it's quite like difficult, which like it is, but I'm a fan of Helios.
Yeah, I like it. It's not my favorite, but yeah, I think it's a good boss.
You know what? It's probably the weakest of the 3 like Leviathan bosses, but I still think it's really fun.
I don't agree with that. Moginar is definitely my least favorite boss in the whole game. I do not like that fight at all.
Oh, okay. I'm a Moginar. I was gonna say Stan. I'm not a Stan, but I like Moginar too.
You're a Moginar tolerator.
Yeah. Well, I'm a Moginar enjoyer. I would.
Okay.
Can you please hit them?
Yeah, I think hyper mode in general might have soured me on Moginar. Let's see.
Very, very cool design here. Looks like the alien ship from Nope.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing when you said alien ship. I'm like, oh, I know exactly where this is going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize you finally saw Nope.
I watched it the other night actually. I finally got around to it, and I had been meaning to watch it for like forever.
It's so good, right? It's so
very good. Yeah.
Did you both
notice
how
Helios kind of like is similar in a way where it's like the shape-shifting kind of idea. I don't want to spoil anything here, but it's kind of similar.
I hope you noticed I kind of skipped the damage phase.
Yeah, I was about to say actually, you're kind of taking it to Helios. Like you just you just slaughtered this poor alien creature.
Yeah, once
Yeah,
like
he didn't go into his giant phase at all.
Yeah.
yeah, like Helios seems to have like health brackets where like when you get to like a third of his health gone, he just will not take damage and immediately summon more swarm bots.
That's going to be actually like the quickest Helios kill I've seen. Like, I mean, certainly quicker than I've ever done. That was really great.
Also on easy mode, so that helps.
Ain't nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that.
Jetstream is in agreement. He's saying that had to be the quickest kill I've seen. What difficulty?
It's these monsters are no challenge for Big Griff. You better get out of the way.
Yeah, and my roommate Austin once again says Nope mentioned hype. Very true. Nope is hype as hell. Very good movie. If you haven't seen it, like go see the entire. I guess it's the Jordan Peele 3-film. I don't know if it's a trilogy, but like 3-film. I don't know. What was
I don't know.
repertoire?
He has 3 movies and they're all awesome.
Another trilogy for your tier list.
Yeah. I don't know if those ones quite fit the bill, but
yeah, I would not count that as a trilogy.
There it is. Look at these nice hyper missiles.
But yeah, if we did an episode just talking about our all-time favorite films, you're definitely gonna hear me talk about Get Out, and probably gonna hear me talk about Nope as well.
You know, I think Us is actually Us. Oh God, yeah, Us. The second film, I think that one's like really underrated. Actually, I was like kind of spooked out watching that in theaters.
That's the one I still haven't seen yet. I need to get around to that one of these because I've heard people that love it. I've heard people that hate it. I haven't heard anyone really that's in between on that film, but I need to watch it myself and really judge it for myself.
The only Kevin Peele movie
I
I've
enjoyed
seen,
it a lot.
The only Kevin Peele movie I've seen was Get Out. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Get Out is legit in my top 5 favorite films of all time. I adore that film.
Yeah, so good. Jetstream wins. Hyper missiles, the most underused upgrade I've used. Health drainer, and they can bounce off invulnerable targets.
I was about to say I'd put Get Out in 3 times in my all-time favorite film list if I could.
If hyper mode's about to run out, you're low on energy, just fire off a hyper missile.
I don't know that I like the hyper missiles. I don't know. Would you say that they're the most? I guess like I personally I never use them in corruption like unless I need to.
I use them plenty.
Like, I don't think I ever use them.
I use them plenty on phase because you don't have to worry about health running out. You're just like, well, these are really powerful attacks. Just throw them out. They're basically equivalent to super missiles, and you have a bunch by the end of the game. There's also some things on phase that can be broken by hyper missiles that are pretty useful, at least in the Dark Samus fight.
Yeah, I'll definitely try because I think I really only use them on phase as well, unless there's like a mandatory puzzle to be solved. Because otherwise, like the regular hyper mode just absolutely obliterates like most of the enemies as they are.
Yeah.
Torvis says, "You know that's a bog play when Torvis was amazed." Very true. Very true.
We need like a shirt or something like that that's like into bog or something with the bog, you know. We need to get on this.
I feel like we got to do It's Boggin' Time. Like I feel like that's too good.
It's boggin' time.
Yeah, my favorite moment from Metroid Prime 4 is at the end, where Sonic looked at Samus and says, "You did it, Samus. You really are the Metroid Prime 4 beyond."
Yeah. Let's get to that pirate homeworld.
I'm gonna land.
Which Aurora unit is this? This is 242?
217.
Correct.
217. Oh, okay.
No, 217.
242, yeah.
217 is Alicia. 242 is this one, and then 313 we fight later.
Yeah, I am gonna land in the pirate homeworld and take a quick 5-minute bathroom break, stretch a bit.
Yep. No worries.
I think you've earned it after that wonderful boss fight there.
yeah. I think that boss fight was like 10 minutes shorter than I was expecting it to be, so that's no problem at all.
Once you know that it's stuck in health brackets and you literally cannot damage Helios, just charge up a hyper beam shot and just wait and just unload on them, and you'll skip a lot of that phase right there. I don't know what these weird egg-looking things down here are.
One of my favorite parts of this game.
All the main worlds of this game are fantastic.
I mean, that's true, but I have a special spot for the pirate homeworld.
Yeah, Pirate Homeworld, again, this is another reason why I'm so happy I replayed Prime 3, because going into Prime 3, I didn't have a very high opinion. It's like, oh, it's just red phase on mines. Replaying Prime 3, oh, no. It is so much more than red phase on mines. It is such a killer area. Honestly, it might be one of my favorite areas in the series after playing Corruption. It's so good.
Basically shows that it's like the pirates definitely have their own. Like, if this is the overall aesthetic that Metroid uses for space pirate stuff, I'm all for it, because the Federation has their own kind of unique aesthetic and like built like infrastructure designs and stuff. And if this is what the pirates are going to go for, that's pretty cool looking.
That PED suit looks fantastic too, and the hazard shields are the coup de grace in making the suit just like a top tier suit, I think.
All right, the controller down.
All right, throw on that BRB, and we'll be back in just a sec here, guys.
All right, sounds good.
Alright, time for round 3 of Metroid Prime 3.
Alright, let's get into it, folks. Communications with the Wii Remote have been interrupted. Roll credits. Yeah, we got some chats while we were on break there. Everyone is just bog posting right now. We're back to bog posting, folks. We got them talking. I feel like now we have to do some bog related merch after the stream ends. I feel like that's gonna be our thing now. Locke says, let's get this straight. If you ain't from the bog, you don't know nothing about the bog. Facts. Straight facts. Lilith, disciple of Samus, says the pirate homeworld has to be one of my favorite areas in the series. Just the whole vibe you get when you're exploring is something else. Yeah, I 100% agree. I think I would actually rank this maybe in my top 5 Metroid areas. I love the pirate homeworld so much, and I love all the little sequences and activities you do on it. Whether it's the intro leading up to Gandreda, whether it's you know, the Nova Beam kind of trek, and that little boss fight. I don't even know what you'd call it, like the Nova Beam carving mining tool or whatever it is. Like I always get a kick of watching the space pirates holding on for dear life, and then you shoot their hands, and then you actually use them to clog up the machine. Like it's such a goofy. Like we were talking about ragdoll earlier. That is some good ragdoll right there during that fight. Absolutely love that. And then of course the you know, you got the Galactic Federation invasion sequence. You know, you protect the bomb troopers, which, you know, hey, doesn't make any sense that you'd put your heavy armor and bomb troopers and give them weaker armor, but hey, you know what? It's a game, don't think too much about it. And then of course you finish it off with the Omega Ridley fight, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I am a big enjoyer of the pirate homeworld.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, acid rain, claustrophobic tunnels. I understand why the pirates are always so angry. Yeah, that makes sense.
You were talking about, reminded of going through pirate homeworld, as well as like the second half of Elysia somewhat. It feels like you're just kind of moving forward as like a rat in a maze somewhat, where just like some of this is kind of confusing. But I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going somewhere.
Yeah, I just always love that, you know, that espionage aspect of Metroid, where you're breaking into a facility and you know where all the enemies are and they have no idea you're right next to them. There's something about that I just always love, particularly within the Metroid Prime games, because I think they do it the best out of all of them.
These 2 doors are apparently always off. There were pirates up here before, but they're gone now. Samus spends like an hour running this place before they realize, oh no, she's here!
Yeah. Zach says, leaving Torvis got me feeling bogged down. Oh, we should ban you for that pun, honestly. That is egregious.
For whatever reason, the crawl tanks here on the pirate homeworld tend to go into hyper mode all the time, and they've never done that before up until this point.
Yeah. You'd think a crawl tank spotting you would set off the alarm too. They don't.
Yeah. No Wi-Fi installed. The defense budget's been cut. I don't know what to tell you.
True, yeah. They're running off land right now. And then here we go. My favorite space pirate related Metroid trope: sneaking under the floors in Morph Ball, and they're somehow none the wiser, even though the floors are see-through.
And he could just look to the right, and he could have seen Samus. I guess he had no peripheral vision.
Yeah. They also somehow can't hear you, you know, in your boost ball as well. But you know what? That just kind of adds to the experience, in my opinion.
Yeah. Now, here's real quick after this. Apparently, I've heard trivia for this on the Wikitroid again. Supposedly, when Samus gets the X-ray visor, you can hear, like, you can put your hand to her mouth and she makes a gasp, and she looks behind her when the camera moves behind her and looks right at the camera and is shocked, seemingly. The idea there is, like, is she, like, seeing through the fourth wall with the X-ray visor? What's going on? So Metroid says.
Yeah, we're coming up to that cutscene right now.
Yep.
I mean, in a way, there's kind of another example. There's kind of another example of that if you think about it. All the Leviathan seed cutscenes, she does that quick turn to the camera before the seed drops, almost like she's waiting for it, and then walks away without looking.
It also she's also posing all the time. It's like, how would she know there's no one watching?
I mean, Samus has always been extra, like we talked about. Well, like she's always flipping out of the ship and stuff instead of, you know, walking out normal. Although again, she does walk out normally in Corruption, but like, you know, typically it's like, no, we got to do like 8 somersaults. But you know, she can do that. She's got that style.
There's a cutscene.
My most random Prime 4 hope is that the space pirates make a big-ass treehouse on that forest planet. You know what? I actually don't think that's impossible. I don't think that's impossible.
This is Federation Trooper NZG-41. Can anyone read me? Over. Repeat, this is Federation Trooper. Transmitting on an encoded channel.
And would you look at that? It's a definite Federation trooper, and certainly no one else that is trying to call us.
Information about how to bypass the acid rain and get through to the seed.
She gets her swag from Ravenbeak True.
I don't know how long I can evade capture.
Samus knows the rule of cool, still not over that first Dread boss fight where she's standing there in the background and slowly walks for the finish. That really is. That and the whatchamacallit, the Z57 cutscene where she just kind of aggressively shoots that locker. There's something about those two in particular that just get me.
If for whatever reason, this map is required. Like, you cannot get the landing site to where the trooper is without this. There's a point of doing a replay through, and I'm like, I know it's an order. Where's the landing site? And then I'm like, I have to get this map? Okay. Then again, I guess the one in Brio is also required to give you the 2 landing zones.
Sure, I never thought about that.
But then again, that map thing is like, it is an objective that you're given as soon as you get to Brio.
Perhaps another bog level? Question mark? Bog if true. Killing Juggernaut without looking was ice cold. That was a killer moment too. That was so good. Like I feel like for a lot of people, especially post Other M, like that was the moment where a lot of people were like, "Oh, Samus is back." Dalnock says it's almost like they want to slow speedrunners down.
I mean, when Samus started to style on people and show off on some level, it's like, up until like, I think, maybe a bit of Prime 2, Prime 3, she didn't really do that openly before, but when it happens, I didn't question it.
I mean, it's Samus. I believe it. And also, one of my favorite things about the Prime 2 and 3 in particular, again, are these moving parts and just these detailed animations, you know, throughout all these environments. And you know, I was just looking at some of those moving gears as the ship just checked in there, and like, that's just such a cool feature that didn't need to be in this game, but it is, and it just makes the environment just so much more alive. And I really like that.
I wanted to scan that cargo to get a good look at it, because it looks like there's a space part head in there.
Yes, there is. That is, I think someone told me about that like a year ago, and it's like, yeah, there's a lot of brutal imagery in this game for sure.
It's like, Metroid is obviously the most openly dark Nintendo series, but it's like there are plenty of times where Borderlands, I'm like, that's really grim dark stuff out there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and then also going in animations, I love this this rail sequence as you're going up you're going up the tram, where it like shows the rails like being assembled in real time.
For what I know about design hoopla, it's like the more moving parts there are, the more likely somebody's going to jam. But I guess they figured that out in the future, or they just wanted to really look cool and they can afford the risk.
Yeah, that's the thing. It really is just the rule of cool here. She truly did return. Very true.
Okay.
Oh my god, these Phazon Shriek Bats there that we just rolled past, those are such a pain in the butt to scan when you're going for 100% scans.
Most Shriek Bats are annoying to scan.
Well, those in particular, because they're too far away to scan at a normal distance. You can only, at least when I tried to play them, I couldn't lock on until they actually started dive bombing, and like, they got a really weird hip. Those ones have a really weird lock-on box in particular.
I also note that apparently in this area in here, the little things crawling around could do a deceptive amount of damage to you.
Actually, technically, those are the Ultragian Shriek Bats. Excuse me, almost became a fake fan there. The Phazon Shriek Bats are on the Valhalla. Saved myself there. Before the comments called out my fake fandomness.
Just a free energy tank.
Pirate Homeworld is Sanctuary Fortress with an emo haircut. I don't agree with that. I think Pirate Homeworld is able to stand on its own personally.
Oh yeah. It's like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Ouija time. It's good gameplay art, something the Half-Life series does well too, with constantly active things in the environment. Yeah, dude, I love all the moving parts that are, you know, in these Metroid Prime games. 2 and 3 in particular, which really just go all out on it. Did you see the OG design they had for Brio in the concept art? It was originally far more fantasy than what we got. Maybe I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that.
I don't know off the top of my head. Well, you figure I would, because the concept art for the Prime series is immaculate.
I like how the little symbol for the X-ray puzzles is clearly trying to look like a Wii remote, but not be a Wii remote.
Speaking of what I just did, what are your opinion on the welding puzzles?
The welding puzzles. They're probably not going to return in Prime 4,
puzzles.
but I kind of wish they did. I like the welding puzzles.
I definitely like the idea of just, wow, this is a feature of the Grapple of the plasma beam. It's like, it's a neat idea, you know, like getting more out of than what you expect out of old upgrades. Well, which I guess isn't too surprising, because Samus has multiple upgrades that have multiple uses, like combat tool that's also used to open certain doors or certain environmental hazards or whatever else.
Oh, Lilith just said, "Oh man, Valhalla." I think in reference to when I brought up GFS Valhalla for those Shriek Beds. Yeah, that's another. I think that's another top tier Metroid area. I love the Valhalla. It's so good. Torvis also agrees. Loved the welding. Heck yeah. Glad we got some more. Glad we got some bogs and some welders in chat. You'll love to see it.
Okay, that alarm lasted like 2 seconds. It gives you no time.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think Samus would start shooting at it in the cutscene, but now she just kind of stands there. Which again, don't think about it. Just play the game.
Also, some confusion. Prime 2, you had the pirate commandos. In this game, you have the commando pirates. Yawn. Like,
yes. Metroid Prime was made to prepare us to become mechanics.
So be careful coming up in this room in particular, because there are some security wires over here that will alert the guards if you go past them. Like right there.
Yeah, don't you know this isn't Metroid Prime 3, this is Metal Gear Solid 3.
What? I'll bump, let them know I was here. Come on. They're still going, apparently.
think the idea of Samus welding is cool. She did design the Prime 3 ship after all. That is true. Although I guess the way I interpreted that ship scan is that she designed the ship herself, but that she commissioned it. So I don't think she literally built the ship herself. She might have drawn up the blueprints for it, but I think the vibe that I got from that scan was that she commissioned the Galactic Federation to actually build the ship.
And the fact that she can build...
I thought that Diesel and Joey built it for her.
Well, no, that's the Super Metroid ship, Andy. We're talking about the Prime 3 ship.
Yes.
Well, we don't know who built what for sure. We just know Diesel's her mechanic in that one, but... I mean, at the very least, the fact that she can design blueprints at all, it says a lot. I mean, considering she was raised by one of the most advanced alien civilizations in the universe, or galaxy, she is pretty smart. She at least has to know how her power suit works.
Some good engineers in the planet, or in the galaxy rather, here. Man, I love the pirate homeworld. My goodness.
Really is. Again, like the glow. I don't even want to say glow up because like it's been the exact same area, but like just my opinion, the way my opinion changed from it before and after my corruption playthrough in 2023 is just absolutely astounding. Like it went from an area I didn't think that much of about to like one of my favorite areas in the whole series.
Is there an example of the exact opposite? You played through something, you thought you liked it, and it's like, oh, this sucks actually. I mean, there's definitely got to be something. I don't know what it would be at the top of my head though.
In Metroid, I don't think there's anything like that for me. There's definitely been video games that I've played that I thought would be like made for me. And yeah, you know what's an example actually, and I ended up really liking this game a lot, but it took me a while to kind of get into it. Was Earthbound. That game I thought would be tailor-made for me, and it took me a long time to get like comfortable with the way that the battle system worked in that game, where like you can't see your characters and everything like that. That was one for me, but I can't think of anything in Metroid specifically that like I don't know. I guess is it cheating to say other M?
I think the thing that Griff was asking about was like something that you liked when you first played it in Metroid, but then when you revisited it years later, it didn't hold up as well as you thought it did.
I see.
Because I can't really think of anything at the top of my head, but I'm sure there's got to be something.
You know, the only thing, and I can't say that I don't like it. It's just like it loses its impact after the first time you play it. Is all the text in Metroid Fusion. That might be the only thing that I might think of off the top of my head.
I think that's a fair example, yeah.
I mean, even then though, like, you know, the average folk don't probably play Metroid Fusion as much as I do. So like, I'm sure they're playing it to experience that story. So even that's kind of an iffy one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like maybe I can say the GameCube controls, but like I also feel like that's cheating. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the GameCube controls felt awesome at the time.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like they still feel fine. You just need to readjust to them.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't say that I have any others off the top of my head, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like I should, but I just don't know what they would be right now. And hang on, it looks like we just got another $10 donation from an anonymous user. Thank you, anonymous user. Yeah, feel free to let us know who you are in chat so that we can properly shout you out. But yeah, thank you so much for the donation.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Samus, look out that
we're inching closer to 1,000, guys.
Yeah, we are now $858. We are past our initial goal, and we are so close to our stretch goal. Less than $150 away from our stretch goal.
Oh God.
Samus is looking at the hazard shield down there and is like, that has my name on it.
Yeah, hey.
It's
what are
like
they doing
the
with
Marty
that?
McFly meme. It's like, oh yeah, I know that one. I've seen that before. Locke says Pirate Homeworld is a 10 out of 10 for me. The deep reds and mechanical tunnels are very dystopian. 100% agree, dude. Yeah, Pirate Homeworld, easy 10 out of 10 for me.
It reminds me of like a Blade Runner area, to be honest. Like it's got the same like kind of orangey aesthetic that I associate, particularly the 2049.
It's got everything I love in Metroid, really. Like it's got, you know, it's got that hyper future tech. It's got that grungy look to it. It's got the gross, organic, disgusting attributes of Metroid that I love.
Yeah.
It's got stealth sequences, it's got action sequences, it's got great set pieces, it's got great isolationist set pieces. Like it really is an area that just has everything that I love about Metroid inside of it.
You know, the only one thing about this particular sequence that is kind of just like stretches your believability a bit is that Samus does not see through this facade.
She does. She catches on. I mean, he tries to. He as in this very, very legitimate Galactic Federation trooper.
Yes.
I mean, tries to take a pot shot, but you know, Samus is prepared. Samus is like, yeah, sure, I'll play along.
This part is challenging, and again, I think my stream's a little bit delayed here, but when you have to like match the pulling and pushing back in at the same time, oh god.
There's enough of leeway where it's not that bad, assuming your Wiimote sensor or isn't silly or your setup isn't optimal. You know, some people like trying to play this on PC. Good luck.
Austin Cool Guy just asked a very important question in chat. I have to say, my roommate, by the way. Random question: have y'all seen the Alien movies that Metroid was semi-inspired by? What a question!
A great question.
Austin. We have an entire series on the podcast called Alien in Review. Where we talk about all of we're in the process of ranking every single Alien movie project. I believe the next one we have on the docket is Prometheus. Most recently, you and Gooey reviewed Romulus, which all three of us really enjoyed Romulus. So that was really
we're going through. We've done the Alien, like the first set of Alien movies with Ellen Ripley, which are all, I would say, like really good movies to various degrees. Alien 3 I think is probably the weakest. But yeah, so we've done. We just decided to do Romulus just because, you know, it was coming out. So next up is Prometheus, and spoiler alert, like I love Prometheus and I love Covenant, so I'm really excited to talk about those. I'm a big Alien fan. If there's Alien movies or games or something, I've probably played them. So yeah, that's gonna be really fun. Actually, and that's coming up not too soon, or not too far away after the marathon is done either. We're gonna do Prometheus.
Oh yeah, and he says Romulus was his movie of the year last year.
Romulus, dude, had like so many cool like Metroid-y references, like beyond what you'd expect for an Alien movie to have. Like that was particularly Alien-ish.
I talked about it in the podcast, but that scene where the face huggers are first revealed and they're unfrozen, like totally gave me Research Lab vibes. Like the similarities are impeccable. It's probably just a coincidence, but I do also wonder if Fede Alvarez played a little Metroid Prime 3 in his life. I don't know.
Maybe he did. We got a heck of a fight going on here. Gandreda is low key, I think, maybe my favorite Hunter boss battle. Like Gore is awesome, Rundus is great, but there's something kind of about the franticness and the unpredictability of the Gandreda fight that I think is just like really cool, and like the set piece as well. It's just like spectacular with the acid rain and the Blade Runner vibes here. Like just a really cool boss fight.
Yeah. Well, I think the Gandreda fight, like you could risk, you know, Gandreda feeling too samey because, you know, she does transform into, you know, so many of the other boss fights and even some of the other mini bosses you fight, but she also does that while having her own unique attacks and that are in her personal form. And then you also do I won't even spoil it, but there's another secret form that she'll transform into in a bit that is really cool, and I feel like that combined with all of her unique attacks does, at the end of the day, make her not just feel like a unique fight, but also kind of overshadow the others to a degree as well.
she's a gauntlet on hyper mode difficulty, very stingy with health drops. Yeah, I have to say I've never really played this game on hyper mode. I trust you though.
Enemies deal more damage and they have like double the health. Damage, same as like damage deals half damage and enemies deal double damage.
You know, like that's not really my thing. Is like playing a video game that's gonna like absolutely murder me. Sometimes it is, and like I want a challenge, but probably not like that. Probably not that much of a challenge.
Yeah, it depends. I don't usually like because like Prime 3 hyper mode I'm not really a fan of, but like the Metroid Prime's hard mode, even though it's pretty much basically the same thing where enemies become spongier, I feel like it mostly works in that game, which a lot of people disagree on that. There's obviously, you know, there's examples like, I don't think it works for Meta Ridley, for example, but I think most of the other boss fights, it just kind of makes them more intense. Like, it makes it feel like more of an endurance test, like with Thordis. I think hard mode really works well with fights like that.
A little bit, yeah.
Austin says, I can fix her. Yeah, what are we on now? Gandreda, Dark Samus?
Me and Dark Samus, Austin and Gandreda. Well, we'll get to MB on Saturday.
I would rather avoid MB altogether.
I really like actually the concept of MB, but we'll save that for Saturday. We got a heck of a boss fight going on. I love this Gandreda fight, man. It's so cool.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Right here. Yeah, this was, again, when I first played Gandreda, this was, like, such a really cool surprise, and it's like, yeah, of course it makes sense, because, like, she copied you at the beginning of the game. Of course she'd still have that various suit saved.
Yeah.
How come Gandreda is zipping around like this continuously and boost balls and annoying? Like, I can't do that. You're not allowed. You're a cheater.
That's just the extra Gandreda ingredient that she's added to this mix.
Doesn't really do that to anybody else.
That you know of.
Copied Gore and Horrendous, and they're basically the same.
Maybe that just means that she likes Samus extra more and has been practicing. I don't know.
Lilith's computer crashed and they missed the first part of the stream. Well, that's unfortunate. But at least you got to get the majority of this fight. Dak chimed in with our difficulty talk. Honestly, the Metroid Prime difficulties making stuff more bullet spongy isn't even that bad. Y'all don't know real bullet sponges until you play a game like Destiny 2. I would probably anything where like your basic enemies have like literal damage numbers and health bars attached to them, I would probably hate.
I don't mind that. Just like the the only thing I don't like is just like having like enemies that feel like you should be able to defeat them quickly, not do that. And like it scales, right? Like eventually you want to have that satisfaction where an enemy that took you a long time to beat earlier, you can defeat relatively quickly.
I feel like that's actually one of the reasons why I really just haven't enjoyed the Bethesda RPGs I've played, because you know I'll be facing a random human and like I'll shoot him in the head and it's like, oh I still have 75% of my health left, and it's like, what the heck? No, you're supposed to be done. And so I just that just doesn't appeal to me personally.
God, look at the way Gandreda just moves around this arena. I think that this like the animations on her are just like so exceptional.
Yeah, and this was before mocaps. Yeah, so this is all just computer animated, which is really cool stuff.
She's all hip hopping around.
I think Gandreda might not be long for this world for much longer, though.
If she's hip hopping around, the best way to hit her is just to stay right up on her and just shoot her, assuming she's not going to jump on you.
Yeah, Dak also says this arena environment is dope. Love how Prime 2 and 3 just go wild with the colors in the background. Yeah, dude, the art direction in those games are just terrific. And as I was saying earlier, I love the Pirate Homeworld pretty much incorporates every aspect I love about Metroid, whether it's, you know, hyper sci-fi technology, whether it's the gross, disgusting organic elements, you know, whether it's kind of that, you know, the grungy, like broken down atmosphere of everything. Like it just kind of has it all for me. So I absolutely love it.
This scene too that we're talking over right now is just I think it's actually like just as heartbreaking as Rundus and Gore, which I know like people kind of favor those two hunters a little bit more, but like that Reach with the arm out when she's Samus, I feel like you just feel so horrible for all these hunters. Like you wish that there was a way that you could save them.
Yeah,
which is
it
a
just-
really
it
good
just
job
always-
that they've done, because like these are brand new characters that really don't have a lot of like personality to them necessarily, but you still feel for them.
That makes me
Yeah,
wonder
and,
if
and the
Silex.
way,
Kind of makes me wonder
the
if
way
Silex
Samus
can
looks
end up.
away too.
Kind of makes me end up wondering if Silex can end up being a one and done deal. 'Cause who knows? But then again, Tanabe. But from what I've heard, Tanabe, Silex is his favorite hunter. So I don't know if we want to kill him off.
I mean, we'll see. I would have hoped that Ravenbeak would have been kind of the same, but they ended up going a different direction there. So, we'll see.
Yeah, it's hard to say really. I have no idea what direction they're gonna go with Silex. I would. Hope...
I mean, speaking of Silex, like that Volt Grapple is pretty close to I think what you could maybe expect to see from Silex if like there was maybe a section of the game where you played as him or DLC or even multiplayer or something.
Yeah, for sure. Bye bye, baby girl.
Rip.
Torva says, I'm not super into the concept of just doing a blanket 2x health on all enemies, but I think a hard mode that was more specific about changing enemy health would be cool. I think I agree with that too. Like, I like, I haven't played it yet, but I know Breath of the Wild's difficulty mode, they have the upgraded variants of enemies, which technically have more health, but like those upgraded enemy variants aren't just bigger health. They also have different weapons, different enemy placements. You have some of the bokoblins that are like floating in the air. And so I kind of, stuff like that where it like physically changes aspects of that I really like. And then even stuff like, you know, Dread mode and Metroid Dread, like the enemies do the same amount of health, but you die in one hit. And so it completely changes the way how you play. That's kind of what I really like out of a hard mode.
The only other noteworthy hard mode in Metroid would be Zero Mission that gives you less for collectibles, and there's other M where there's just none at all.
Yeah. I also do really like Zero Mission's hard mode as well.
Yeah.
Which also does boost enemy health as well, but like, but yeah, it doesn't ever feel like to a painful degree by any means. Also, Zero Mission is just a very easy game, so the hard mode is very much appreciated there. See, saving that progress though.
Yep. 50 collectibles exactly.
Andy says he's gonna grab some quick lunch. He'll be back in like 15, and then he's gonna be doing commentary for the rest of the stream. I think I might, when he comes back, I think I might get something to eat as well, because I'd like to get something to eat before I do my Dread mode run. Make myself some chicken burgers. Maybe I'll do some turkey burgers. I don't know. Yeah, looks like we're going back to Skytown Elysia because we got a spider ball to collect before we get our hazard shield.
Yep. I'm looking at my phone real quick, and I'm just like plenty of people like, oh, Nintendo released a new information on Twitch 2, and it's just talk about a rumor. I'm like, they didn't say nothing. Shut up. Or it's like, wow, amazing new Twitch 2 news dropped, and it's just like, it was the time of when the April 2nd Direct is going to be, and I'm like, oh, that's okay. Stuff we already knew for the most part, just when.
Yeah, which I am actually dreading because that Direct is going to premiere at 6 a.m. my time. So, and I already took the day off work. I'm absolutely going to be getting up. Andy and I are probably going to be doing a live reaction to that. We might even do an Omega Metroid podcast on it, since it is going to be on a Wednesday. So, but yeah, I'm going to be watching it. I'm going to be getting up for that. Not looking forward to that, but I'm a slave to Nintendo, so I will do what I must. No, in all seriousness though, I am really excited to see more about the Switch 2. I have been dying to see this thing for what feels like ages now, and we're finally here.
I don't know if I end up getting that day off. I don't know if I'll get up that early, because I usually I'm a night owl.
Me too. There's very few things I'd wake up early for, but that's one of them. That's going to be one of them, because I think we see Metroid Prime 4.
I agree. Even if we didn't see Metroid Prime 4, I would still wake up early, because I'm dying. I am dying to see this new console.
Yeah.
I want to learn more about it.
What items do we have left here, Griff, to get before we're done? We have the hyper grapple. Are we missing anything else, or are we kind of are we fully powered here?
So right now we're on our way to get the spider ball. That'll be just a couple rooms over here. After that, we're getting the hazard shield, and then it is hyper grapple, and then we just need to collect a few. Yeah, Nova Beam. I forgot.
Right. Okay.
About that. That is true. Yeah. So PED. So a hazard shield, then Nova Beam, then hyper grapple, and then we got to collect the last few energy cells and go to phase.
We're gonna be cutting it tight. I don't know if we'll have time to finish because we got to stick on schedule to Dread, but maybe we can try and if we don't, we can try and finish it a little bit later in the stream too. We'll play it by ear.
Yeah, I would say
once Power Homeworld is done, we don't have much left.
Yeah, I would say, Griff, once we once we get through this cutscene, I think going forward, we should just kind of try to speedline this to the finish. Maybe no more stopping for scans and like that, because we preferably we would like to finish the game before we start Dread, but Dread is pretty imperative that we start when it starts, just because of how that's going to handle.
All right.
There it is. There it is. Cool looking morph ball that the Samus has, by the way, when she's in PED form too.
That's all it is, Miles. It's a leap of faith.
Amazing scene, amazing moment.
Honestly, maybe in my top 5 comic book film scenes of all time. Incredible scene, like incredible scene in an incredible movie. Locke says, new rumors suggest Nintendo Switch 2 may have a screen and several buttons. This is true. My uncle at Nintendo told me this.
This must have been some insider information that came out from a leaker.
Yes. Well, like I said, you can trust me. I got this info legitimately.
This is a cool section too, by the way.
Yeah, Corruption.
Fallen apart and.
I think Prime 2 has the best Spider Ball sequences, but Corruption has some dope ones too. I particularly like that one, like you were just saying, where you're on the outside of that pod in the air.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, and I think after we do Omega Ridley, Andy, I think I'm gonna go get something to eat as well, because I would like to get some food in my belly before I start running Dread mode.
I'm surprised that you're still on commentary, Doom. I was coming in to relieve you, and I ended up eating before you, so I feel a little bit bad.
No, it's all good. No, I thought I was gonna need to be relieved, but no, I've been having a good time actually. So yeah.
Heck yeah. This is just a really cool Spider Ball sequences. It's kind of like the Sanctuary Fortress one, but even like more high stakes, I feel like, because like you are literally floating above nothing, you know?
Yeah, I love that.
The spring ball here too.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh. Okay.
A very nice quality of life improvement. We love that.
Yes. Yes.
Austin Cool Guy says, what are the odds that Switch 2 plays games? And Lilith says that's asking too much.
We'll see. I'm not ready to confirm or deny anything at this point. Oh, and there goes Griff. The abyss.
Switch 2 will be a Nintendo console. This is very true. Many people are saying this. Mistress Fi says there is a 100% chance that the Switch 2 will allow you to play games. Well, there you go, folks. There you go. Can't beat that.
And will it allow us to watch Netflix? I feel like that's the question that I'm asking.
I think it's bizarre that that's a question we actually have to ask. Like you'd think that would be such a no-brainer.
Indeed.
But
and yet.
Nintendo
my goodness.
do be Nintendo.
Oof. Like the roller coaster on that last little stretch there.
Yeah, how you doing, Roy? Welcome back to the chat.
Hey,
we just collected
Roy,
Spider Ball. just collected Spider Ball, about to head back to the pirate homeworld and do a couple of my favorite sequences in this game, I think.
Pirate homeworld and begin the invasion. I think it's time we took the fight to them.
Torvis is asking
We'll
Roy if
contact you when
he'll have
we're
a
ready
news
to commence
post ready
our
for
assault.
their leak. And there we go, the Chadmiral Dane announcing their invasion to us. Honestly, I kind of just want menu themes back. If Switch 2 has that, I'll be hyped. I agree. I think it is weird that the Switch did not get any menu themes at all. Like
A little.
That feels like,
It's not something that matters to me per se, but it's just weird that it's not there. You know?
yeah. And like and again, it's like it's free money. Like a ton of people bought them on the 3DS.
Yeah.
The Switch has an even bigger install base. Like, again, it feels like a no-brainer to me. But we'll see.
All right, so we are headed back to the pirate homeworld here.
Yeah, and thank you for plugging our stream on Blue Sky, and yeah, can't wait to see you during the first half of the Dread Mode race. I'm so excited for that. That's gonna be so nutty.
That's gonna be. I don't know what to expect for that. I don't know if if you guys are gonna be like so prepared and so good at the game that I might have to start throwing in some shenanigans, or you know, if it's gonna be what I was hoping it would be, where people are dying left and right. That's one that I am very excited to watch.
Be dying left and right, but we'll see. My last run, I finished with 98 lives, so I was 1 life away. Which, I mean, we could very easily go over that. Like, one slight mistake on Ravenbeak, which is very, very easy to make. Could definitely put me over the threshold there. Oh, here's an interesting little leak from Torvis. You actually download the Switch 2. It's an update.
You wouldn't download a console, would you?
Oh man, it's gonna be the Wii
You don't want to
U
know what I'd
over-
download. I would download a console.
It's gonna be the Wii U over and over again, except this time it's gonna be the vice versa. Everyone thinks it's a new console you buy, but it's actually an update this time. This is how Switch 2 fails, yo.
Then here's a question. Like, obviously what I'm about to say is dependent on how well the Switch 2 does, but how long do you think Nintendo will stay with this hybrid console handheld / Switch brand model? Because you know at some point they're going to switch it up to something else, even just arbitrarily, because like, we've been doing this for too long. 2's the limit. We're gonna do something else entirely. But of course, if they did, it's like, what would that be and why? Because it's like handheld and console stuff. They've had that on lock forever, basically. At least handhelds. No one's ever been able to dethrone them from that position.
You know, I think
really.
the answer is that they're gonna stick with it as long as it's successful.
I'm also thinking like if any other company has something like the Switch, they would milk that till the end of time. But of course, Nintendo isn't like any other company. So, what are they gonna do? Even though they've been making more sensible decisions with this during the Switch era, but Nintendo's old quirkiness is their best, like their greatest in strength and weakness, basically.
I definitely think I agree with Andy that as long as it's a success, I think we're going to continue on that model.
Yeah.
But even then, it's like, it's hard to say, because even if like, you know, I imagine the Switch 2 is still going to be successful, kind of similar to how like the 3DS was to the DS, where it didn't sell as much, but you know, at the end of its life cycle, you know, it still sold like almost 80 million units, which is, you know, is objectively just a success, even if it doesn't touch the original DS.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I have to imagine, like, you know, the cat's out of the bag at this point. Like, how do you go back after this?
I mean, granted, me asking this is kind of just a matter of that's what Nintendo will have to figure out. What will they have to do different or better from here? 'Cause that is part of business in general, just trying to figure out things that people didn't even know that they wanted.
I mean, I almost kind of figure it's the same thing as, like, you know, a controller almost. Like, the SNES introduced a standardized set of buttons that would appear on all Nintendo consoles moving forward. That was kind of like the quote unquote gimmick at the time. I guess, and the more powerful hardware was a big one, kind of similar to the Switch 2. Actually, now that I think about it, I would imagine that maybe like the hybrid factor. I mean, it's too early to tell, but I would imagine maybe that's like just kind of a new thing moving forward, and Nintendo just kind of adds on a new gimmick on top of that. I will say whatever the console is after Switch 2, I don't think it's going to be another iteration like the Switch 2 is to the Nintendo Switch. I do think that there is going to be something substantial about it, but I don't know. I kind of think that going forward, we're just going to keep seeing hybrid consoles from them, because I don't know how you go back after that.
Unless the Switch is their handheld and they're got something else in mind. Who knows?
I don't know. I don't know. Again, we don't even have a Switch 2 in the wild yet, so
Yeah.
it's hard to say. Anything can change in a matter of years.
Time to skedaddle. The door will open.
And I see you're doing my favorite Echoes tactic and leaving them all on red.
Yeah. Did you do the pro strat with the Dark Pyre Commandos where you just freeze them with Dark Beam and shatter them with the missile?
That's the only way I deal with Dark Pirate Commandos.
You wouldn't think that would be a thing that would work, but it does.
Yeah, I would not dare deal with them in any other way, frankly.
Like, light dark annihilated beams, I almost never use them for the longest time with Prime 2 because it's like it can be stingy with ammo sometimes, and it's just there's only so much ammo. I usually just sit on it until I need it for something, but I've been more stringent with them over time, and I gotta say the Dark Beam is like one of the best beams ever. It's really good.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with beam ammo. I'm pretty good at keeping both topped off enough. My last run though, I was getting pretty bad powerbomb RNG though, and Andy can definitely attest to that. There were some moments where I was just like, really? So, which is funny because I assumed that it wasn't as bad in this game, because when I first replayed it in November, I was getting pretty good powerbomb RNG, and so I just figured like, oh, I guess the powerbombs are not as bad in this game. No, I just got lucky there. I just got lucky. And it looks like we're on our way to the Nova Beam. Anish says, I wouldn't change anything. Are you talking about the Prime 2 ammo system, or are you talking about Switch 2 versus Switch 3? Yeah, the Nova Beam looks so rad in this game.
Is Sam's able to get around in ship and on foot so well in the Pilot Hollow because she's just that good, or the pilots are just stupid?
I think she's just that good. She's able to maneuver this in some pretty narrow spaces. Like, that's a small tunnel that she's able to fly that through.
Yeah, I'd like to think so, because I know some people online, they're like, they say either about the Space Pirates or even Phazon, something like that. Like, oh, this is... They can be beaten by one person. They must not be that great. And I'm like, it's not, the one person is also Samus, so...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Samus is just kind of a beast, you know? Not many people are going to win that fight. In fact, no one's won that fight so far.
Yeah, that turret is unusually tanky.
Yeah, the Nova Beam turret. Lilith says the second one. Anish says Switch. Gotcha. Okay, so Lilith, you were thinking of beam ammo, and then Anish was thinking
Hello?
The Switch.
Got photo bombed by an advanced trooper there.
Advanced Trooper has entered the chat.
But Yeah, I know those were alarms, trip sensors there. They didn't show up on X-ray, and then even though I went under them in Morph Ball, they still showed up.
Look like you still went through them on my screen. Yeah, Dark Pirate Commandos, it's always Dark Beam and Missile. Commando Pirates in Prime 3, it's always Hyper Mode. No exceptions.
Or Nova Beam.
That's true. After you get Nova Beam and X-Ray, that's true, absolutely. KB says, jumping back in here, how's it going today? Pretty good. We're on the Pirate Homeworld in Prime 3. I want to say we're at about the halfway point for Pirate Homeworld. Then after that, we're just going to collect the last energy cells, and then it's on to Phase.
From what I remember, I should get the 5 that I need just by playing the game.
Sure, I don't think I've ever not done a 100% run in this game, so... Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Yeah, this whole Nova Beam sequence, I really love.
Nova Beam has just got to be one of like the coolest looking. I know you just said this, but like I'm throwing it out there too. Like just one of the coolest looking beams in the series. I'm a sucker for the green.
Yeah, it looks cool. It sounds cool. It has a gnarly looking charge beam. I love those 3 little points that like pulsate and electrify around the charge beam. So dope. And of course, you got those Prime 3 particle effects that I'm a big fan of. Yeah, very, very cool looking beam. And it's very powerful with the X-ray visor with those commandos too. Very satisfying to one-shot them. As well as the Hatcher Metroids later. KB says, nice, and look at that smashed dono goal. Let's reach for the sky. Yeah, baby, yeah!
I think I'm gonna be playing this mystery game. Whatever this title ends up being, I think we might see it revealed sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I thinking you might be right on that one. How excited are you for this mystery game, Andy?
Well, I mean, I'm not, but I am excited in the sense that you know, we have crushed our original donation goal. So that is very exciting, and we've raised more money than I thought I would for, you know, people that need it. So I'm willing to play a game that I will not enjoy for a good cause.
Austin says, yeah, Doom, where is the Metroid X Limp Bizkit mashup? You know what, Austin? That's a good question. Where is the Metroid X Limp Bizkit mashup?
I'm gonna tell you something. The new Limp Bizkit record is awesome. That's a great that's a great album.
I will say, I unironically, I love Limp Bizkit. I know, like, a lot of people, I think a lot of people are starting to warm up to them too. Like they were like cool to poo-poo on there for a while back, but like I feel like new metal is like kind of starting to come back a little bit, and people are like really getting back to like Limp Bizkit and Korn and all that, and that's like totally my jam. I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah, you know, I never was into Korn, but my new metal was like Limp Bizkit, Linkin Park. Did you count Evanescence as new metal, sort of? I like them.
I think they're close enough. They got the vibe of new metal for sure. Yeah.
Andy, what if that game makes you a fan?
I actually just saw Evanescence last year at Aftershock.
Nice.
They killed it. It was such a good show.
Nice.
Andy, what if that game makes you a fan? Honestly,
you know what?
Should be a fan. Limp Bizkit is awesome. I will unironically praise Limp Bizkit from the sky, man. I love Limp Bizkit.
I mean, I think Torvis is talking about the mystery title, but maybe they're talking about Limp Bizkit too. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you know what? You're right. He was saying Andy, not Austin. I totally misread that. So yes.
What if it does make me a fan? You know what? That'd be great because well, I probably shouldn't say anything else because I don't want to reveal anything about this mystery title here. But I would be fine if, you know, I came away from it just being like, you know what, that was a good one, and not the typical fare, so to speak, for this this series, whatever the series ends up being, of course.
Yeah. I like how Lilith is now contributing to our new metal discussion. Breaking Benjamin, I think so. Disturbed, I think early Disturbed, absolutely. Like, you know, The Sickness, 10,000 Fists, definitely new metal. I think even like Indestructible. Some of their other stuff like Evolve, I don't really consider that new metal. I think maybe their most recent album was probably like Back on Track in that range. I think I'd say, yeah, Disturbed probably counts enough as new metal. When I think of new metal, though, I think of like 90s bands mostly. Disturbed is like kind of literally like the year 2000, so they're like just off that cutoff point. But like, you know, I think of like, like
I think of Stone Cold Steve Austin when I think of Disturbed.
Yeah, right, yeah. Break the Glass.
That's a cool song.
I love it. They actually just remastered it on their 25th anniversary release that's coming up in March.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, I think of like, again, Limp Bizkit, Korn, what's the Deftones, I think of them.
I don't think of them as like a new metal band.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay.
But I don't listen to a lot of Deftones either, to be fair.
Yeah, and then Linkin Park, obviously, that's a big one. I think Rage. I don't really think of Rage Against the Machine, but I feel like they have that new metal sound, but they have a different kind of swagger. You know what I mean?
All right. So Griff is still. We are desperately trying to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the pirate homeworld here, and we're looking for a way, anyway, to mitigate the damage from that acid rain here.
All right, I already got that a while ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we already got the hazard shield. Yeah,
we are looking for a way to get that Leviathan accessible. I kind of been dipping in and out here. We're right about to start the sequence with Jadmiral, right?
Yeah. So first we're gonna get the Nova Beam. We're gonna do that little mining tool boss fight with the Ragdoll space pirates that I love.
We're like maybe 30 minutes from that sequence though, right? That's one of my favorite in the game.
Oh yeah, we're right around the corner from it. So we're getting the Nova Beam, we're doing that fight, and then it's time for the invasion.
Such a cool sequence.
Yeah, we gotta fight our first Metroid Hasher first.
I feel like I almost always fight my first Metroid Hatcher in the Valhalla when I get there.
I only fight the one required to fight without Nova Beam, and then I save the other two for later.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do. I never fight the Metroid Hatchers without the Nova Beam X-Ray combo.
Probably a good idea, to be honest with you, because they're definitely difficult. I always, anytime I play Corruption, I'll try and go to the Valhalla like basically as soon as I can. Try and get as deep as I can as soon as I can.
Did I skip something? I should have fought a Metroid Hatcher before I got here. Oh well.
Pretty sure Metroid Hatcher is through a different door. That's when you know that Metroid experimentation area? That's the one where you see like dissected Dark Talon Metroid. There's an alternate door that you go through there. I think that's where the Hatcher is located. Because you don't fight it on the way to the Nova Beam, or at least you don't have to.
You can keep shooting at me if you want.
Yeah, I love this fight, love the Space Pirate Ragdoll, and I love that you actually have to use them to damage the machine. That just always gets a crack out of me.
Metroid processing, the room with that scan. I think we should have invited Roy for Metroid trivia.
Yeah, I think so. Most definitely. I almost spoiled the result there, but I will refrain from saying anything. I will.
Yeah, don't do it.
I will let you all watch the trivia and see what happens yourself.
The Mexican standoff here, waiting for him to do something. Oh. You're not gonna last us longer there, bud. Goodbye.
There it is.
Capture card will do that. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm talking to myself. I shouldn't do that on stream right now. Yeah, actually, Andy, can you hold it? Andy, can you hold it down a bit while I put this scene together, real quick? Thank you very much. I'm gonna mute myself.
I do agree with Doom. I love the way that it just like sucks up all these poor. You know, Metroid does kind of a good job sometimes of making you feel bad for the space pirates and like all the stuff that they have to go through.
Nah.
Because like it really doesn't seem like they're treated all that well from their subordinates or from their higher ups rather.
I know that the space pirates were all pure evil, so if anything ever bad happened to them, they had it coming.
You know, people said that about the orcs too, but there's some nice orcs out there.
Which
Lord
one?
Rings.
From what?
The dude that they made for Rings of Power is kind of a nice orc guy. You know, nice isn't the right word. He's not like just an evil bozo though. There's probably a couple other orcs out there that are all right.
And that is it.
Let's go.
I think there was some guy that showed up and he got squashed.
Man, the way they just go flying, yeah, like I said, you just got to feel for these guys. Oh, yes. Probably the coolest charge shot, I think, in this series. Maybe the Annihilator Beam comes close, but I really love the Nova charge shot.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that's it, right? Like what do we have left? Like, just Omega Ridley?
You gotta do the whole invasion thing first, and then
Well, like for
Escort.
power-ups, I mean, sorry, like it's just Omega Ridley and the Hyper Grapple, right?
I believe so, yes.
I believe so. All right, we're rocking and we're rolling. Love it.
Oh, wait.
Thrall from World of Warcraft is a good orc. There you go. I didn't even think of the World of Warcraft orcs.
I'm also
Excellent call out, Lock 7.
One of the things that first pop into mind is the Warhammer 40k orcs, and they are not nice. They are very mean. They're very evil. Then again, everyone's
Let me ask you a question, Griff, as someone just like a complete noob in that world. Give me like the elevator pitch, the general gist of Warhammer K. What is 4K or whatever it is. Like tell me like what is that about? Because I have to admit, like I am not sure at all.
Warhammer 401k.
Yeah, sure. Tell me about them all.
There's obviously plenty of factions and lore and information you can't get into with Warhammer 40k, but it's like very just grim, dark, over the top ridiculousness. It's just all just depressing and terrible on every level. But it's
what's the general? You know what I mean? Like if I were to tell you the genesis, like the elevator pitch of Lord of the Rings, I'd be like, there's an evil warlord who has this magical ring that gives him dominance over other species, and all the other species are trying to like unite to defeat him. What's the pitch like that?
Just
for
warfare and like terrible things going on across the galaxy. Everyone's struggling to just survive and accomplish all sorts of different goals that they might have. But the grimdark, over-the-top ridiculousness is part of one of the big appeals of it. Just because how over-the-top it is. You just look at the Space Marines, and it's just like that's ridiculous, and that's it. That's Warhammer.
Henry Cavill's a big Warhammer guy.
Oh yeah.
It's good enough for him. It's good enough for me.
Just a shortcut.
Oh, you know what? We got to give it up too for the X-ray visor in Corruption. I'm sure we've talked about it, but man, it's just like what a cool what a cool way to reimagine an existing concept or like a staple of the Metroid series and make it feel just entirely unique and entirely new again. Very very good choice there.
Definitely love how it looks more than the Prime 1 at the very least.
Yeah. Well, you know, and like it looks cool in Prime 1. It's just like it's that. It's an X-ray visor that's just used for discovering objects that aren't visible. But like this is like really to the next level, like where it actively, you know, helps you with combat. It actively helps you with a bunch of different things that you're doing. I do kind of, I don't know if anyone else is gonna pick up on this or not, but like these the X-ray sections with the phase or like the phase on there, they always kind of remind me of like this one level from Perfect Dark, where the Pelagic 2, which is like this alien underwater spacecraft. They kind of have like the same kind of like moving, shimmering walls and stuff like that. It always kind of gives me those vibes.
I never played Perfect Dark.
I don't know if it. I mean, I think it holds up, but I have a lot of fond memories playing it as a kid. I think it still does, but I don't know. I don't know if like a new player that grew up on like dual analog first-person shooters would be like super into it, you know?
As someone whose first console was an N64, I haven't played most worthwhile games on the console just because as a kid I had no reference for any, like what anything about video games. It was just whatever I found that looked cool at Blockbuster or something.
Mm-hmm.
And my parents actually followed the rating system, so I didn't play like Perfect Dark or like I technically played Ocarina of Time for like 10 minutes at someone else's house, but I had no idea what was going on. They were already in the middle of Hyrule Field. I didn't even know what Zelda was at the time. So, yeah, I played like Mario 64 and Smash 64 and Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, but there's plenty of others I just didn't play.
Roy says he loved that mission. Yeah, I have the Xbox Live version of Perfect Dark as well, and like, man, it looks really, really crisp, or just really, really slick. And an underrated cyberpunk classic, actually, Perfect Dark is. Looking forward to the new Perfect Dark. Kind of. We'll see about that.
At some level, it's just like Microsoft. Technically, it's like only like in the Doom games, like the only thing they have like on lock. Other than the Forza, I guess. But for the most part, it's like Doom, the first thing I think of, where it's like, this is good. Like, this is gonna be good no matter what. As opposed to, like, Halo or Gears of War. And a lot of, like, I know Fable's coming out, but it's like, I have, like I said, it's just no real... I'll give it a chance, but at the moment, I have no expectations.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, we're gearing up here. We're in the... getting close to the finale of the Pirate Homeworld here. An amazing sequence that we got coming up with, you know, something I think Metroid is kind of lacking, which is like teamwork with other like actual living, breathing humans. And I'm glad that they don't do it like often, but I felt like by doing it in this game, it really did kind of like add to like the stakes and add to, you know, everything that that's on the line here.
Mm-hmm.
Just blasting these guys away. I love it. Oh, that was a clean headshot too with the X-ray, the X-ray Nova Beam combo there. That was nice.
Hyper mode, I don't know if it's just a hyper mode, but there is a thing where it's just the power commandos, if you zoom in on them, you get staticky and it doesn't really work.
Hmm.
I don't remember if it's necessarily every time, or I don't know if it is that it doesn't work, but good luck finding where their head is and when you can't see anything.
Mm-hmm. Another great set piece background, I think, with kind of like the phase-on Leviathan residue coming, coming in here. I really love the Pirate Homeworld. I think it's an underrated area. It doesn't get talked about enough.
Yeah.
In terms of like the great Metroid Prime areas. I mean, it's got some pretty famous, big brothers and sisters, if you will, like, Skytown and Findrana and Sanctuary Fortress. But like, I feel like this isn't like that far behind any of those ones. Like, I would personally probably have it as like a top 5 area, maybe throwing in Talon Overworld in there too.
Sure, I could see that.
On my most recent playthrough of Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, this is one of the only things that I don't like that it does, is like if you're fighting a space pirate, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Griff, but like if you're fighting a space pirate that has a shield and you knock the shield away, it turns, like, the scan turns into a different space pirate, the one without the shield. So it kind of like it kind of changes enemies on you there halfway through.
I don't remember, honestly. I have to double check.
Oh, look at that Nova Beam charge shot too. Man, that looks good. So I feel like the corruption, like when the phase-on is building up, like I feel like the same kind of thing that I feel in like Majora's Mask. Like, I think all the players have let the phase-on build up to see your game over at least once, like to see what it looks like. Just like, you've let the moon crash into Castletown at least once to see what that looks like. Pretty neat.
Yeah. It's the same as the normal game over changing to the blue instead of yellow, red, but one thing I noticed not too long ago, I think, is where it's like in Prime 2, outside of like the powers, like outside of like super missiles and I guess screw attack, technically, every power up you get in Prime 2 is either things you get that Samus brought with her from the Guardians, or it's all new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's kind of a plot explanation as to why the things are what they are.
I actually think that that Echoes does one of the better jobs in the series of like justifying why like all of your power-ups are like stolen away and why like your enemies have them. I think it does a really good job of that.
Yeah. I mean, how they took them from Samus in the first place is a bit weird, but sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can live with that, though, like the Ing kind of, sort of, somehow sucked the power-ups out of Samus, almost like a Metroid would. I can live with that.
It's unfortunate they made their planetary shield powered by Morph Ball bombs.
Well, a lot of great engineers in the galaxy, but maybe they don't get to the far reaches here.
All right, and he is back.
What's up, Doom?
Pretty good. Looks like I made it just in time for the invasion.
Pretty quick, yeah, pretty quick.
Yeah, Roy was talking earlier about your Perfect Dark discussion. Says definitely play the Xbox Live Arcade port of Perfect Dark, not on NSO. I believe that was the same one that's also available on Rare Replay, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct, yeah.
There's also, if you have the means, there is a really good PC port. It's still in beta development, but I played a little bit of that, and that's also a really good port if you also want an alternative means to try out that game. Either way, though, you can't really go wrong with Perfect Dark.
Outstanding job, Samus. The
You'll
invasion
love
is
to see it.
officially underway. Let's go.
Yeah, and you know what? He doesn't say it often, but he's impressed.
Imagine if this was the mission where he lost his leg.
Outstanding job, Samus, but I did not authorize the use of any of that equipment.
Oh boy. That's Saturday night.
Yeah.
This is a great room. Just a great room in the in this area too. I'm a little bit of a delay here, but the one with all the acid rain, where the room that you initially have to sneak through, just a fantastic set. Pretty much any set piece that has the acid rain, I just think looks so just fantastic.
Definitely. Oh my gosh, and there he is, best boy.
There's a large security door located at the end.
Wow.
Demolition troopers are needed to open the final door, so you need to make sure
It's
enough of them
perfect.
make it safely through this area. You are the only one.
But
The only way it could have been better is if he was wearing a V-neck and blazer combo.
It's up to you to finish the job. We're right
Yeah,
behind
that's no. What he really needed is the reverse Fred Durst hat, the chains. That's what he needed. The sideburns, 100%. All right, do some damage, Griff. Let's do this.
I think like they're yellow. That was totally a power bomb you just used. Give me one of those. I'll do. I can do this whole thing. You can just sit here and relax, yellow man. I mean, they are yellow like power bombs, so.
Yeah, we literally don't need to make a single sacrifice. Like, you guys are good. Yeah, I still do think it's funny, and again, I know you're not supposed to think too deeply. I do think it's funny how the demo trooper has the weaker armor instead of, you know, your regular trooper. But again, it's game logic. The gameplay comes first. Don't think too hard about it. Oh my gosh, and we just got another $75 donation from Roy. Thank you so much, Roy.
Wow, thank you, Roy. Holy moly.
Flying off that platform.
Didn't leave a donation comment, but that's okay. You've been active in chat, so yeah, hope you're still here, because yeah, thank you very much for that generous dono, Roy.
Yeah, unbelievable. We are now at $933 raised for the Trevor Project, and for anybody that, of course, doesn't know, Trevor Project is a non-profit that focuses on suicide prevention for young trans and LGBTQ youth, and every cent that we've raised here is going straight to them. So that's going to make a big difference, hopefully, in someone's life. So thank you so much to Roy and to everybody that's donated. I'm flabbergasted. Like, I think we're going to have to reveal the mystery game, like, today. Like, maybe even before Corruption is done. I don't know.
Yeah, we are less than $70 away from hitting this
was
stretch
that?
goal. And rumor has it that Andy is not excited to play this game. And so if you are an individual that loves watching Andy suffer,
There's a lot.
this might be the way to go.
Oof. You know, that's going to be after a really busy day. You know, Federation Force. What else do we have going on that day? I'm going to be kind of the tech guy doing Metroid Prime Hunters. We've got a really competitive Super Metroid race that day. So like, I'm gonna be tired. It's gonna be the end of the marathon, and I'm gonna have to play this mystery title.
Yeah. And that's right, because correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Saturday night you're doing Metroid Prime as well, which not going to be quite as big of a gauntlet as Echoes, but that's definitely going to be a gauntlet endurance test.
That is tomorrow, actually, my friend.
That's tomorrow. Gotcha. Okay. I got
anybody that for whatever reason, and God help you if you do, but if you want to see my face on stream, tomorrow is the day, because I will literally be streaming from 8 a.m. till probably like 11 p.m. Mountain Time. So you will never want to see my face again after tomorrow. I promise you that.
Tomorrow is quite literally the Spateri show, not related to the podcast, also of the same name.
Why are these guys getting in front of me? Thank you. Bye.
Griff is keeping all these troopers alive too. Just a great support that you've given him here, Griff.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was worried there for a moment. I saw those aerial troopers firing on these guys, but yeah, Griff, you kept it together so far.
I can't really do much with that guy.
Yeah. Oh, this room, this is the one that always gives me trouble. Even in hyper mode, like, it usually takes me a few tries to get this one right. To get all 12 of the troops out alive. But yeah, I think if you make it through this room, Griff, you should be good. That guy definitely did not make it, but for some reason they're not counting him towards our stock. You know, these casualties don't matter, because they don't have the yellow armor.
Yeah, they're only counting lieutenants. If you're not a lieutenant, they're like, whatever.
Yeah, sure, whatever, this guy, well, you know.
We got a couple more of them. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gonna say anything?
Yeah, so far,
Nah,
so
I'm doing
good. All right, yeah, looks like you made it. I think Griff, you're on track.
You are just killing it here, buddy.
Yeah, pun not intended with all the trains going by. Which another thing I forgot to mention. Anyone who knows me knows that I am a sucker for a good train, and the Pirate Homeworld, it's got trains, baby.
It does have trains, yep. You must like Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks, then, dude.
You know, unironically, there's a possibility that it could be the worst Zelda gameplay game ever, but the trains just elevated a few points for me. Because I love trains that much. You put a train, I'm a simple guy. You show me train and I smile.
I like it.
Goodbye.
Alright. I was worried that we weren't going to finish. I think we're going to finish. I think we're going to... Because what? We can go... Oh, you know what? I guess we got to get a few energy cells, though. Is that right?
Should have enough already. I have 5.
Oh, perfect. Then,
okay.
Booyah.
Okay, these 2 jobbers and me versus these guys.
Excellent use of the word jobber there.
A lot of people in chat just got excited when I mentioned our stretch goal game would make you suffer, Andy. So get ready.
You know what? That's
all right. I did it.
That's what we signed up
for. 100% survival rate. Just what you'd expect from Samus.
Dreadclaw Dragodon says, "Does Doom like Thomas the Tank Engine?" Then absolutely. Who doesn't like Thomas the Tank Engine, man?
I was watching some Thomas the Train with my nephew not that long ago. Nice. It's a fine show for young lads and lasses.
Yeah, there's definitely worse shows out there to watch, more insufferable shows. I think Thomas still holds up.
I have to say, I think Paw Patrol is a better product though. That as far as a kid show goes, that's a good show.
I hear Bluey is supposed to be really good. Like, I have even, friends in my age demographic that actually really like Bluey, so I might check it out sometime.
Okay. Suplex City. Right. Heck yeah, Dreadclaw.
Okay, Big Prime 4 Hope. X-ray functionality, and you get it within the first half of the game. Interesting. That's one thing. If they do introduce a visor early on, then chances are that it's going to get a lot more use throughout the game. And so if they did introduce an early X-ray visor, perhaps that means that we see some more cool stuff that we haven't seen from it before.
There's some time travel black hole dimension hoopla going on. It could be something related to that. Or some dark visor adjacent thing, maybe.
I could definitely see a time visor. I think we might have even talked about that on one of our Metroid Prime 4 themed episodes after the reveal. But yeah, that feels like an upgrade that makes sense.
Time visor, I see in the future or the past, or you look at something hard enough and they start to age real quick. Oh.
I could eat my words here, and maybe I will, but I don't know where the time travel comes from. I think it's going to be like a wormhole or alternate dimensions. And I think you're going to have... You know what Torvis just said in chat, actually, a temporal visor, and that's exactly kind of the right thing, where you're going to be able to see, objects or enemies or something that are, in the different phase of reality. Which, I guess, the dark visor is kind of like that a little bit, but I would say used, an actual good extent.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how like the time mechanics are going to play out. And I think given the logo, how it literally is a black hole, I think you might be on the money there with it like wormholes being involved. I think time is just kind of a shorthand, just because Tanabe and that Federation Force interview he did, when he was mentioning the things he'd love to see in a Metroid game, he specifically mentioned like a time mechanic. That's also, we're talking about a very loose Japanese translation though, so it might not be super literal.
Well, I remember he was just like, if a Prime 4 were to end up happening, it'll probably be about time travel. I think is what he said.
Yeah, and then so far, a lot of the things that we've seen in Prime 4 and even Federation Force to an extent have pretty much lined up with that interview. So I think a lot of people are jumping to that.
Where are you jerks?
These troopers are tough customers.
Alright then, get the X-ray visor. You gotta lock on. Come on. What's going on here? There you go. There's 1. 2. 3. I was thinking about using the X-ray visor to zoom in on these guys. You think we'll get something like that? Like some sort of like sniper visor or something?
Maybe depending on like the beams and weaponry you get, that could be something.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I'm looking at the time right now. I think we're making great time for Prime 3 because according to my sheet, we're starting at 3 p.m. my time, and so that's an hour and a half away still. I think we're gonna make it.
I think we're gonna make. I think if we're close, like I think we could push 30 minutes if we need to. I think that would be okay.
Yeah, I think we're in a good place, especially since we're not going for 100%. We're just doing a casual run here. I think we're absolutely going to make that. An hour and a half seems like plenty of time to me. Torvis Bolt says, Metroid is kind of in the future, so I'm hoping for a lot of stuff happening in the past. Ooh, interesting. I never thought about it that way. Because we do kind of get that in Metroid with like the Chozo civilizations, or even, you know, some of the stuff like the Brionians in Prime 3, the Reptilicus. We do get glimpses of the past, but we're not literally going into the past. Maybe Prime 4 will give us that opportunity. Very interesting thought.
And to be fair, like I think that you could do the wormhole idea and time travel almost like together. Like I don't think that they have to be like mutually exclusive, you know? Like I think that you could do both of those. And I would love to see, you know, like something that we've never seen before. Maybe even the past predating the Chozo would be really interesting, or at least like predating them till their like transcendence, so to speak.
It wasn't there.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Wasn't it at least theorized that black holes do one, if not both of those things?
I mean, there's a lot of theories about what the heck a black hole could be, and the beautiful thing is like they can all be true because nobody knows.
Yeah. Yeah, and Disinferno saying a thought I think we all agree with. Look how good Prime 3 looks. Absolutely incredible. Agree.
Like people
nearly 20-year-old game, nearly 20-year-old game on the Wii, and so many aspects of this game still hold up. The art direction is impeccable. Again, I still think the charge beam is my favorite charge beam in the entire series, with all its crazy particle effects. There's so much cool stuff in this game's art.
Like people keep saying in other M reviews where it's like it looks pretty good for a Wii game. I'm like, Prime 3 is right here.
Yeah. To be fair, Other M is also a very beautiful looking game. Even though the art direction doesn't quite work for me, like, it's a very good looking game.
I'd say Prime 3 is at least top 5 best looking Wii games.
Oh yeah, definitely. Absolutely. And again, we're not using like any like HD texture packs or anything. Like, yeah, we're actually, no, because you're playing on your Wii U, so this is yeah, this is base resolution. We're not even upscaling it, and it still looks this good.
Yep.
Yeah, Prime 3 is a beaut for sure. Yeah, Torvis, this game is very cool. Torvis says, I have a legit leak about black holes from a dev, but I sadly lost the information.
That's crazy. I had one too, and I misplaced it.
Honestly, people want Prime 2 remastered, but I would be happy if they just skipped to 3. Well, I mean, I want both, to be fair. I think most people do. I think most people are just jumping to Prime 2 since that's the next one in the trilogy. But like, I want the whole trilogy.
Yeah. weird if they remastered Prime 1 and 2 for Switch and then remastered Prime 3 for Switch 2, and it's like we're gonna leave one in the like 2 on previous gen hardware, one on the next gen, like the original versions of these games. But some people bring up the Switch 2 using the Joy-Cons being used as like a mouse, and I'm like, is that how they're gonna solve the Prime 3 controller issues?
Alright, I'm gonna grab something to eat, y'all. I'll be back in like 30, maybe 45 minutes.
Sounds good. You're missing Omega Ridley. This is a highlight for me, I think.
Oh, it's a really good fight, but I got to stick around for the invasion at least. I just want to be absolute sure that that I get my food in me before we do Dread, because I definitely don't want to eat into that time.
Heck yeah.
Pun not intended.
Yeah.
All
right, buddy. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, see you on the other side.
Now this is a Ridley fight that I really like. You know, we were talking. I was watching you guys this morning, and we were talking about the Ridley fight falling down the shaft, and I think that's like an amazing Ridley fight. But this one I think is like so cool too. This is kind of what I wanted like Meta Ridley in Metroid Prime to be more like, rather than where he flies around a bit. I kind of wanted that close quarter brawl. Like this fight I think is just so cool, and the theme goes hard. I know. I like Omega Ridley. That is probably shocking news, but I do. I'm a big fan. I remember specifically playing the game and thinking it was cool that he was named Omega Ridley. It just sounds cool, you know?
They cancel that ability to attack out and just get it in his face.
Oh, there it is. Rip it off. Rip it off.
Whoa.
Hey, Lilith, what's up?
Hey, sorry about that. I lost the feed. There we go.
Oh, you're good. You're just in time for little Omega Ridley here. I do. I'm a big
Yes.
fan.
Something.
Oh yes, and this is the best use of this X-ray visor, I think.
That just looks so cool.
Here's your armor, jerk.
Hey.
I think partway through this battle, he's like, oh, wait a minute, I can fly.
Man, Griff, you are just like taking it to these bosses. By the way, that's these bosses have nothing on you. I kind of like too the like the gross kind of like organic-y. Like they almost remind me of like the sandworms from Dune, like these little pits that Ridley flies into. Well, we were talking earlier about this. What is your favorite like Leviathan boss from? Actually, not even your favorite. Rank the 3 Leviathan bosses. So Helios, Moganar, and Omega Ridley. What do you think?
Oh man, nostalgia has to put Ridley at 1, and then I like Mojanar, and then Helios.
That's you know what? You're another that has Helios in last. To be honest, so do I. But I feel bad because I think Helios is really cool.
I mean, yeah, it's a cool fight. Don't get me wrong, but I just love Ridley, and I like Mojanar's design. So
There he goes.
GG.
If I was the Order Leviathan boss, I'd probably go Omega Ridley, then Helios, then Moganar.
Okay. It's pretty hard not to take Ridley at number 1.
Moganar, I say, is just annoying, or you can just wait around for him to do stuff, trying to hit his buttons.
I really like the Omega Ridley like remix too of the theme. Like I think it's a kind of like a nice frantic version of that. Oh, and man, now we've got like the fully corrupted PED suit, Hazard Shield. This is the top tier suit I think in the series.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Like at this point in the game.
I like how this suit looks.
Catherine says, "Yay! Congrats on surpassing your goal." Hey, thank you very much for that. And hey, you helped contribute as well, so we should be thanking you for doing that. So absolutely incredible stuff here, and we are closing in on our stretch goal very quickly. I dare say I think we're gonna hit it today, and that's not good news for me because we have a mystery title that is going to seemingly have to be played if we hit that stretch goal. So we'll see if that is.
Let me know if you guys hear an echo. I'm trying to get the video up again.
No, you're good. It sounds good to me.
All right, cool, awesome.
I'll let you know if we do. Look at this little waggly thing. This kind of reminds me of the thing from Jabu Jabu's belly, like that. The ones that just hang from the ceiling and wiggle waggle around.
What are those things called?
I don't know. Probably nothing. Probably nothing good. Well, here we go. What do we got, Griff? So we're going to the Valhalla next, and then the big finale.
There's one thing I'd like to show off real quick, like the only other area in the game where you can actually use ship missiles on enemies. And after I use it, I'll get it on the landing site so I can leave right after.
Why the heck not? If it'll only take a few minutes, let's do it. We have an hour and a half left. I think that we got time.
The only other thing, there's actually another thing right after, but I can literally do that in like 10 seconds.
Sure.
Now the last Leviathan down. And yet these phase-on tendrils are still wiggling.
Samus walking away from an explosion never gets old, says Catherine. Yes, that is true. And what an explosion that is. My goodness. You'll have to see it. It's Great Worm, Disinferno. And that's what they called Metroid Prime. They called it the Worm. And the Great Poison. Metroid Prime had a lot of names given to it by the Chozo. The Great Poison. I always thought that was a really cool descriptor. I actually ended up naming the final chapter in our walkthrough for that, the Great Poison, because I thought it sounded cool.
With the Chozo Unleashed, you spent hundreds of years trying to find Aurora Unit 217 figures out in a few hours.
This location is so far away, it cannot be reached by conventional space travel. We must instead create a wormhole to reach it. The pirates have constructed a Leviathan battleship, which is in orbit around this planet. If we can board this battleship, we may be able to force it to open a wormhole. Large energy surges consistent with a warp device are traveling between the pirates' planet and the Leviathan battleship.
We instead have to create a wormhole, they say. I'm telling you, I think that's going to be the same thing in Prime 4.
Maybe.
Catherine, the me on Samus looks eerily similar. I could see that. I could see that, except you don't wear glasses. At least not that I remember. Correct me if I'm wrong, Catherine. You should replay the series, and you should learn to speedrun one of these Metroid Prime games so that I can call on you next year to to do that. Bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. There it is. There's the little pat on the head for the me.
I'm gonna make this quick pit stop. I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute bathroom break before I head to the final stretch. It'll be my final stretch. Actually, now I think about it. There's a missile right behind me.
Akonorian. I think this is the only Prime 3 area that we haven't covered in the Great Metroid Area Ranking, which is our Patreon series. You really don't get to see like too much of Norion, which is which is too bad.
Yeah.
The planet itself.
It feels a little like unfinished. That's it. I want more from it.
Yeah. Where is Griff going?
The only other
I've seen you do a lot of things that I never knew that you could do on this playthrough. Actually,
the only other place I haven't been to in Norian yet. If the door
I have
will
learned a
open.
lot watching these streams.
Yeah, we were just talking about how cool the PED suit, when it's like got the hazard shields and is fully corrupted like it is right now. I think it just looks like so awesome.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Kind of cool too, because like Samus's suits always look so pristine and slick and everything like that, and then this suit kind of looks a little bit rough around the edges, decayed. I kind of like that look a little bit, almost like unlike the Batman Arkham games, like when you play in Batman's like cape and cowl and suit and stuff like that start to get a little bit rough towards the end of the game.
Yeah, it's like you see the wear and tear of the mission.
I like that when Samus uses the welding under the Nova Beam, the flame is bright, bigger, and green.
That's when you know the flame is at its max power, is when it's green.
I think it might be hot.
Green is even hotter than blue fire, which I also hear is pretty hot.
Yeah. Is it white the hottest, I think? I don't remember. As far as stars.
White's got nothing on green.
I mean, there's the phrase white hot.
You've never heard the phrase green hot?
No.
Should have some salsas.
Neither have I.
I believe this console here right in front of me is how you get the secret codes in your ship. Yeah, the special access codes, put them in little pad in your ship at the very top, and you'll get the special messages from developers like Shigeru Miyamoto, Yoshi Sakamoto, Kensuke Tanabe, and Satoru Iwata.
Neat.
Of course, how would you know that's what it means? Because they're just numbers, but Anyway, this is other thing I wanted to show off. And this is the one other area in the game that I know of where you can actually use ship missiles on enemies. I mean, there are a bunch of Metroid hoppers, but better than nothing.
Hey, yeah. You like the ship missiles, I feel like in Corruption are so, like, what's a polite word here? I don't know. They feel underutilized. How about that?
Just hold this button and just wait. Still alive, huh?
You know what? So here we go. Forrest says, I will say I do miss the more drastic changes of Prime 2. It was much more of an event when you got the light suit rather than the slow changes of 3. Yeah, I mean, yes, there's certainly something to be said for that. But again, like, I kind of feel like the law of diminishing returns comes in a little bit too, where like you've done that in Prime, you've done that in Echoes. Like if you're gonna do it in Corruption, like the suits just like better be like spectacular, right? Like just not kind of the same old. So I'm kind of glad that they did it a different way.
Oh, nice.
Dang,
Absolutely wasted.
I'm gonna use ship missiles again, so I might as well do it here.
I mean, like, is there anywhere else that you use ship missiles in the game to fight enemies? I can't think of it.
When you first go to Thorn Dock, or the Thorn Jungle pirate base on Brio, you can use it there to open a gate, and then you can use it again when like the Berserker Lord comes out. That's about it.
That is so neat.
Are you gonna fight this Metroid? Whatchamacall?
Yeah, it'll take like 5 seconds now that I have Nova Beam X-Ray's visor, and I can then get also another energy cell.
Yeah. How many do we need for? How many do you actually need for?
You need 5.
Valhalla.
If you know where you're going, you need 5.
You need 5. Okay. This is the only multi-lock blast door shield in all of Metroid Prime 3. I did not know that, Roy.
Yep.
I did not know that at all.
They're only on the Federation. Is the only one that has these blast doors that you rip off like that. The game will load. I know there's a Prime 3 randomizer I saw from Bash Prime where one of the first things he had to do was fight the Metroid Hatcher with like almost nothing.
That seems like something I would not want to do.
Goodbye.
To be honest, I don't want to fight a Metroid Hatcher even with like most things, and not because they're like insanely difficult, but because I find that they're just like a tough enemy to like fight in terms of like actually like latching on with your aiming and then like getting the seeker missile to actually hit where it's supposed to. Now that's obviously without the Nova X-ray combo, because I mean you just like destroy this thing in about 2 seconds. But I think regularly as intended, it's not my favorite enemy to fight.
Nope.
Look at that. Look at all this phazon junk floating away.
I currently have 6 energy cells, but I'm gonna get a 7th at the Valhalla, so I have most of them already.
Valhalla freaked me out. Yeah, Catherine, Valhalla's freaky. I love Valhalla.
The other 2 energy cells, one's on Alicia. You gotta go back to where the defense drone was and use grapple voltage. The other one is on Brio with this massive side quest. Like, the only real Metroid side quest I can think of. With the ship Grapple.
The one where you gotta move like the head back onto the statue or whatever?
Yeah, because I only had to go back to Brio for screw attack, and after that, that's like a massive section of Brio that is just you just don't have to deal with if you don't want to.
Yeah.
It feels like a third of Brio is just isn't required, or like a quarter to a third is just not required to go through if you don't want to.
You know what, and I think that's both good and bad. Like it's, and I'd probably actually say it's mostly good than bad, because like yeah, if you don't want to do it, like you certainly don't have to, but if you're willing to put in the time, then you get rewarded for it, which is kind of nice.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, now that this little side quest is over with, I'm gonna go touch down on the Valhalla and then go take my quick bathroom break.
Sounds good, and then yeah, the final stretches.
Now the playthrough's coming down to the wire, and I don't have much left to. I don't have any more secrets to bestow.
Catherine, me giving us power.
You know, 242 says that you can't reach phase in conventional space travel, but in Prime Hunters, Samus and the other hunters go to another galaxy with their gunships, so I guess you could get there if they wanted to, but it would take a really long time, and they don't really have time to spare.
I think they used a wormhole in Echoes and maybe just forgot to tell us. That sounds like it sounds like what they did to me.
All I know is they got on their ships, they went, it was a long journey supposedly. I think the manual said that, but there's nothing other. We just know they did the thing, and then that's it.
Man, I love this like blood red kind of, you know, not a supernova, but like presentation in the background there. There's a word for this that I'm trying to think of. Red giant, maybe? I don't know if that's the proper name for it. Yeah.
Is it Space Red Tide?
Forrest says Valhalla makes me hope for some truly unsettling areas and beyond. The power outage in Prime 1 was also super creepy for me. Yeah, I would love for them to really lean into the horror. I know it's probably never going to happen, but you know.
Maybe Nebula Catherine is what I'm looking for. Griff, can we throw on that BRB scene instead of the starting soon, and we'll be back in a few minutes?
If I was going to think of any sort of cool, unsettling area in a post-Prime 3 game, it's some sort of planet that was mostly corrupted, but then the Phazon went away, and now it's just some charred husk. It's basically a dead planet.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
All right, we'll see you all in just a few minutes, or we'll finish up Metroid Prime 3 Corruption.
Sounds good.
Okay.
back once again to finish this off.
Oh, welcome back.
Let's go. Final stretch.
Stretch it out. Get some water.
It is important to stay hydrated. I got some water. I got some coffee. Feeling good.
I've had some water. I've been drinking off and on.
Very good.
Griff, this is quite the impressive run you have done here this morning. I thank you for it. This morning and this afternoon, I should say.
You're welcome. 61 pickups. Those energy cells do count towards 100% correct collection. I think Doom was asking about that earlier. Or the Lacey. You remember the artifacts in Sky Temple, Dark Temple keys in Prime 1 and 2 count for item collection? I think they do.
That's a good question. I think they do, and at least in Prime, because I remember I actually didn't visit the Artifact Temple till I had like all the artifacts, and I was still at 99% items, and because there I hadn't gotten the Article of Truth or whatever it is in there. I think at this point, Griff, we just skip past any scans. We just power through and we get to the end. I want to see that Dark Sam's boss battle.
I have the answer to the question if you want the answer.
Yeah.
It says that the temple keys, the Dark Temple keys, and the energy transfer module do not count towards the percentage.
Okay.
Interesting. I'm assuming the artifacts from Prime 1 count, though?
Let me check.
I'm not checking. Oh, come on.
Just really an area here, kind of unlike a lot of other areas. I guess like the wrecked ship is like sort of kind of like on the same level as being like a scary kind of area that you can go into, but I don't think anything quite on the level of this.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I guess, pseudo wrecked ship in 3D.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not getting a straight answer, but most people seem to say yes. The artifacts do count.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll find out the answer for sure tomorrow when I'm playing Metroid Prime.
I didn't even think about that.
We'll see. I think that's correct though. I think they do. These on puddles are really kind of annoying guys.
So you can actually take them out with the I was about to say like the grapple voltage, and you can actually replenish your health with them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same as Sky till Metroid until Dread happened.
What's up, Doom? How was your lunch?
I haven't eaten it yet. I just took it. I decided to air fry up some wings.
Oh, that's what I'm talking. That's gonna give you the power you need for Dread.
That sounds so good.
So SSF Jaxis, what time zone is the schedule in? It is in. What does it say right now? 10 a.m. So it's in Eastern time.
Yeah. Yeah. So Dread will be starting in about an hour.
Yeah. We might push it back a little bit if Griff isn't done Dark Samus yet by that time. I'm feeling pretty good, but where we're at right now.
I think he's gonna finish ahead of time. He's doing really good right now.
I'm feeling pretty good about where we are, but if we need to, we're this close. We'll push it back a little bit.
I'd say phase will probably take like half an hour at most.
I think you're probably right. I think we're gonna be okay. Oh, that was cool. Creepy little particle man there. Hey.
I always forget about him. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, God, GFS Valhalla, it's got to be another top tier area in the whole series, man. Like,
Yeah.
oh, and oh god, these poor Federation troopers. I always feel
Oh
bad
no.
Rip. Have you guys watched The Expanse?
seeing them. No, you've brought that up to me. I definitely need to get on that sometime.
There is a very blue-looking phazon-like substance in The Expanse as well that kind of reminds me of what we just saw there with those troopers. Very cool show.
Rip Samus.
Oh.
I do like the detail of Samus. You can see Samus's breath in her visor when she's in these zero-G areas. Or vacuum, in the vacuum areas.
Really nice.
Well, Doom, earlier you missed the only other area in the game where you can use ship missiles, and that's in the air, like this the landing zone before Generator B, and where all the phazon is in the Metroid Hatcher.
I actually, believe it or not, I actually caught that. I briefly stopped in my room after I loaded the wings in, and I actually did just barely catch that. So it's the first time I've ever seen them in action on that area.
Yeah. All that build up for nothing.
Yeah, the hardest boss of the game right here, folks.
Also, actually, apparently a detail I didn't know about from Metroid Dread, because there's never really a time where I had to do this, but actually watching a randomizer, and apparently, if you're like on the very edge of the screen, you kill an enemy on the other edge of the screen, and the pickups just don't automatically come towards you. Apparently, if you charge your beam, the pickups will be drawn towards you.
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. I just kind of assumed they always just gravitated towards you.
Far enough away, they won't. At least that's what I saw. You know. Again, it was on a randomizer.
Cool.
So.
It's a neat little detail. Force Hoku earlier said kind of reminds me of Dead Space 2, where you go back to the area from the first game, but it's eerily silent and sterilized. Sometimes just changing a previous location is enough to give it liminality.
Yeah, I love that part of Dead Space 2.
I definitely agree here. I feel like that's what makes Valhalla another thing that's so effective. It's like you've already seen what a properly functioning, healthy Federation ship looks like. Here's what the horror version looks like.
It is likely that this code could allow us to control the Leviathan in orbit above the pirate. Find a way onto the Leviathan and use that code.
78356.
Say before we head out, I think we should play the secret message at least. That won't take long.
Again.
Data log entry 2467.
I think it was 356.
This will be the last
Yeah, there we go.
of the GFS Valhalla.
The audience is probably hearing that right after you already checked that, so.
Our efforts to repel the space pirate boarding force have failed. They have successfully removed
I mean, the voice for this AU is already inherently deep, so when it's getting removed from its tank, if its voice got deep then, that would be kind of creepy, as it says darkness coming.
Mm-hmm.
It is vital that the Federation receive this transmission. Severing main power. A large bioform is creating a wormhole. Implant into sentient planet, which is the source of all phazon. Darkness coming.
Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back.
Oh man, I forgot how bad the doors were in this game.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the loading times in Corruption are brutal. We were talking about that earlier. If they port that to Switch, that's actually my most requested feature is faster loading times above all else.
Absolutely, that's just crazy.
You can get a surprising amount of health from these phasings, where they just blow up.
Yeah, they come in especially handy once you're on phase.
Yep.
With the hyper grapple, they're a great way to keep your phase on level in check.
Also seen the best way to get to those doors when the air is either pushing you back is just going to Morph Ball. I have 120 missiles and I'm about to go to the final area. About how many missiles would you need before you say that you're pretty much satisfied?
Hard to say. Definitely more in a Metroid, in Metroid Prime 1 or 2, just because I use super missiles a lot more in those final fights.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter as much in Corruption. Roy says we wait longer for doors in Metroid Prime 3 to open than we have for Metroid Prime 4. Damn. That physically hurt. Stalnex says feel like that would really come in handy for later difficulty levels. I assume he's talking about the missile talk.
I think Metroid Tactic is just walking away. You almost got me with that one.
Now, leaving enemies on red is my favorite pastime in a Metroid game.
I just gotta get the pirate code. Or implant the pirate code.
Oh no, excuse me. Stalnox says they were talking about the health restoration. Yes, the hyper grapple is essential in hyper mode during that phase sequence. Because all the phasing there, like without them, like it becomes substantially more difficult.
If you ever feel bad about completing a Metroid game, leaving all the items you didn't collect behind, Sam is going to lose them all again at some point, so don't worry about it.
That is very true.
Very, very true. That's a good motto for life, actually, I think.
We've got this area covered.
You know, anything to be interesting?
Most of the pirates have retreated underground, but you'll still need to stay on guard through these sections.
Yes. My favorite place.
Best way to get around is in Morph Ball, so I try to whenever I'm able.
I thought the bog was your favorite place.
I can have two favorite places.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
In elevators, you can't jump, but you can use spring ball. What would you consider, like, Metroid Prime staple abilities that show up in basically all the Prime games? How many of them do you think will show up in Prime 4, like Boost Ball and Spider Ball?
I was about to say Spider Ball's a big one. I would actually be very disappointed if there was no Spider Ball.
I think you can almost certainly say Spider Ball, Boost Ball, Scan Visor, the like the Space Jump, Double Jump, of course.
Charge beam.
No, we already saw that one.
Charge Beam. That's confirmed.
Yeah, Scan Visor and Charge Beam we saw in the trailers, so yeah, those are locked in. Power Beam missiles, obviously.
Mm-hmm. I mean, aside from like the Metroid staples like Power Bombs and all that kind of stuff, which we know will be there, the Grapple Beam. I think like the only thing that I would feel really, really confident saying 100% on would probably be Spider Ball and Boost Ball. Because I think people just love that combo.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Yeah.
There are just so many puzzles that involve both of those. So.
What are the chances of Seeker Missiles or some alternative coming back?
You know, I was just about to say, Griff, I think Seeker Missiles is probably a not a safe one, but probably like probability-wise the next closest one.
I think if Seeker Missiles do come back, they'll function, excuse me, a little bit differently.
Then again, you can even like now that Prime is probably going to use a twin stick shooter like in Prime Remastered over the tank controls. Probably easier to aim at stuff with Seeker Missiles than they were originally.
Yeah, and I think they'll be updated to accommodate that. And as a result, I think they'll become a lot more useful too than the handful of scenarios that you use them in 2 and 3.
You know, assuming they can hit their target. When I see certain things that I know are a Morph Ball tunnel, and it's something like, I just assume it can only be broken by Morph Ball bombs because it's a video gamey thing. It has to do this thing as opposed to like shooting it with a super missile. That'll work, but the Morph Ball bomb does.
Torvus Bolt says, I want a line say that I saw a Spider Ball track on the announcement trailer. I love making stuff up.
Oh, don't do that. People will believe you.
Our source that I made it up.
Samus, answer the phone from Admiral Dane. Samus, turn the Wii off now.
In Prime 4, what biomes would you like to see, and what biomes would you not like to see?
I would like to see Sanctuary Fortress. I hope I never have to see Meridia again.
Time to end this.
I mean, Prime 4, what would you like to see, not like to see?
I look forward to fighting alongside you again.
I hope
I don't know what you have against
again,
Meridia.
and I hope I never see Meridia again.
Meridia is an exceptional area. It literally has everything that you can want as a Metroid fan. It's got great music, great bosses, great design. I don't know what's what the rap against Meridia
it's
is.
coarse, it's rough,
Too much
and
water.
it gets everywhere.
Yikes. Yikes.
Let's get another bog. I want another bog.
Where my bogs at?
Those jungles looked pretty lush in the
Yep.
Prime trailer. I'm not sure about that.
I don't know, man.
We'll see. Bog is really kind of an underrepresented video game level. There really aren't a lot of bogs. There's a lot of water levels, but they it takes a certain je ne sais quoi to make it a bog, you know, and not a lot of water levels have that.
Bog.
We're gonna get a bog T-shirt on OmegaMetroid.com, by the way.
I am so down. Day one.
Take heed, Samus. Once you join the fleet and the wormhole to phase is opened, there is no... Please
I don't know, what in your guys' opinion is like the definitive Torvis? You know, as I was just saying that, it's the blog, obviously. I was about to ask you guys, what's the definitive Torvis bog enemy? It's like, what if we made them doing like the pog face with the words bog at the bottom? And it's like, it's obviously, it's the blog, obviously.
Not only that, it's the alpha blog, the best boss in the game.
I'd actually like to see Samus explore a futuristic populated cityscape. I was about to say Sanctuary Fortress, but yeah, you specifically said populated.
Yeah, me too.
I agree with that.
Just to
Absolutely.
see what a populated city is like in Metroid, as well as all the scans we could get.
You know-
Immediately think of one of the endings from Zero Mission where she's in the bar. That would be really cool.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's one of the cool things that I wish Metroid would do a little bit. And you know, we've kind of had some ups and downs reading like the Samus and Joey manga a little bit or whatnot, but like I really love the way that the game or that manga just really opens up the Metroid universe a little bit, you know, beyond the classics that you know and love. So I think that would be really cool to see, like, actual planet, and I feel like that would add some stakes to like what you do as well, if you know that there's like actual people that like these space pirates are adversely affecting, you know?
Yeah, it gives you a chance to get attached to people.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if there's ever going to be a Metro game with some sort of central hub, that could be a thing, and then it's just one city and a planet going through something.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Absolutely.
Although as far as Samus seeing what she does outside of her job, that's like something a TV show would do. Like the Devil May Cry show is basically what happens after DMC 1. It's just Dante doing his job. That's basically what it's mostly about. Even though there is obviously an overarching plot that culminates at the end of the season, but you know, that'd be interesting to see what Samus does, or at least what her not top profile jobs are like.
By the way, speaking of Dante and Limp Bizkit, are we stoked for the roll-in intro for the Devil May Cry anime?
Hell yeah!
I thought that was like a fan-made like thing when I saw it. I couldn't believe that it was actually real, and I love it. I'm not like a big Devil May Cry fan, but I have to admit that's gonna get me to watch that show.
I love Devil May Cry. It's one of my favorite series, which is like honestly like DMC 5 is probably my most hype announcement at E3, just because I did not see that coming at all, especially at a Microsoft conference of all things. Like Metroid Dread, I knew like that's my game of the decade, but on some level inside, I knew that they'd make it eventually. But DMC 5, like they had the reboot, nothing for the long like Devil May Cry 4 was the highest selling Devil May Cry game at that point, and then they did a reboot. I'm like, what's going on here? What are they gonna do? When's it gonna come out? And then 10 years later, they make DMC 5, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, it's finally happening.
I love that for you. I've played Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, and 4.
You play 2, you poor man.
Yeah, I don't love them to be honest, but
All right.
that type of game really isn't for me. By the way, we're talking over this just amazing cutscene here, this amazing view of the planet phase, all these ships coming in, Samus' ship coming in hot. My goodness, this is cinema right here.
This is
But
probably
yeah, Devil May Cry I feel like is it's an acquired taste, and I don't know if it's my acquired taste.
all right.
I didn't really care for like Bayonetta either, to be fair. It's just kind of like similar-ish.
Like if you played through 1, 3, and 4, and you're not your cup of tea, I don't know if necessarily 5 would convince you.
I don't think so. That's okay though. Oof, it's Samus.
Uh-oh.
She's feeling the influence here, everybody.
Going through it.
The good thing she knew that pressing that button on her chest would do that.
That's forward thinking from the from the engineers in the Galactic Federation to put that button in there. Torvis. Scanning a human be like regular Homo sapien. They work 9 to 5 and struggle with depression. Yep. Well, hopefully they don't struggle with the other thing you said.
Oh, jeez.
I wonder, like, think if Samus scanned us, like, what do our scans say? You know, like, what do they say about us as people?
Well, she scans the fleet troopers and engineers on the GFS Olympus. Is just male engineer. That's it.
Yeah. Male dude in his late 30s with a Metroid website who lost every single game of Smash Bros. Last night. Could be worse.
Female human hominid. Broke kneecap walking downstairs.
Well, you can either laugh or you can cry, right? God, Phase is just like such a wicked final area.
It's my favorite.
love it.
It's my favorite final area in a Metroid game. Nothing else. Probably the most meaty final area.
The little like Leviathan babies too, I think is a really kind of neat and interesting touch.
There you go.
This area, we were talking about areas that would look spectacular, you know, if they got a glow up in a remastered. I mean, this would just, I feel like, pop off the charts.
Yeah.
You know, with how this would look, the luminescence of everything.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it'd be
that would
beautiful.
just look spectacular.
I think now we're near the end. What do you think your favorite and least liked upgrades in the game? Least used, I guess.
I gotta say it's gotta be the grapple voltage for me. It feels a little bit contrived, maybe is the word, which sounds like mean, but like you really wouldn't use it if the game didn't put you in situations where like you had to use it. You know what I mean? So I think that's probably my answer for least. I don't know. What about you guys?
Oh, least. Let's see.
On some level, I don't know if I'd go hyperball because it's like you can't use bombs anymore, and it just drains energy very quickly. I don't think the damage it deals like balances it out. And I feel like it doesn't even do as much damage as the energy cost should suggest, especially considering Hyper Beam is pretty good.
I think I would have to go with the hazard shielding just because you don't get to use it very much. We just get for that like one.
I feel like it just looks so cool, though. You
It
know?
does, yeah.
I'm okay with it. At least we can see what it looks like.
Yeah, I guess I'm just one more.
No, that's fair. Skullnox orders are to terminate the hunter on site. What a cold line that is. I love it. Chosen Warrior. Now I need the story of the engineers that had to make the PED suit in 1 month. They probably had to crunch for that too.
I made the suggestion that maybe they just put the PED suit, the button on Samus's chest, is put on a Varia suit, and then the Varia suit did all the rest.
Slap some super glue on that, and you're good to go.
Mm-hmm. We are getting close. Close to the end. Oh my goodness.
Note that in this area you cannot
again.
Oh, you can unmorph. I didn't think you could. Okay.
Doom, how are your wings? What kind of flavors are we talking?
Jump
some
on.
buffalo wings.
Nice.
Blue cheese or
Wings.
ranch?
Huh?
Blue cheese or ranch?
Neither. Buffalo wings.
You know, I will say, Lilith, I used to before Sam and I moved into our house, we lived in a little townhouse that was by this bar that had buffalo blue cheese wings. They were
Oh,
awesome.
that sounds
They were,
awesome.
they were incredible. I hope you guys can't hear my my clackling on my Switch right now either. I'm trying to do a few things for tomorrow.
I honestly didn't notice until you brought it up, but even so, like, it's barely there. Like, you
Okay.
really have to listen for it.
I should have said anything. What was I doing?
Yeah. Hey, you should have waited for us to go, what the hell is Andy doing?
That door just then is a thing. I forget where I saw it, but I think Hydro Ball is the quickest way to deal with that.
Triplery guy says, I would kind of like to see Metroid Prime revisit the living planet biome trope, but with much less blue everywhere. I'd definitely be down for that.
Yeah.
I like creepy, gross, disgusting organic Metroid, and that is it's right up there.
Walking health.
I gotta say, I love the blue of phase, like the bioluminescence of it. I think just looks like incredibly spectacular. While you were eating wings, Doom, we were saying, like, you know, we talk about Sanctuary Fortress, we talk about, you know, even Pirate Homeworld, but like, man, how would this look on a remastered? You know, like, oh boy,
With all the modern lighting effects, oh, that would look insane.
I don't ask for much in this world, but I do ask for Metroid Prime 2 and 3 remastered.
That might be asking for much.
It might be. It might be.
Don't get me wrong, I love it too.
I will be very happy.
Yeah.
How far down does this thing go? Not much farther, actually. Actually, no, it kind of does.
Forrest says, I think, some of those interesting No Man's Sky planets, purple grass, or some other weird flora is always cool. I think that would be interesting, yeah. I think we need, a jungle would be really cool.
You know, I agree. That's like an area that we haven't really gotten a lot of. Like I mean, kind of Brinstar and Super Metroid, kind of Brio, but like, those aren't necessary. Like, I don't think of a jungle and picture that necessarily. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hear jungle and I think of Donkey Kong.
Yeah, right? Like,
yeah.
Vines and ditties and other, maybe not ditties.
Yeah.
maybe not that one.
Just show up in the background.
Bad jungle.
Yeah, that's a jungle that nobody wants.
I think he took a wrong turn.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, another scan that is such a pain in the butt to do, getting that infant Leviathan right there. It is such a narrow scan box on that thing.
Oh, he's so cute.
You know, which also interesting that's the organism they use for the Prime 3 menu of all things.
Yeah. You see the thing at the end, at the beginning.
It all comes full circle.
This infant is surprisingly tanky.
It's very tanky, yeah. Because it wants you to be in that gauntlet with all the Metroids. Yeah, pretty cool sequence how they did that, where it just kind of reappears on both sides.
There it goes.
And you have to physically, you know, rip off the sides with the grapple beam. Pretty cool concept.
Ooh. Another unnecessary flip.
Well, it wouldn't be Samus if she wasn't being a little extra. Ooh, Torvis says, I'm known for being a big Metroid fan, but there's actually a Metroid game I haven't played yet. What is that, Torvis?
The Metroid Prime Pinball?
If it's Metroid Prime Pinball, you need to play Metroid Prime Pinball. It's kind of the greatest thing ever.
Do that thing.
Guy, baby is tanky. Sorry, had to.
Oh, they said I haven't played Metroid Prime 4. You know what? That's fair.
Fake fan.
Boo!
Yeah.
Playing Metroid Prime 4 right now. What kind of fan are you? Come on. I just found out that Silex is indeed Adam's son. Wait, brother.
The guy who died in an explosion. He had one line of dialogue.
Or did he? Well, is Ian Malkovich?
Yep.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Ian.
How could you do this to us, Torvis? We trusted you.
There she is.
Dark Samus thinks you can just regen her health like right in front of us. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Disrespectful.
And there's the smash victory animation. Pasta Gang says true fans love to play Metroid Prime Pinball with the Rumble Pack on. True! Yeah, where are my pinball stands at? Actually didn't realize that you could use the X-ray visor in this hyper mode sequence.
You couldn't use it before. You couldn't do it before, so yeah.
I honestly thought you couldn't use any of the visors while you were in hyper mode.
You could.
Except for the scan. Well, I guess yeah, you can use the scan visor, and I should have thought of that. Now that I'm saying that out loud.
I feel like honestly I've learned a lot like watching you play this game, Griff. Like I didn't know that you could do a couple of the things that you can do here.
Yeah. I also like how when you fire a missile, like it actually shows Samus's hand cocking to the side when it reloads. Yeah, like that. That looks awesome.
Oh, that's so cool. I never knew that.
Slam a basketball.
Man, what a cool moveset Dark Samus has. They should incorporate that into like a Smash game or something like that. Wouldn't that be cool?
If only. Yeah, that's crazy talk, Doom. What are you doing?
Torvis, I appreciate that. Yeah, I had a lot of fun streaming Prime 2. I'm so sad though because I was in the restroom after stream and it clicked on me the Powerbomb expansion that I missed, and I'm so sad that I missed it now. but it is what it is.
Dark Samus is the only real difficult part of this, because she's surprisingly tanky. The rest of this is pretty easy. Not that bad.
She should be, though. I feel like she's earned it. Honestly, I think Dark Samus should have been the final boss. I guess technically she is, but like
if it went
Dark Samus.
If you fought Aurora Unit 313 twice and then Dark Samus, it'd be impossible in hyper mode. You're not gonna do it. At the very least,
I feel like you should just fight like 313 first and then just deal with Dark Samus after. Would have been how I would have done it.
Yeah.
This laser beam hurts.
Yeah, I would have done that, and then I would have incorporated an actual escape sequence afterwards, because you just kind of get a cutscene, and it feels like there should be an escape sequence there. Maybe incorporate the gunship into it. Since after the fight, Samus is cured of her corruption, you should be able to access her gunship. And I think it'd also be awesome because like you get that Metroid Prime husk in the room before the battle. I think it'd be cool if like Dark Samus like summons like a bunch of like Metroid Prime cores to fight against you, and just have like this big super brawl at the end.
So
and then you can even
just fighting. If you're on hyper mode, my guide or tip: beat Dark Samus and just spend this entire time on this phase just farming health. The clones or the tentacles, destroying them, drop health. So just use that to farm health back, and then you'll be fine. Because if you die on hyper mode, this can take 10 to 15 minutes to get beat all 3 of these, and if you die at any point, you get the whole thing all over again.
Rip.
I know this happened to me twice.
Yeah, because there are. Well, I could be wrong. Is there a checkpoint before the Dark Samus fight, or do you have to start all the way over at the gunship again?
You start at the Dark Samus.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
You do all. These bosses can take a while in hyper mode because they have twice the health.
Yeah, but if you get a check, I don't think that's too bad. Because like in Prime 1 and 2, there are no checkpoints. If you die, you're going back to the last save.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of checkpoints. I feel like a game should always have them, and maybe with the option to turn them off if you really don't want them,
I agree. I think that should be on like the default difficulty setting, and then maybe on like the ultra hard mode, you like checkpoints too. So Roy Boy says, I'd have added a final phase revealing the Sanctum in an enormous Leviathan. You have to kill Dark Samus before it reaches the surface and leaves phase for a new planet. That would be pretty cool.
I like it.
I also think the way Samus defeats Dark Samus is pretty anticlimactic, because if you think about it, like, she defeats Dark Samus in the last game on an interdimensional exploding planet, and that wasn't enough to kill her, but this time it's like, oh, you shot at her enough, so this time she's dead for real this time. It's like, I don't know if I'm convinced about that. I think a way you could solve that, and a really cool thematic tie back to Prime 1, is if Samus uses the Hyper Grapple to literally absorb Dark Samus back in her, just like Dark Samus, or Metroid Prime at the time, attempted to do to Samus at the end of that game. To me, I feel like that's the perfect finale.
That would be fantastic. Yeah, I really feel like we were robbed of a really good fight here with Dark Samus.
I mean, like the fight that you have is still like a quality fight. It's just it could have had a little extra sizzle.
Yeah, like they're both good boss fights in their own right. They're certainly not bad boss fights, but like it doesn't feel like the climactic finale of a trilogy fight.
Yeah.
Weird move.
Unfortunately, like most of the other enemies in the Metroid Prime games, we cannot leave the Aurora unit on red. They refuse, they will not let us. To Aurora unit go burr.
So is Dark Samus technically piloting a mecha? Oh, no.
Get in the robot.
And that is it.
There we go.
All right.
Samus lands on the ground. She just her head just falls back. She's like, oh, what a day.
Oh man, what a victory! What a run! Great run.
Absolutely.
We have just barely enough time left over for the credit sequence to finish.
Well, we don't start Dread until about just
We
under
got like
30
25
minutes
minutes
now,
left.
So we got plenty of time. We're not just barely making it.
Yeah, no, Griff, you killed it, buddy.
Thank you. She'll surely keep those hazard shields for later.
Until those engineers make something else, I guess.
Definitely like Roy Boy's idea for the Dark Samus skeletal form transferring back to the core. I dig that. Because really the only hint we get towards that is the 100% cutscene and the similarities between the final Dark Samus form and Echoes, which has some similarities to the core. But that's really for the confirmation for us, the players. Samus herself doesn't really get that confirmation, or at least it's not hinted that she does. That could be like a really definitive way to like show that link to her at least.
Get us out of here.
Yeah, and good job, Griff. Yeah, again, like I wasn't sure if we were gonna make it, but yeah, you freaking nailed this.
Oh, we got time to spare.
There's
We got the Chadmiral here. I mean, this is good stuff.
It was 100%, then that would have been a different story. But if I just beat the game, it's not. I knew we would be fine. Each planet was at about 2 hours, 2 hours, something like that. I think Elysia was the longest one though.
I mean, that sounds about right, I think.
Triple Area guy says, I want to know how the suit is restored to the various suit in the ending. The PED suit looks like stuff was cut away. Bird magic.
Well, if you've seen Samus's ship, her arm cannon is still in hyper mode, despite the fact that Phazon should be gone now.
Damage reports coming in. We've lost 37% of the fleet. Half of the surviving ships are reporting heavy casualties.
Sir, we've confirmed the wormhole has disappeared. All the Leviathans are gone. The crisis is over.
There he is. There's my boy.
He's getting all these casualty reports, and he's like, "Where's Samus though?"
Yeah, cool casualties, whatever. But where's Samus though? Where's my homie at? Adam would never.
Yeah. It seemed pretty cool in the manga, and then other he's just like the opposite of that. I don't get it.
Receiving a transmission from Samus's ship.
That makes you wonder what he's doing anyway. Twinkle?
Yeah. Mission complete.
I know you all have ranked the overall title themes, but where would you rank this theme song across of the Metroid theme song themes?
What are we at right now? The credits? I don't know where I'd rank it. I've definitely... again, this is another instance where I didn't like it when I first played Corruption, but it's definitely grown on me over time, and I've learned to really appreciate it in the year since.
I think it wraps things up nicely.
With the death of the planet Phase, Samus Aran's arduous fight against Phazon has ended. However,
Samus can now send the Federation her bill. Quite expensive endeavors. Payable within 30 decacycles.
spreading the light of hope through the darkness.
Isn't a decacycle supposed to be like 10 years?
It's a long time.
If Prime 4 ends up dealing in time travel in some regard, and actually, do you expect Phazon anyway to come back, or do you think it's purely gone for good?
I hope
think
it's
Phazon's
gone for good. And I think it should be. Like, I think it's time for something new.
I mean, Tanabe said that in one of the interviews where he's like, Phazon, Dark Samus, they're over, and they're gone now. So I'm just like, good. Many people just bring it back for some reason. Now, I think Metroid, for the most part, is pretty good at, like, bringing back things, whether it be enemies or songs, when it makes sense, and not just because, oh, look, jingle keys, like Other M did.
Yeah, I think, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot Troy Baker is in this game. He's that one Federation trooper, the Horus Rebellion trooper.
he's in every game.
And of course, Chris Sabat Vegeta as Rundus. Rest in peace, Satoru Iwata. Risa Tabata also does not get enough love for this trilogy. Like, she's played an incredible role in bringing the trilogy to life. Tanabe-san rightfully gets a lot of credit, you know, as the producer, but like Tabata also has done like so much work, and has had pivotal input, and I believe she's still heavily involved with 4 as well.
I did a brief skim of the people that were hired to work on Prime 4, and like, this is an all-star team. What the heck?
Yeah, like they're gonna cook with Prime 4. I am confident in Retro.
People will beat Prime 4, like, where's Prime 5, Retro?
This isn't Metroid 6.
Here's a claim of sorts. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if, in the first year of Switch 2 being out, they at least announced Metroid 6. Considering Metroid Dread is 4 years in development, or 4 years away at this point. On top of that, I wouldn't be if the Switch 2's lifespan lasts about as long as Switch 2 does, I wouldn't be surprised if we've got another Prime and 2D game at some point before the Switch 2's life cycle ends.
Yeah, I am quite, I don't want to say confident, but like I'm feeling pretty good about Metroid 6 getting announced by 2026 at the very least.
Metroid 6 2026.
I think Metroid 6 comes out in 2026, so like that, it's not impossible that it gets announced this year. I'd probably say it gets announced next year and releases next year, but I think we're going to be playing Metroid 6 soon.
That would be fantastic.
All right, good job, Griff. We unlocked hyper mode. Time for that hyper mode playthrough. Let's go.
I already did that. I'm okay. The only real hard part I found with hyper mode was the final bosses, because they are very tanky. Goodness.
Torvis says Phazon could maybe exist in the past versions of planets you visit, but immediately get destroyed in the present.
They're like maybe
that could be interesting.
Like, maybe you could have like a side quest boss or something be Phazon related just for this one area, and then that's it, because you know, like the Phazon is chaotic nature, like, time hoopla. It's like, okay, fine, this one thing, but now it's actually gone for good. Maybe they can do that, and I'd be like, okay, I'll accept that.
It's just like a small nod. Yeah.
Well, another 15 minutes. I guess one more prediction question of sorts. If in the first year of Switch 2's life, would you be surprised if Nintendo at least announces Smash Bros. 6? Or Pass Ultimate or whatever?
In the first year, you said?
Like in the first year, they at least announced that it is eventually going to come out.
That's tough because historically the answer should be yes, but I'm not so sure this time. Which is weird because Smash Ultimate did come out at the beginning of the Switch's life cycle, but I don't know. I really don't. I'm gonna say no. I think for the first time we're gonna see Smash coming out in the second half of the Switch's life cycle, which we are going to get Smash.
Yeah.
Who knows what they're gonna do with Smash? But there's 0% chance that they are going to just abandon Smash. Like that's one of the best-selling games on the Switch, and by far the best-selling Smash of all time.
I feel like we should say, and correct me if I'm wrong here, guys. I think technically speaking, like the Smash also came out on the latter half of both the 3DS and the Wii U's life cycle too, right? So it's not like it always has to be right at the beginning.
So it came out 2 years into the. To be fair, the Wii U's life cycle was cut short, so it was at about the halfway point technically. Maybe just a little bit before that, because I think the last Wii U year was 2016. And then it came out in 2012, so yeah, Smash was in that halfway point, like 2014.
If Nintendo wanted to get people,
that was more like a fluke console, though, you know.
If Nintendo wanted people to buy their new Switch 2 console, a Smash Brothers game is a pretty good way to do that.
That's true.
I guess I'm just wondering if Nintendo is still trying to figure out what to do with Smash, because like, I don't know, it's a tough decision. Like, what do you do after?
I know there was some.
Do after Ultimate?
I know there was some
I feel like it's not really that tough. You put in some new characters, you get rid of some of the fluff characters that are there, you make some new stages, and I mean, there you go.
Yeah, there is an idea I've heard of where it's just obviously some fighters need to return, but everything else just kind of like make a bunch of new stuff and not spend so much time remaking all the old stuff again. I wonder how much time. I wonder how much time making a new Smash game it takes to remake all the stages, redo all the characters, and everything that returns. Like music might not be that big a deal. Well, I don't know. You could. Anyway.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like you kind of got to go all or nothing. Like, you either bring everyone back or you completely like start from square one again and like redo everything from scratch if you're gonna make those cuts and like you make significant cuts, but you also make significant gains at the same time, if that makes sense. You either do that or you just build off of Ultimate.
Yeah. Like the only Smash.
We got like 10 minutes here before our next game, and one thing that I should mention to everybody is we found this out the hard way yesterday, but YouTube will only archive 12 hours of live stream footage here. So we're actually going to be starting Metroid Dread pretty quickly, but it's going to be on a different link. So each day is going to have 2 different links. That's really the only way that we could do this. So just look out for our channel. Make sure that you're clicking on it when you see it. We'll still be live. It should pop up, I'm assuming, for everybody there. But just do want to let everybody know that Dread is going to be starting soon, and it will be, like I said, on a different link. Because as much as we tried to avoid that, it's probably our best solution going forward. I'm excited for Metroid Dread here, guys. I think this is going to be like awesome.
This is going to be an absolutely insane run. I'm so excited for this.
Is it going to go really good or really bad?
I am going to make sure that it goes really bad for these players. I'll tell you that. He won't hear me unless you need to hear me, in which case I'm probably doing something nefarious. So yeah, that's going to be a blast.
No, wait. I sent you the wrong link, Andy. One moment.
Wait a minute. There's one thing I can do.
There we go.
Wunderbar. So we're just getting set up here, guys. So bear with us a few minutes as we get everything here.
While you're waiting.
Yeah, I've got some ideas here because these guys were just like, oh yeah, like I didn't even die 99 times my last Dread through playthrough, and I was like, what? I feel like I died 99 times in Arteria, and I've got some tricks up my sleeve if they're too good, which they very well might be, because I mean we saw Game Worm last night play AM2R, like it was absolutely nothing, and Doom is no slouch either. I think he is going to be very, very competitive tomorrow in that zero mission race. Much more competitive than I'm probably going to be.
Yeah, I'm just kind of going into this to have fun. You know me, Andy. I'm not the promo guy. That's all you. So I don't like to put together the hype promos and the call outs and anything like that. I'm just like, hey, like let's just go at it and have fun, but may the best person win, you know?
That's kind of my thing. Like I'm if I was a wrestler, I'd probably be like an average wrestler, but like really good at cutting a promo. You know, so
yeah. I definitely, if I did need to cut a promo, I would definitely hire you. You are the promo man.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a skill that's been fine-tuned over time. So I mean, anybody can get there, you know. But yeah, so I mean, I'll tell you what here, guys. Like I think we're about to start in 8 minutes. We have a couple minutes of setup here to do. Why don't we end this stream in a minute or two here? We'll start a new stream. So everybody don't go anywhere. Like I said, we are going to have you go to a new link just to make sure that YouTube archives this properly. So I apologize to everyone there. Just if you don't mind, hop over to the new link and we'll get started on Metroid Dread pretty quickly.
Going off these dioramas here, I have a soft fondness for this one here. It's like, oh, Samus, our glorious queen. I don't know what he's got in his hand here, though.
Yeah, I love the dioramas.
Kind of like the Gollum guy in the back. He's just like, kind of reminds me of the Goombas from the Mario Bros movies, or from the Mario Bros movie. Great comparison too, if anyone is wondering.
I was about to say, I see it and I don't like it. And actually, Andy, let me turn on my Switch, make sure that my audio is coming through.
I haven't set you up here yet, Doom. So give me 1 sec.
No worries.
All right. Well, good luck with your dread run. I will be watching. I just got to take off though. So.
Well, hey, thanks for stopping by while you could, Lilith. We had a blast.
Yeah, thank you. And I will talk to you tomorrow.
Yep, I will see you tomorrow. That's good.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Seems some of this concept art looks amazing, you know. Some of it is just like, yeah, they translated that 1-to-1 in the game, but then there's some things like with the Federation, I guess, where it's just like that could have been cool to see. There's so many times where someone like I see concept art and I'm like, this is way better than what we got, but the Prime series is like, nah, this is 1-to-1.
Okay, you just burst into light. Your suit just disappeared, flashed.
Okay.
Tell me when SQ comes on the screen.
Okay. Boom. Oh.
Alright. Everyone's still getting set up for Metroid Dread. So I am going to close this stream now, and they're going to set up another one for Metroid Dread, since it's now approaching 6 o'clock. So thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had a good time, learned something new, and hope you enjoy the Metroid Dread Mode race. Like I said, it's either going to be really good or really bad.